Hello, my fellow adventurers. It's Elara. Tonight, I invite you to step into the magical world of Hogwarts for an extraordinary journey through tales that have never been told, secret chapters from the wizarding world where friendship and courage proved more powerful than any dark magic. Over the next 8 hours, you'll discover hidden stories of beloved characters, witness untold adventures in familiar places, and explore the deeper magic that binds the wizarding community together. Let me know in the comments where you're listening in from and which tales you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. Moonlight spilled gently over the sleepy village of Godric's Hollow, illuminating cobblestone streets and ivy-clad cottages with a soft, silvery glow, an innocent veil that concealed the whispers of old magic and destinies yet untold. It was a night of eerie stillness, broken only by the flickering glow of candlelight behind the windows of a modest house at the edge of the village, a house that belonged to the Dumbledore family. Inside, 2 young men sat across from each other, their eyes gleaming with the fire of ambition and restless intellect. Gellert Grindelwald leaned forward, his golden curls illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. His piercing blue eyes burned with something both magnetic and dangerous as he spoke, his voice a hushed murmur filled with passion. "We were meant for more, Albus." Across from him, Albus Dumbledore listened, his own blue eyes filled with the curiosity and sharp intellect that had already marked him as extraordinary. Yet there was hesitation in his gaze, a flickering doubt that Grindelwald either did not see or chose to ignore. The world has been shackled by fear, by weakness, Grindelwald continued, his voice gaining fervor. Wizards and witches are bound by outdated laws, forced to hide in the shadows, while lesser beings govern the world. But we, you and I, could change it. We could create a world where the strong lead, where the gifted are not shackled by rules meant to suppress them. Dumbledore's fingers tightened around the parchment he had been idly holding, a letter half forgotten as he listened to the boy before him. He had met Grindelwald only weeks before, but in that short time, he had been captivated by him. Never before had he met someone who matched his intellect so completely, someone who could keep up with his ideas, challenge them, and even refine them into something greater. The greater good, that was what Grindelwald called it. Dumbledore shifted in his chair. And how would we achieve this, Gellert? By force. Grindelwald's lips curled into a smile, but there was a sharpness to it, an edge that gleamed like a dagger hidden beneath silk. By necessity. The strong must lead, Albus. It has always been so. You know it as well as I do. The only difference between us and those who cling to the past is that we have the courage to act. Dumbledore hesitated. It was intoxicating. The thought of a world shaped by visionaries, by those unafraid to reach beyond the limits imposed upon them. And yet, in the depths of his soul, something unsettled him. He had spent years tending to his siblings after the tragedy that had shattered his family. But now, here was Grindelwald, offering him a purpose far greater than the walls of his home, a cause that could change the very fabric of their world. It was the first step, and even though part of him knew he was stepping toward a precipice, Dumbledore took it. Grindelwald was no ordinary boy, and Dumbledore had known it from the moment they had met. He was brilliant, charismatic, and ruthless in his pursuit of power, expelled from Durmstrang for his dangerous experiments with magic. He had come to Godric's Hollow under the pretense of visiting his great-aunt, Bathilda Bagshot. But his ambitions stretched far beyond the dusty tomes in her study. His true purpose had already begun to take shape. In secret, he had traced the stories of an ancient power, the Deathly Hallows, symbols of legend, lost to time and myth. But to Grindelwald, they were more than mere relics. They were the key. With the Elder Wand, none could stand against us. With the Resurrection Stone, death itself could be conquered. And with the Cloak of Invisibility, he had whispered one evening, tracing the triangular symbol into the wooden desk in Bathilda's home. We would be untouchable. We would be gods. Dumbledore had listened, intrigued but skeptical. The Hallows are a legend, Gellert. A fairy tale. And yet, Grindelwald's voice had been smooth, persuasive. Every legend is born from truth. It was that single-minded belief that made Grindelwald dangerous. Where others hesitated, he pursued. Where others faltered, he pressed forward. He was not afraid of ambition. He embraced it. And so, their plans began to take shape. Late into the night, the two boys would sit in Dumbledore's study, crafting visions of a new world, sketching outlines of the society they would create, debating philosophy and power. They dreamed of rallying followers, of seeking out the Hallows, of tearing down the walls that separated wizards from ruling as they were meant to. But dreams, no matter how grand, do not remain untouched by reality. Aberforth Dumbledore saw the truth long before his brother did. He saw the darkness lurking beneath Grindelwald's charm, the insatiable hunger for power that colored every word he spoke. "You think he's your friend," Aberforth snapped one evening, his voice shaking with anger as he faced his older brother. "But he doesn't care about you, Albus. He cares about power. He's using you." Grindelwald, lounging in an armchair nearby, merely smirked. He had no patience for Aberforth's petulance, nor did he care for the weak. He dismissed him as easily as one brushes away a fly. But Aberforth was not one to be ignored. He confronted Albus, forced him to see what he refused to acknowledge, that in his pursuit of power, he had abandoned his family. Ariana, their delicate, broken sister, was left in the shadows of his ambitions. "You have no idea what we're capable of, Aberforth," Grindelwald had said, his voice like silk over steel. "You cannot even begin to understand the world we will create." "The world you'll destroy," Aberforth shot back. The duel that followed would change everything. It was chaos, spells crackling through the air, fury ignited by grief and pride. Grindelwald's patience had worn thin, and his wand was already raised when Ariana stepped between them. One flash of light, one moment of silence, and then she was gone. Ariana Dumbledore, the sister they had sworn to protect, lay lifeless upon the floor. The room fell into a dreadful quiet. Dumbledore, his face ashen, dropped to his knees. Aberforth trembled with rage, tears streaking down his face. And Grindelwald, he did not stay to face what he had done. He fled. For the first time in his life, Grindelwald ran. He did not look back. He did not apologize. He did not mourn. It was weakness, and Grindelwald did not do weakness. Instead, he set his sights on something greater. If Godric's Hollow had been the birthplace of his vision, then it would be Nurmengard where his empire began. There, far from the ruins of friendship and betrayal, he would forge his destiny. Albus Dumbledore had been his equal, perhaps the only one who could have stood beside him as he shaped the world. But sentimentality had cost them both. Now, Grindelwald would have to carve his path alone. He would not make the same mistake again. With a final glance toward the village that had once held the promise of something more, he turned and disappeared into the night. The world was waiting, and he was ready to claim it. He left Britain behind with neither remorse nor hesitation. His departure was not that of a fugitive, but of a conqueror, setting his eyes upon a greater prize. The past, Godric's Hollow, Ariana's death, Albus, belonged to a world of sentimentality and restraint. He had no use for such things anymore. He was done waiting. His path led him east, beyond the comfortable grip of the British ministry, into lands where the laws of magic were ancient and mutable. It was there, in the forgotten corners of wizarding Europe, that he began to forge the foundation of what would become the greatest movement the world had ever known. And it began with a wand. Mikhail Grigorovich had long claimed possession of a legendary artifact, one of immeasurable power, the Elder Wand. Grindelwald had spent months tracking its whispers across Europe, listening to old wand makers and poring over obscure texts. The Hallows were no myth, and Grindelwald would prove it to the world. Grigorovich had been a fool to spread the tale of his prize. Power of such magnitude was not to be flaunted but seized. Grindelwald found the wand maker in a dimly lit workshop in the heart of Central Europe. The man had fortified himself with protective enchantments, but it was no match for the magic Grindelwald now wielded. His skills had sharpened since his days in Godric's Hollow, his spells ruthless and efficient. The attack was swift. Gregorovitch barely had time to react before he was disarmed, his body frozen mid-motion, as if suspended between heartbeats. Grindelwald stepped forward, taking the wand from the air, feeling its power course through his veins. The legend was true. With the Elder Wand in hand, he was unstoppable. Gregorovitch, still frozen, could only watch as the young man before him smirked, twirled the wand between his fingers, and then disappeared into the night. Grindelwald did not kill him. He had no need to. The wand had already chosen its new master. This was merely the beginning. The Elder Wand granted him the strength he needed to build his empire. He raised a stronghold in the heart of the mountains, Nurmengard, a towering fortress of stone and shadow, a citadel from which he would orchestrate the rise of the wizarding world. Unlike Voldemort, Grindelwald did not rule through fear alone. He understood the power of belief. He did not need blind followers. He needed disciples. And so, he crafted the greatest illusion of all, the greater good. No longer shall the gifted cower before the weak, he declared before his growing army of followers. No longer shall we hide in the shadows, while lesser men dictate our fates. The world belongs to us, and together we shall take it. They called him a visionary, a prophet, a liberator. He allowed them to. They were drawn to his charisma, his power, his purpose. He offered them a world where wizards ruled openly, unburdened by the secrecy imposed upon them. He told them that it was their duty to guide the weaker, that the oppression of Muggle laws had to end, that true order could only be achieved under magical dominance. "Do you not see?" he asked them, his voice smooth as silk. "It is not cruelty. It is necessity. It is not tyranny. It is wisdom. The Muggles will not suffer. They will be led, guided, protected." And they believed him. Hundreds swore allegiance to his cause. The acolytes, he called them, mages, warriors, thinkers, and dreamers who saw the world as he did, or at least as he convinced them to. Those who opposed him, they were re-educated in the dungeons of Nurmengard, or they vanished. Grindelwald's war did not erupt in one violent moment. He was more intelligent than that. He infiltrated, persuaded, and subverted. He placed his agents within ministries across Europe. He whispered in the ears of influential wizards, turned brother against brother, sowed the seeds of dissent in the old councils of power. Small towns fell first, wizarding villages where resistance was weak. Then, entire regions began to shift under his influence. Where the ministries once held control, now there were whispers of the rising dawn, Grindelwald's revolution. By the late 1920s, entire magical communities had pledged themselves to his cause, whether by loyalty or by force. and the world had not even begun to suspect the storm that was coming. But not all were blind to it. From the shadows, wizards fought back. Horrors, underground resistances. Those who saw through Grindelwald's charm and recognized him for what he was, a conqueror, not a savior. He welcomed their defiance. It only gave him an excuse to crush them. As his power grew, so did his vision. The Hallows. He had one, but one was not enough. With the Elder Wand, I am unbeatable, he mused one evening, standing atop the highest tower of Normangard. But with all three, I shall be immortal. The Resurrection Stone was next. Legends spoke of it being lost in the ruins of old Gaunt estates. He dispatched his best spies to search. But the cloak was different. It had vanished into obscurity centuries ago, lost in a lineage untraceable. No matter. In time, the world would come to him. There was only one thing that unnerved him, one name that still lingered in the back of his mind, no matter how far he rose: Albus Dumbledore. He did not speak of him. He did not allow his name to be whispered in Normangard. But he knew. Dumbledore was watching. Dumbledore was waiting. And Grindelwald was not yet ready to face him. Not yet. So he continued to build. He continued to conquer. He continued to expand his grip over the wizarding world. He would not stop. Not until the entire world was at his feet. Not until the greater good was realized. By the mid-1930s, Gellert Grindelwald was no longer a whisper in the dark, a rising force lurking in the corners of Europe. He was a power unto himself, an empire builder who had reshaped the wizarding world with cunning, sorcery, and the irresistible force of an idea. The greater good. It was more than a philosophy now. It was a movement. From the wizarding enclaves of Austria to the hidden strongholds in the Carpathians, from the magical academies of Eastern Europe to the old bloodlines in Scandinavia, his influence stretched further than any ministry of magic dared admit. The weak bowed before him, the powerful courted him, and those who stood against him, they burned. The first true battle of the war did not begin in a great city or a ministry courtroom. It began in the mist-choked forests of Dunkelwald, where an old wizarding council had dared to oppose him. The Council of Seven had ruled over the wizarding territories of Central Europe for centuries, an independent body, untouched by any ministry. They were relics, Grindelwald had decided, and relics had no place in his new order. He had offered them a choice: join him or be erased. They had chosen poorly. Under the cover of a moonless night, his thestral core descended upon Dunkelwald like a storm. Their skeletal steeds cut through the mist, their riders shrouded in enchanted cloaks that devoured the light. Grindelwald himself led the charge. The ancient wards crumbled before his wand. The Elder Wand did not ask for permission. It took what it desired. The battle lasted less than an hour. His forces did not kill everyone, only the ones who refused to kneel. The survivors were given wands once more, their choices clear: serve or perish. The Council of Seven fought valiantly, their spells tearing through the night with the brilliance of falling stars. One of them, a formidable witch named Elizabeth Kruger, nearly struck Grindelwald down with a storm of enchanted steel, swords conjured from thin air that sliced through the battlefield like ghosts of warriors past. But the Elder Wand made a mockery of her magic. With a single silent incantation, he shattered her defenses, disarmed her with a flick of his wrist, and sent her body crashing through the old stone walls of the fortress. By dawn, the Council of Seven was no more. The survivors knelt before him, wands trembling in their hands. "Your rule is over," Grindelwald declared, standing before the remaining council members. "But you may yet serve the greater good. Swear your loyalty to me, and you shall have a place in the world we are creating." A moment of silence. Then, one by one, they bowed, all except one. An old wizard, the last to stand, looked Grindelwald in the eyes and whispered, "This will be your undoing." Grindelwald's face remained unreadable. Then he turned to his second in command. "Kill him." A flash of green light, and the war moved on. The world would not acknowledge it yet, but it was at war. Grindelwald did not strike in the open. He corrupted from within. He sent spies into ministries, weaving them into the fabric of wizarding society. He turned governors and enforcers, played them against one another, let them tear themselves apart from the inside, while his forces expanded unnoticed. At a candlelit gathering in the Vienna Assembly of Wizards, he stood before some of the most powerful magical families in Europe, draped in robes of dark sapphire, speaking with the voice of a prophet. "You fear change," he said, his words smooth as silk. "You fear what you do not understand. But tell me, what has this world of secrecy done for you? What has this cowardice given us but stagnation and weakness?" A murmur rippled through the crowd. He could see their doubt. He could feel it. "We do not seek war," he continued, his voice a melody of persuasion. "But we will no longer be slaves to fear." "Why should we hide?" he asked them, smiling over goblets of spiced wine. "Why should we bend before the ignorance of muggles, when it is we who hold the power?" Silence. Then a slow clap. One by one, they swore allegiance. Power was never enough. Not for him. He had the Elder Wand. Its magic thrummed beneath his fingertips, a living force that bent to his will. But he needed more. He needed the resurrection stone. For years, he had followed the trails of the resurrection stone, tracking it from the ancient gaunt line to the ruins of forgotten places. His search led him to an abandoned manor deep in the Albanian forests, a place soaked in ancient magic, where the very air seemed to whisper in forgotten tongues. There, beneath the roots of an ancient tree, as black as the void, he found it. A ring. A simple, unassuming thing, engraved with the mark of the Hallows. His breath caught. The key to eternity lay within his grasp. Slowly, reverently, he placed the ring upon his finger, and the world shattered. The moment it touched his skin, a voice spoke, a whisper, a shadow. It called to him by name, and then Albus, standing before him, just as he had once been, before the fall, before the blood, before the broken oaths. It was a trick. He knew it, and yet his hand reached for him. Pain struck like lightning, ripping through his veins, burning like cursed fire. His vision blurred, his body buckled. The ring was cursed. A trap set long before him, left behind by a broken bloodline. With a furious roar, he tore the ring from his hand and hurled it into the darkness. The illusion vanished, but the pain remained. And for the first time in years, doubt crept into his heart. He never spoke of it, but in the quiet of his chambers, as he traced the sigil of the deathly Hallows in the air, Grindelwald knew the truth. There was one force in the world he feared, one man who could stand against him: Dumbledore. For years, he had built an empire. For years, he had conquered without challenge, and yet he did not seek out Albus, because Albus was the only one who could destroy him. The thought festered in his mind. Once, they had dreamed of shaping the world together. Now, Grindelwald knew. The final battle was coming. And when it did, only one of them would walk away. By 1940, Grindelwald's dominion stretched across vast territories in Europe, and his followers outnumbered any resistance that dared to oppose him. His fortress of Normangard had become more than a stronghold. It was a throne, towering over the magical world as a symbol of power, ambition, and inevitability. But power has a weight to it, and even the most formidable empires collapse under their own gravity. The fall had begun. The final years of Grindelwald's rule were painted in fire and blood: the massacre at Valais, a hidden magical village in the Swiss Alps, was both his greatest show of strength and his fatal mistake. The village had refused to swear fealty to him. They were small, insignificant in numbers, but defiant. They had harbored aurors, spies, and rebels, those who still whispered that the greater good was nothing more than a charismatic lie. Grindelwald did not tolerate defiance. His thestral corps descended upon the village under the cover of a winter storm, and the attack was merciless. The The sky turned red with fire. The streets ran black with ash. Buildings crumbled. Screams echoed across the mountains. And by morning, nothing remained of Valais but ruins and shadows. But something happened that night. Something unforeseen. A survivor escaped. An old man, battered and burned, crawled from the wreckage and vanished into the wilds. Days later, a message reached Nurmengard. 4 simple words. Dumbledore is coming for you. In the days that followed the massacre, Grindelwald sensed something shifting within his ranks. It was not fear. His followers still revered him, but something deeper, a ripple of doubt, a question left unspoken. Among those closest to him was Conrad Krieger, a brilliant strategist, a loyal lieutenant who had fought at his side since the early days of the Revolution. Grindelwald trusted him, and that was his mistake. One evening, as the torches of Nurmengard burned low, Krieger vanished. His chambers were empty, his cloak left behind, a symbol of abandonment. By morning, reports arrived from spies. Krieger had fled to Britain, to Dumbledore. The man who had once commanded armies for Grindelwald now stood against him, revealing the hidden weaknesses of his forces, the vulnerabilities in his growing empire. It was a wound he had not expected. Betrayal left a scar deeper than any battle. But it changed nothing. Grindelwald was still the future. The world was still his to claim. And if Dumbledore wanted war, then war he would have. The first true battle between Grindelwald's army and the combined forces of the wizarding world erupted in early 1944. What had once been a game of diplomacy, manipulation, and secrecy now became a battlefield. Ministries across Europe fell into chaos. Some sided with Grindelwald, others resisted. The magical world was split, and in the shadows of Muggle war, another war raged unseen. His forces clashed with Auror battalions in the streets of Prague. The ruins of old fortresses became war zones. Spies were executed in dark alleys, and magic tore through hidden cities like fire through dry leaves. Yet still, Grindelwald stood unchallenged. Not yet. But he knew. He knew it was only a matter of time. And so, he made his final move. The walls of Nurmengard stood as strong as ever, black stone kissed by lightning, its towers scraping the sky like the fingers of a god. Grindelwald watched from the highest balcony, the Elder Wand humming in his grasp. Lightning cracked open the skies above Nurmengard. The air thrummed with raw power, a storm conjured not by nature, but by the convergence of two destinies, long intertwined, yet doomed to collide. On the highest balcony of his obsidian fortress, Gellert Grindelwald waited in silence, watching dark clouds roll closer like blackened fists. He felt no fear, only anticipation, a slow, burning excitement kindled in the ashes of everything he'd built. The castle trembled slightly beneath his feet. Outside, spells tore through the enchantments guarding Normangard's gates. He smiled softly, knowing exactly whose hand guided the assault. "Albus," he whispered to the gathering storm. The doors behind him swung open violently. Conrad Krieger, his once loyal general, stood framed in the archway, wand drawn, and eyes filled with conflicted anger. Grindelwald didn't even turn to face him. "Your betrayal is wasted, Conrad," he said calmly, voice steady amid the distant roar of magical explosions below. "You chose the wrong side." "No, Gellert, you did." Krieger's voice trembled, not with fear, but with something deeper. "You betrayed everything we once stood for." Grindelwald turned slowly, his gaze piercing. "I built the future we dreamed of." Krieger shook his head. "You built a kingdom of ashes, and now he has come to end it." Grindelwald's eyes flickered, an almost imperceptible ripple of emotion. "I am counting on it." A sudden, deafening boom shook the castle to its very foundation. Grindelwald felt the wards around Normangard fracture, spells shattering the enchantments that had once seemed eternal. "He is here," Krieger said softly. "I know." With a single silent flick of his wand, Grindelwald disarmed Krieger, casting him backward and pinning him to the wall. He stepped forward, voice low and venomous. "Watch closely, Conrad. You are about to see the world's destiny fulfilled or destroyed." Without another glance, Grindelwald swept past, descending the winding staircase to the great hall. He felt it the moment Albus breached Normangard's inner sanctum. A pulse of magic so powerful, it was unmistakable. The doors exploded inward, splinters of enchanted wood flying across the hall. Albus Dumbledore stepped into the room, his wand glowing gently, robes billowing as though caught by an unseen wind. Behind him, dozens of defeated wizards lay sprawled, followers who dared stand in his way. "Gellert," Dumbledore said, voice heavy with both regret and resolve. "Albus," Grindelwald answered evenly, stepping forward until only a thin space separated them. He smiled faintly, a flicker of genuine warmth flashing briefly. "I have waited a long time for this." Dumbledore's expression softened, eyes filled with the weight of years and secrets unspoken. "It did not have to come to this, Gellert." "Didn't it?" Grindelwald asked quietly. "This was always how it would end. You knew it. I knew it." Dumbledore hesitated, then shook his head sadly. "I never wished this." "You never wished it," Grindelwald echoed softly, raising the Elder Wand slowly, reverently. "But fate cares nothing for our wishes, old friend." There was silence for a heartbeat, an eternity suspended. Then, the duel exploded into motion. Their spells met mid-air, power against power, elder magic unleashed. The room erupted in dazzling light, magic bursting outward in blinding arcs of blue and gold. Every strike echoed with decades of unspoken pain, regret, and fury. Grindelwald moved fluidly, each spell precise and lethal, guided by the unmatched power of the Elder Wand. Dumbledore countered effortlessly, his own magic radiant with purity and strength, unwilling to yield. "You are blind, Albus," Grindelwald shouted above the roar of magic. "I built a world worthy of us." "You built it on blood and fear," Dumbledore thundered back, deflecting another curse that shattered a pillar, sending stone fragments scattering. "You betrayed everything we believed in." Spells collided again, sparks cascading like rain. Grindelwald's robes whipped around him, his fury unbound. "You betrayed me," Grindelwald roared, eyes blazing. For the first time, the raw pain beneath his carefully curated calm broke through. "You abandoned our dream." "Our dream was a lie," Dumbledore replied fiercely, voice shaking. "And I have paid dearly for believing it." Their duel carried them upward, onto Nurmengard's battlements beneath the storming sky. Lightning crackled in rhythm with their duel, illuminating their faces, one twisted by regret, the other by grief. Grindelwald felt something strange as he fought. Clarity. The Elder Wand obeyed him unquestioningly, but deep in his heart, he felt no victory, only emptiness. "Stop this madness, Gellert," Dumbledore called desperately. "Surrender, please." "I cannot," Grindelwald said softly, an old sadness in his eyes. "I never could." With a final burst of strength, Grindelwald summoned the full fury of the Elder Wand. A storm of raw, primal magic surged forward, shattering everything in its path, unstoppable. And then Dumbledore did the impossible. With a whispered incantation, a spell Grindelwald recognized instantly from their youthful experiments, Albus turned the torrent of power back upon itself. The blast engulfed Grindelwald, knocking him from his feet and shattering his defenses, leaving him on the cold stone, weakened and gasping. The Elder Wand rolled from his fingers, clattering softly across the stones. Dumbledore stood over him, eyes filled with unbearable sorrow. He pointed his wand downward, chest heaving with exertion. Grindelwald closed his eyes, awaiting death, but none came. Instead, Albus lowered his wand. "It ends here, Gellert. No more death." Grindelwald stared upward, shocked. "You would show me mercy, even now?" Dumbledore knelt slowly, his eyes glistening. "Once, long ago, you taught me the difference between mercy and weakness. Now let me teach you." Grindelwald swallowed, throat dry. "You have won nothing, Albus. The world we dreamed of still waits in shadow." Dumbledore shook his head gently. "Our dream died long ago, Gellert. Let it rest." Grindelwald's gaze flicked to the Elder Wand, lying abandoned. You could rule the world with it. Dumbledore rose slowly, looking at the wand with disgust. That wand is not power, it is a curse, and it has taken too much from both of us. Footsteps approached behind them. Aurors, led by Conrad Krieger, wands raised. Dumbledore nodded silently, stepping back. Grindelwald allowed himself to be lifted, feeling the cold metal of enchanted chains tighten around his wrists. "Do you regret nothing?" Krieger asked him quietly as he was led away. Grindelwald turned, glancing once more at Albus. "Only one thing," he whispered softly, "that I did not persuade him to join me when I had the chance." Krieger shook his head bitterly. "You still don't understand." But Grindelwald only smiled sadly as they led him toward the tower cells. The dream of the greater good dying in his heart. Years would pass, and empires would fall, but he would always remember the duel atop Normangard. It had been more than a battle. It had been the culmination of dreams broken and hopes lost. And yet, imprisoned within the walls of his own creation, Grindelwald found peace at last. He had been defeated, yes, but he had also been freed. Above, the storm cleared, leaving only quiet stars to watch over the broken fortress. As the tale of Gellert Grindelwald, his rise to power, his fateful choices, and his inevitable fall, draws to a close, let this story remind us that ambition, no matter how great, is tempered by the choices we make, the friendships we forge, and the truths we carry in our hearts. Though Grindelwald's dream of a greater world ended in shadow, his story remains a testament to the profound power of hope and regret, ambition and mercy. In the quiet of the night, as the stars look down upon us, let this tale whisper gently that even in our darkest moments, redemption and peace remain within our reach. The shop on Diagon Alley had never truly gone silent, even in the dim hours before dawn, when the rest of the wizarding world slumbered. Ollivanders hummed softly, with the residue of ancient spells and memories long held in carved wood and phoenix feather. Harry Potter stood in the doorway, framed by the flickering light of the gas lamp outside, watching Garrick Ollivander as he shuffled between shelves with that same reverence he'd always had for wands. But age had bent him, his gait had slowed, and his once sharp eyes flickered like the fading glow of a dying wand core. "Ollivander," Harry called gently. The old wandmaker turned, lips twitching into a smile that seemed half-formed and half-forgotten. Harry, I wondered when you'd come." Harry stepped inside, the door shutting behind him with a hollow click. The air was heavy with dust, cedar wood, and something older. "You asked to see me," Harry said, looking around. "You said it was urgent." Ollivander nodded and gestured to the back of the shop, to the long, cluttered workbench that had shaped the fates of generations of witches and wizards. "It's time," Ollivander said, "for the last wand." Harry frowned. "You've said that before." "No." Ollivander's voice dropped, suddenly sharper than before. "This one is different." He reached beneath the bench and withdrew a scroll, so old its edges flaked in the air. Unrolling it carefully, he revealed a wand design unlike any Harry had ever seen. It was longer, thinner at the base, and pulsed faintly with enchantments woven not from Latin spells, but something deeper, older. "This wand," Ollivander said, "is meant for someone without magic." Harry's eyebrows rose. "That's impossible." "Is it?" Ollivander's eyes gleamed. "For centuries, wand-making has catered to those already gifted with magic. But what if the wand could be a conduit, not just for controlling magic, but for creating a spark where none existed?" Harry stared at him. "You want to make someone a wizard." Ollivander smiled, and it was as close to pride as Harry had ever seen on the man. "I don't know who, but it will be someone who deserves." The silence between them stretched, broken only by the faint ticking of an enchanted clock near the stairs. "But why now?" Harry asked at last. "Because I'm dying," Ollivander said simply, "and I refuse to let the world end with only the old ways. Magic should not be limited by birthright. If this wand works, it will rewrite everything we know." Harry paced for a moment. "What do you need from me?" The old man turned to a leather-bound tome on the bench and opened it. Inside, sketches and notes filled the pages. Ingredients, rituals, maps. "3 core components," he said, "each nearly impossible to obtain." Harry leaned over the page. "Tell me." "The heartstring of a silveren worm," Ollivander whispered. "A creature long extinct, unless the rumors of one hiding in the Elder Hollow are true." Harry had heard the name before. A forest older than the Forbidden Forest, shrouded in mist, and protected by enchantments most Aurors feared to cross. "The second," Ollivander continued, "is the tear of the enkindled flame. It's not an object, but a moment, a single, pure emotion captured during magical rebirth. It can only be obtained from a phoenix. In the instant, it is reborn." Harry blinked. "Fawkes is gone." "Yes," Ollivander said sadly, "but there may be one more. In the cliffs near Bramblemere, a nest was once seen. That is your second journey." "And the third?" Harry asked. Ollivander hesitated. "A crystal from the vault of reflection, deep beneath the ministry. It's not meant to be touched. It reflects the holder's truest self. But more importantly, it binds the wand to human will. not just magical ability. Harry straightened. The Ministry will never allow me near it. I know, Ollivander said, which is why they mustn't know. By the time Harry left the shop, dawn had crept over the cobblestones of Diagon Alley. The city was beginning to wake. Shopkeepers bustled, owls swooped overhead, and the soft murmur of conversation filled the streets. But Harry felt none of it. He had faced war. He had faced death. Now he was about to face tradition, and those who clung to it with teeth and claws. In a dark corridor beneath the Ministry of Magic, a man named Cassian Trask stood before a smoky glass wall, his reflection wavering like firelight. Tall, composed, and dressed in tailored navy robes. Behind him, another official entered. Sir, we've intercepted correspondence between Ollivander and Potter. Cassian didn't turn. And? They're building something. We're not sure what, but it's unconventional. Cassian's voice was soft. Then it must be stopped. He turned, revealing sharp gray eyes. Magic is not a gift to be handed out like sweets, he said. If Potter and Ollivander threaten the balance, then they threaten all of us. Should we summon him? No, Cassian said, stepping into the shadows. Let him make the first move. Then we'll remind him who keeps the world in order. Back in Ollivander's, the old man traced his fingers over the drawing of the wand, lips moving silently as though speaking to someone only he could see. The world is ready, he murmured, even if they don't know it yet. And with trembling hands, he began carving the handle from a block of ancient weathered oak, wood not touched in over 300 years. He would wait for Harry's return, but he would not wait forever. The fog lay thick as wool over the meadows beyond Hogsmeade, curling between the roots of gnarled trees and cloaking the low hills like a forgotten memory. Harry stood at the edge of a moss-covered path just beyond the railway line, where the tracks disappeared into a realm most wizards avoided, a forest whispered of in old journals and nearly erased from maps. Elder Hollow. It wasn't just old, it was ancient. Trees here weren't grown. They remembered being shaped by magic. Their trunks bore runes of languages long since lost. The leaves rustled in no wind, and the forest itself listened. Harry adjusted the straps of his enchanted satchel and stepped forward. The journey had begun. Elder Hollow was unlike the Forbidden Forest. It had no spiders, no centaurs. It didn't need them. The air was so dense with magic, it hummed against his skin. Every few steps, Harry paused, wand drawn, whispering detection charms that fizzled or twisted into strange symbols. Standard magic didn't work here as it should. Somewhere deep inside this forest, according to Ollivander's scroll, lived the last known Silverian worm, part dragon, part serpent, a creature with iridescent silver scales and a heartstring known to pulse with both enchantment and empathy, a being not known for cruelty, but for guarding secrets and solitude. Hours passed. The deeper Harry went, the darker the forest grew, not with night, but with layers of enchantment that filtered sunlight until it was little more than pale mist. He reached a stone circle by dusk, 12 smooth obelisks, each carved with sigils, all humming in the stillness. In the center, a pool reflected nothing. No trees, no sky, just endless dark. Harry stepped forward. "I come in peace," he said aloud, "for one final gift." Nothing answered. The circle remained still. He waited, and then the forest shifted. A ripple in the pool, a flicker beneath the surface, and then it rose. The silveren worm was beautiful, its body uncoiled like liquid light, silver and pearl and smoke. Its eyes, larger than Harry's head, were not cruel, but deep, as if they held oceans. It said nothing, made no sound. But Harry felt the voice within his bones. "Why do you seek my heart?" Harry bowed low. "Not for power, not for war, for hope." He drew out Ollivander's scroll, holding it out. "A wand that would allow magic to grow where there is none." The worm moved closer, lowering its head until Harry could see the veins beneath its translucent scales. Its breath smelled of clean snow and starlight. For the many, or the few? Harry hesitated. For those who were told they could never belong. A long silence followed. The creature's gaze passed through him, seeing everything. His grief, his battles, his longing for peace. Then it opened its mouth. From deep within its throat, like a pearl brought from the ocean's floor, came a single heartstring, silver and faintly glowing. It floated forward, suspended in magic. Harry caught it with trembling hands. "Guard it well," the worm whispered, and vanished into the pool. The moment the string touched his skin, he felt warmth flood through him. Not burning power, but comfort, as if a long-forgotten lullaby had just been sung to him. He turned from the stone circle and began the long trek back through the hollow. But he wasn't alone. A flash of motion, a rustle in the trees. Harry ducked just as a hex blasted through the foliage, scorching the bark beside his ear. He rolled, wand out, and cast a shield charm just in time to deflect a second blast. From behind a tree stepped a figure in deep blue, a ministry cloak. Not Cassian Trask, but one of his enforcers. "Potter," the man sneered. "I was told to watch for you. Thought you could go on a little errand and no one would notice." Harry narrowed his eyes. "How did you find me?" "Tracked your apparition trail. Left enough of a signature even the Muggle-born detection teams caught it. The Ministry doesn't take kindly to stolen magical property, you know." "I didn't steal anything." The man's wand flared. "The Silverine worm is classified. Endangered. Anything taken from it is restricted. Return the string." Harry shook his head. "No." The duel erupted in silence, broken only by the hiss of spells. Stunning spells. Blasting curses. The ground churned, roots tore free, and magical backlash cracked through the mist like thunder. Harry ducked behind a boulder, panting. He wasn't here to fight a war, but they had brought one to him. With a flick of his wand, he sent a disillusionment charm toward a patch of roots the moment the enforcer turned. Harry cast Expelliarmus and dove forward, snatching the wand mid-air. The man hit the ground hard, breath knocked from his lungs. "Tell Cassian," Harry said through gritted teeth, "that I'm not afraid of him, and that this wand is happening, with or without the Ministry's blessing." He vanished with a crack. By the time Harry returned to Ollivander's, his robes were scorched and muddy. He held the glowing heartstring like a relic, wrapping it carefully in velvet. Ollivander looked up from his carving, his face pale, but brightened by Harry's return. "You found it," the old man whispered, voice trembling. Harry nodded. "And I think the Ministry knows." Ollivander's expression hardened with resolve Harry had never seen. "Then we'll move quickly." He took the heartstring and laid it gently in a long, open groove in the wand's unfinished shaft. "One down," Ollivander said. "Two to go." Far beneath the Ministry, Cassian Trask stood before a flickering image of the Silverine Worm's pool, projected from a memory vial retrieved from the injured enforcer. He watched Harry defy their authority, and he did not smile. "Send word to Bramblemere," he said coldly. "Tell them to expect a visitor." The wind atop the cliffs of Bramblemere was a thing alive. It did not merely blow. It howled, whispered, threatened. It tugged at robes, bit at skin, and screamed in Harry's ears like an old ghost shrieking its grief to the sea below. The coastline was a wild stretch of gray, jagged stone, carved by centuries of salt and storm. And beyond it, the restless sea rolled beneath a sky smothered in clouds. Harry stood at the cliff's edge, cloak pressed flat against his frame, staring into the wind. Behind him, a narrow path wound down into the rock, barely visible beneath the mist. Ollivander's journal trembled in his hand, pages fluttering as if desperate to escape. The map had been clear. There had once been a nest here, a phoenix nest, long abandoned, possibly still watched. The tear of the enkindled flame, Ollivander had written, can only be taken freely. It must be born of sorrow, rebirth, and choice. To force it is to destroy it. He'd spent a week tracing whispers through ancient records and unreliable rumors, chased sea-bound memories in dusty Cornwall libraries, and bribed an old lighthouse keeper who swore he'd seen firebirds nesting in the cliffs when he was young. And now Harry was here, staring into a crevice no wider than a cupboard door, carved into the rock face halfway down a sheer drop. He took a deep breath, cast a wind-silencing charm over himself, and began to descend. The climb was slow and treacherous. One misstep would send him tumbling into the sea. Spells helped. He anchored his feet with Atasio, kept the mist from blinding him with impervious. But the closer he came to the hollow in the cliff, the heavier the air grew. And not just with magic. He could feel it. That strange, humming pressure he always associated with raw power. The kind that clung to time-turners and old curses. The kind that lived in wand cores and buried prophecies. The kind that had once lived in Fawkes. When he finally pulled himself into the nest, it was like entering another world. The hollow was larger than it looked, cavernous, warm despite the wind, its walls carved with ancient runes blackened by soot. Charred feathers littered the ground, and in the center, upon a blackened perch of twisted ironwood, rested a bundle of ash, perfectly formed, unbroken, a phoenix's deathbed, but no flame. Harry approached slowly, reverently. The ash was cold, long undisturbed. No signs of life, no embers. His heart sank. Too late. He sank to one knee, pressing a palm to the stone floor. There was no magic in it now, only silence. Then, a flicker, a warmth against his chest. He drew his wand, but it wasn't the wand glowing. It was the stone hanging from his neck, a small, enchanted pendant given to him by Ollivander, meant to resonate when phoenix magic was near. The ash stirred. Harry held his breath, and then, as if summoned by memory alone, a thin tendril of golden fire curled from the ashes. Not a blaze. Not yet. Just a spark. A heartbeat. And from the center, a glow began to build. Harry scrambled back. The fire grew brighter, hotter. The wind outside ceased. The cave fell into stillness. The ashes rose, and with a sound like 1,000 bells struck in unison, the phoenix was born. Not Fawkes. This one was smaller, silver gold instead of crimson. Its feathers shimmered like molten moonlight, and its eyes, wide, old, and knowing, locked with his. Harry dared not move. He barely breathed. The phoenix hovered in the air, wings outstretched, heat rolling from it in waves. Flames crackled from its tail feathers, and its cry, piercing, lonely, echoed down the cliffs like a requiem. It was alive, and reborn, and weeping. A single tear fell from its eye, bright as diamond, drifting toward Harry like a slow falling star. He cupped his hands. The tear landed with a sound like silver rain. It shimmered for a moment in his palm, then crystallized. The tear of the enkindled flame. He stared at it, heart pounding. It was warm, alive, more than a potion, more than an artifact. It was a choice, a sacrifice remembered. "Thank you," he whispered. The phoenix regarded him once more, gave a low trill of farewell, and vanished. One moment flame, the next, a wisp of smoke, caught in the wind. It was late when Harry returned to London. The lamplights of Diagon Alley flickered uncertainly as he slipped through the enchanted door of Ollivander's. The shop was dim, and Ollivander sat by the hearth, a wool blanket over his legs, hands trembling in his lap. Harry knelt before him and opened his palm. The crystal tear pulsed gently in the firelight. Ollivander gasped. "You did it," he whispered. "You saw one." Harry nodded. The old man reached out, fingers trembling, and touched the crystal. This will make the wand feel," he said softly. "Empathy, connection, the heart of fire, softened by grief." Then the front door exploded inward. A gust of wind swept through the shop, scattering parchment and dust. Shadows poured through the entry, and behind them, 3 black-robed figures stepped inside. Ministry robes, silver trim. Harry stood. Cassian Trask entered last, flanked by his agents, his expression calm but deadly. "I had hoped," he said, "that this was just a fool's errand. But you've gone too far, Potter." Harry reached for his wand, but Trask only raised a hand. "No need. This isn't an arrest. Not yet." "You broke into the shop," Harry growled. "I have cause. You're crafting an illegal magical conduit meant to bestow wizardry on a muggle. That violates 13 security protocols and every ethical statute in the registry." "It's not illegal," Harry said. "It's never been tried." "That's not how law works," Trask said coolly. "And you know that." Ollivander spoke then, voice barely audible. Magic chooses its own future. You cannot stop it. Trask's jaw twitched. Perhaps not, but I can delay it. He turned to Harry. We will be watching. If that wand leaves this shop, if it is given to anyone outside regulation, you will be charged with magical treason. He left with a sweep of his cloak, shadows coiling behind him like smoke. Silence returned. Ollivander let out a breath. So, we have one left. Harry nodded. The Vault of Reflection, he said. And Trask will make sure it's guarded. Ollivander leaned forward, eyes burning despite his weariness. Then we'll go deeper. Not through the front doors, through the old paths, the forgotten ones. Harry sat beside him. We'll need a plan. In a sealed ministry report stamped restricted, Trask read through surveillance logs and magical resonance traces from Bramblemere. He paused on a line glowing faintly in the parchment's margin. Phoenix rebirth confirmed. Tear registered. He frowned, and then, slowly, he smiled. They're farther than I thought, he murmured. He closed the file. Then we'll strike before the third is found. The Ministry of Magic had always been a place of order. Gilded elevators humming through brass shafts, murmured footsteps on polished floors, and the steady rhythm of enchanted parchment shuffling in self-aware cabinets. But beneath all of that, below the pomp and authority, lay older secrets, sealed off from even the most senior officials. And Harry Potter was headed straight into them. He stood inside a dimly lit corridor, deep within the Department of Mysteries. The air was heavy with enchantments, thick with wards. Only those who had passed through war and grief could feel how ancient and dangerous this level truly was. It wasn't the spells. They were quiet things. But the memories trapped in the stones, the knowledge that this was a place even the most reckless wizards feared to tread. A single door waited before him, unmarked, save for a faint symbol etched into the handle. A mirrored eye, half-lidded. Harry pressed his palm against it, murmuring the words Ollivander had taught him. Words not in any known magical tongue, but a forgotten root language used by early wand-makers. The lock clicked, slow and reluctant, like something old and angry being stirred awake. The Vault of Reflection was not a room. It was a descent. Spiraling steps wound downward through black stone, each step colder than the last. Torches flickered as he passed, illuminating words carved into the walls in dozens of languages. Warnings, mostly. Fragments of minds that had passed through here and not come out the same. Harry kept moving. It wasn't the dark that unnerved him. It was the silence. Not absence of sound silence, but the kind that pressed on the chest, like being watched by something without eyes. At last, the stairs ended in a chamber the size of a Quidditch pitch. The walls were smooth obsidian, curving like the inside of a bell. And in the very center, hovering just above a ring of runes carved into the floor, was the crystal. It looked ordinary. A pale shard, no bigger than a teardrop, glowing faintly with shifting colors, as though reflecting a light that wasn't there. Harry stepped forward. The moment his boot touched the outermost rune, the chamber stirred. The walls rippled, not physically, but in reflection. And then Harry saw them. Hundreds of versions of himself, flickering across the walls like illusions cast on smoke. Harry's younger and older, scarred and smiling, some broken, others cold and proud. One wore Death Eater robes. One wept over a grave. Another stood tall beside Ginny, 3 children at his side. Each image blinked into existence, hovered, and faded. It wasn't a trap. It was a mirror of all that he could have been, and all that he still might become. He gritted his teeth. He had come here for the crystal, not self-examination. But as he stepped closer, something resisted. The air thickened. His feet dragged. The runes flared crimson. And suddenly, the chamber was no longer empty. Cassian Trask emerged from the shadows. Harry knew it wasn't an illusion. His opponent carried presence like a storm cloud, cold, slow building, dangerous. "I warned you," Cassian said, his voice echoing. "You've crossed a line." Harry turned to face him, heart thudding. "You're following me now." "I'm containing you," Cassian said. "There are things in this world that were never meant to change, giving magic to those without it. Do you understand the imbalance that would create?" "It's not your choice," Harry said evenly. "Or mine." Spoken like a boy who never truly understood the cost of power. Cassian raised his wand. Harry didn't hesitate. His wand snapped into his hand with instinctual ease, years of Auror training taking over. Expelliarmus. The spell ricocheted off a shield charm. Cassian countered with a jet of violet light, silent, fast, designed to maim. Harry ducked, rolled, and sent a wave of stunning spells in return, trying to disarm rather than injure. Cassian was older, but precise. His spells carved slashes into the floor, cracked stone, disoriented with spiraling charms meant to fracture focus. But Harry wasn't a student anymore. He sidestepped a paralyzing beam and launched a ripple of fire along the floor. It didn't strike Cassian, but it forced him to retreat a few paces. That was all Harry needed. He dove toward the floating crystal. It hovered just out of reach, shielded by an invisible barrier. He didn't cast a spell. He whispered, not words of magic, but truth. "I don't want this for power," he said quietly. "I want it because he believes it. Because the world doesn't change unless someone makes the first move." The barrier shimmered and fell. The crystal dropped into his hand, cool and pulsing, and as it touched his palm, the chamber dimmed. The reflections vanished. Only one remained. Harry himself, standing not as a warrior, but as a man bearing responsibility for a world he still hoped could be better. Cassian stopped, wand still raised, but uncertain. "You could give it back," he said, voice low. "You could still walk away." Harry shook his head. "You're right. Magic changes the world. And this time, it's going to change it for everyone." With a flick of his wand, Harry vanished into the shadows, beyond the vault. Back in Ollivander's, the final pieces lay waiting. The heartstring, the tear, now the crystal. But the ministry would not rest. Cassian wouldn't let this go. The wand would need more than rare materials. It would need to stand for something. And in the night, as Harry reappeared in the workroom with the crystal glowing in his hand, Ollivander looked up, not with surprise, but relief. "It's ready," he whispered. But outside, storm clouds were gathering, and the final test was yet to come. Ollivander's hands trembled, but not from weakness. The workshop had been lit with quiet reverence. Candles floated in still air. The table had been cleared of everything but what mattered. The oak wand, now shaped and sanded, waiting for the final union. The phoenix tear, the silverin worm heartstring, and the vault crystal, each placed in perfect alignment. Harry stood across from him, the crystal still humming faintly in his grip. His robes were torn at the shoulder, a reminder of the encounter with Cassian Trask in the Vault of Reflection. But his eyes were steady. "Are you sure you want to do it tonight?" Harry asked. Ollivander gave a tired smile. "I may not have another." Harry nodded and gently set the crystal down. The wand core materials had been preserved in enchanted containers. The shimmering heartstring coiled like silver thread, the phoenix tear held in a floating vial of stilled time, and now the crystal, quiet but alive. It felt like holding starlight. Ollivander drew his wand and slowly began the joining. Each movement was precise, almost ritualistic. He carved runes along the wand shaft with the tip of his wand. Runes not for destruction or power, but ones signifying hope, choice, and awakening. These weren't from any known school of magic. They were older, passed down in whispered tales from wand makers long forgotten. "Hold the crystal," Ollivander murmured. "Let it feel your intent." Harry obeyed. As his fingers closed around it, the crystal warmed, and the workshop dimmed, shadows curling around them like watchful spirits. The wand accepted the core slowly. The heartstring twined into the hollow, the tear slipped into place without a sound, and finally, the crystal settled at the very base of the shaft, binding it all together. Then, a pause. The wand floated for a moment above the table. Ollivander took a breath and whispered the final incantation. The wand burst into light. It wasn't blinding, but warm, like a sun rising behind your eyelids. Every corner of the shop glowed with golden radiance. The floating candles flickered, and the very wood of the building seemed to shiver, as if recognizing something ancient. When the light faded, the wand dropped gently into Ollivander's outstretched hand. He held it for a long moment, and then he wept, not from sorrow, but from fulfillment. "It's done," he whispered, tears running into the lines of his face. "For the first time in wand lore, it is done." Harry stepped closer. "Can you feel it?" Ollivander nodded. "It doesn't hum like other wands. It listens." They stood there, letting the weight of it settle, but the quiet wouldn't last. A sharp crack sounded from the front of the shop. The door burst open, splintering off its hinges. Ministry officials poured in like a tide of black cloaks. At their head stood Cassian Trask, flanked by 2 hit wizards. His wand was already raised. "You were warned, Potter." Harry stepped in front of Ollivander, wand at the ready. "You've crossed a line," Cassian continued, his voice echoing off the walls. "You created a weapon that defies magical law, gives power to those who were never meant to wield it." "It's not a weapon," Harry replied. "It's a chance. That's what scares you." Cassian's lip curled. "You would end centuries of balance for what? Sentiment?" "No," Harry said softly. "For justice." Cassian flicked his wand, sending a paralyzing spell toward the workbench, but Harry was faster. With a shield charm, the spell deflected, striking the ceiling and exploding in a shower of plaster. Ollivander behind him did not run. He cradled the wand in both hands like a newborn. Cassian launched another curse, this one aimed directly at the wand. Harry gritted his teeth, shouted, "Protego Maxima," and pushed forward, the magical shockwave rippling through the room and knocking several wizards back. But they kept coming. Spells filled the air in flashes of light and heat. Bottles shattered, shelves collapsed. The air filled with smoke and the scent of scorched wood. And then the wand in Ollivander's hands pulsed, and from it came no curse, no blast. Only a wave of soft, golden magic. It rippled outward like a heartbeat, and where it touched, everything stopped. The spells froze mid-air. The ministry wizards staggered. Some collapsed to their knees, their wands smoking. Cassian fell back against the doorframe, eyes wide. Harry stared, heart pounding. And in the middle of the room, the wand floated, levitating above Ollivander's trembling palm. It pulsed again. This time, more gently. With a breath, the golden glow receded. Cassian struggled to stand. What was that? Ollivander's voice was barely audible, but it echoed like a bell. The first magic not born of magic. It responds to the will of the soul, not the wand. "You've doomed us," Cassian hissed. "You've introduced chaos." Harry stepped forward. "No, we've introduced choice." He raised his wand, but didn't fire. Cassian turned and left, shoulders stiff, footsteps echoing down the street. The ministry would not forget, but they would have to reckon with the world as it was becoming. Later, in the quiet aftermath, Harry stood beside Ollivander as he wrapped the wand in a strip of velvet. But instead of placing it in a case, he laid it on a small pedestal in the center of the shop. It would not be sold. It would not be given. It would be kept as a symbol. "What will happen now?" Harry asked. Ollivander smiled weakly. "Someone will come for it. Maybe tomorrow, maybe years from now. Someone who needs it. Someone ready. And until then, we wait. And we hope." Ollivander passed in his sleep a week later, peacefully, without pain. The wand remained, untouched, in the shop that had seen the making of thousands. But this one, the last, was different. Some say that on quiet nights, the wand still pulses faintly, that if you listen closely, you can hear something in its hum, not power, but possibility. And in that possibility, the hope of a world where magic is not born, but chosen. Where the spark of wonder can light in anyone, wizard or not. The early morning mist clung to the grounds of Hogwarts like a silken shroud. In the dim light before sunrise, the forbidden forest beckoned with its ancient secrets and hidden perils, as if whispering forgotten tales, only to those who dared to listen. In the solitude of his modest cabin on the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds, awoke to a knock that stirred his deep, gentle heart. It was no ordinary knock. It echoed with purpose. Hagrid rumbled to his feet and padded across the creaking wooden floor. Standing in the doorway was Professor Dumbledore himself. Tall, enigmatic, and cloaked in his signature deep purple robes that caught the faint glimmers of dawn. His eyes, twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, held a seriousness that made Hagrid's chest tighten. "Rubeus," Dumbledore said softly, his voice both kind and insistent. "I have a matter of great delicacy that requires your unique touch." Hagrid's rugged hands trembled slightly as he replied, "Professor, you know I'm always at your service." Dumbledore's gaze swept over the cluttered room. Books, jars of curious ingredients, and animal trinkets carefully arranged. "There have been troubling reports on the outskirts of the forest, near the borders where the half-giants make their reluctant home. A creature of uncommon nature has been sighted. A Graphorn. It appears to be wounded and in great distress, and there are fears it may have been injured by poachers who seek to profit from its rare hide." Hagrid's eyes widened with concern. "A Graphorn? They're fierce beasts, but I ken that they're misunderstood. If it's hurt, it might not have time to lash out when it only wants help." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Precisely. I believe that if we can reach it before the situation escalates, you, because of your natural affinity for magical creatures, may be the only one who can secure its safety. But this must be carried out discreetly. Hogwarts and its students must never know of this errand." Hagrid rubbed his hands together, excitement mingled with worry. "I won't let you down, Professor. I'll leave at once." Dumbledore smiled gently and pressed a small, folded parchment into Hagrid's calloused hand. "Read this carefully. It contains additional instructions. And Rubeus, take care. Some truths of the wild are not for everyone." After Dumbledore had departed as mysteriously as he had arrived, Hagrid sat down at his worn oak table. He unfolded the parchment with deliberate care. One side held Dumbledore's unmistakable handwriting, a brief but heartfelt message. On the back, in tighter script, were operational notes and a sketched map of the northern ridge. The paper smelled faintly of rosemary and ink, typical of Dumbledore's correspondence. The message was brief, yet heavy with implication. "Graphorn wounded near the high borders by the giant lands. Locate it swiftly. It is not merely a beast of burden and fury. There is rarity and a need for healing in its eyes. Trust your heart, and remember that compassion is power. Dumbledore." Hagrid's heart pounded like a drum. He knew all too well the fragile balance between magical creatures and the wizarding world's fear of the unknown. The Graphorns, though dangerous, were majestic beasts, relics of a wilder past. That one in distress might herald disaster for the half-giants, who had long lived in reluctant exile, and for the delicate threads that bound the magical creatures of the forest together. He rose, his large frame filling the cramped room, and began packing a small bag. Into it he carefully placed a sturdy set of robes, a handful of potion ingredients for healing salves, and, most importantly, a well-worn notebook in which he recorded all manner of creatures and their known habits. Over the years, this notebook had been his guide, a chronicle of the many beasts he'd encountered, and sometimes rescued. Outside, the great castle stirred, its ancient stones humming with morning magic. Hagrid stepped out into the chilly air, his heart heavy but determined. He knew the roads by heart, the hidden paths through overgrown hedges, the secret shortcuts bypassing the prying eyes of Hogwarts' teachers. He had traversed these wilds many a time, always returning with something new, a lost creature, an uncharted glade, or a simple lesson in the language of the forest. Today, however, he would venture deeper than before. With the instructions from Dumbledore guiding him and the weight of responsibility on his broad shoulders, Hagrid mounted his faithful motorbike, a contraption of magical craftsmanship designed for speed and stealth. The engine purred softly as he set off toward the high borders where the forest merged with the lands of the giants. As he rode along a winding path carved centuries ago, Hagrid recalled earlier whispers among the half-giants. They had spoken, in hushed tones, of a wounded beast that roamed the borderlands, a creature with a hide as tough as dragon scales and eyes that shone like ember in the twilight. His own heart, tempered by years of caring for all manner of magical beings, knew that such a creature, vulnerable and frightened, deserved mercy. The landscape began to change as he neared the outskirts of the forbidden forest. The trees grew denser and older, their trunks gnarled and wide, their leaves forming a thick canopy that muted the rising sun. The air itself seemed charged with ancient magic, a reminder of the countless secrets that lay hidden beneath root and stone. Riding in careful silence, Hagrid finally reached a narrow glen where the path was choked with brambles, and the sound of distant animal cries echoed faintly. He slowed, dismounting and securing his bike under a copse of towering firs. Here, among the shadows, he would make camp and begin his search. He took a deep breath, steadying himself for the task ahead. He remembered his own beginnings, a boy fascinated by the creatures that roamed the lands, a boy who had once dreamed of a world where no creature was feared for its nature. That dream, however, had been tempered by the harsh truths of wizarding society. Today, that dream would compel him to act once more. Hagrid set out on foot, his robust figure moving slowly over the soft, dew-drenched earth. He followed a faint trail marked by deep hoofprints and occasional broken branches. The forest was alive with subtle sounds, a rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft murmur of a hidden brook. Hours passed. The sun climbed slowly in the sky, dappling the forest floor with shafts of light that turned the mist into a glistening tapestry. At length, Hagrid arrived at a clearing bordered by ancient stone markers, remnants of old, forgotten boundaries between human domains and the wild. There, he saw something that made his heart wrench. A large, hulking shape, lying in a bed of ferns. Drawing closer, he saw the creature. A Graphorn, its massive body scarred and trembling, its leathery hide stained by a mixture of mud and blood. The great beast lay curled in a defensive posture, one horn tipped toward the ground, as if it were guarding a wound on its side. Hagrid approached slowly, every step measured and gentle. "Easy now, big fella," he murmured in a low, soothing tone that he had used countless times in the presence of even the fiercest hippogriffs. His warm brown eyes met the creature's wary gaze, which was filled not with malice, but with pain and confusion. He knelt and set down his satchel, retrieving a vial from within, a concoction of healing herbs he'd learned to brew in his youth. He knelt by the Greythorn's side and spoke softly. "I'm here to help you. Dumbledore sent me, you hear? We're all friends in the wild." The creature's breath came in heavy, painful gusts. Hagrid took care to approach with utter non-threat, offering gentle words alongside careful, measured touches. The Greythorn's great chest heaved as Hagrid examined the wound, a deep laceration along its flank, evidently inflicted by a trap, or, more likely, by cruel poachers who sought to capture its hide. Hagrid applied the healing salve with his large, calloused hands. He murmured incantations he had learned from various magical creatures' textbooks, allowing his innate compassion and understanding to guide him. Time seemed to slow. The forest held its breath as the giant creature's eyes flickered with a subtle change, a glimmer of trust. For long minutes, Hagrid remained by the Greythorn, soothing it with his presence and his quiet magic. The beast's labored breathing began to ease, and though it never rose to the full confidence of a tamed creature, a fragile calm settled over the clearing. As Hagrid wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, he glanced at a small scrap of parchment tucked into his satchel, a note from Dumbledore urging him not to disturb the balance of the wild or reveal too much of his mission. With a heavy heart, Hagrid knew that secrecy was part of his duty. It was a lonely burden, one he had borne for many years, yet one he accepted without reservation. With the Greythorn stable for the moment, Hagrid took out his notebook and began to record every detail: the creature's size, the nature of its injury, and the surrounding evidence of poachers' involvement. He noted the peculiar pattern of hoofprints and the sparse, broken branches that hinted at a frantic escape. Each detail was important, not only for the creature's recovery, but for the future safety of the half-giants who dwelled nearby. The day slowly waned, and Hagrid resolved to remain with the Greythorn until evening, ensuring it would not be left alone to suffer if the creature's pain flared up unexpectedly. As the deep orange of sunset bled into a quiet purple twilight, Hagrid's gentle ministrations coaxed the beast's breathing into a steady rhythm. The great creature, meanwhile, closed its eyes, perhaps in trust, perhaps in exhaustion, and lay silently beneath the ancient trees. That night, alone in the secluded glen, Hagrid settled on a fallen log, his thoughts as heavy as the damp earth around him. He thought of the poachers, of the greed that drove men to harm such magnificent beings, and of the delicate balance Dumbledore always spoke about, the balance between the human world and the untamed magic of the wild. It was a balance that often teetered on a knife's edge. He remembered all too well the fierce loyalty he had for magical creatures, from the timid Kneasel to the mighty blast-ended Scroot. Today, his heart ached with responsibility for a creature that might be the key to safeguarding a piece of that wild world, a piece that the half-giants revered as part of their heritage. For too long, magical creatures had suffered in silence, and now here was his chance to be their voice. In the darkness, the only sounds were the low murmur of the forest and the steady, even breaths of the injured Graphorn. Hagrid closed his eyes, letting his own breathing settle into a slow rhythm that matched the pulsing heartbeat of the wilderness. He resolved, as always, that he would do everything in his power to see the creature safely returned to its natural habitat, far away from the clutches of men who would exploit it without a second thought. By dawn, Hagrid intended to make camp and tend to the creature further, gathering herbs from the forest floor to reinforce the healing salve, and planning his discreet return to Hogwarts to report his success and the threat that still lingered. Every detail would be noted, every precaution taken for the safety of all those who dwelt, both within and beyond the castle walls. With the first pale light of morning beginning to glow over the treetops, Hagrid carefully stood, not wanting to disturb the delicate peace he'd worked so hard to achieve. The Graphorn stirred slightly, its great eyes softening as it acknowledged his presence. Hagrid gave a gentle smile, as humble as his enormous frame allowed. "Rest easy, my friend," he murmured. "We'll move when the light comes. For now, you just rest." And as the day broke slowly over the wild, ancient woods, Hagrid's secret mission settled into silence. A mission born of loyalty, compassion, and the unyielding belief that every creature in the magical world deserved a chance to live free. The sun rose pale and veiled behind the morning fog as Hagrid knelt beside the Graphorn once more, checking the creature's wound. The bleeding had slowed overnight, and the heavy rise and fall of its chest came easier now, no longer strained with each breath. It had eaten little, but enough. He ran a hand gently along its coarse hide, careful not to spook it. "Right, my friend," he murmured. "We'll get you somewhere safe, somewhere real quiet." The glen where the creature had collapsed was no longer safe. The broken traps, the scent of humans in the undergrowth, and the distant magical traces Hagrid had sensed the night before all pointed to one thing. They would return. Poachers didn't give up easily, not when they knew what they were hunting. Hagrid packed quickly, a roll of enchanted gauze, a flask of murtlap essence, dried thistleberries, and a bit of stale bread for himself. He extinguished his campfire with a muttered aguamenti, then turned back to the Graphorn, who now watched him through half-lidded eyes, tired but alert. "We'll go north," he said aloud, "along the riverbed, then cut through the ravine. There's a place I know, where the old ferns grow thick, quiet, deep. Even the centaurs don't wander there much." He didn't expect the beast to understand, but it gave a low grunt, almost like agreement. Using vines reinforced with wand work, Hagrid fashioned a wide harness. He murmured gentle encouragements as he secured the makeshift bridle around the Graphorn's shoulders. It rose slowly, swaying but steady. Hagrid stood by, hand ready to catch if needed, though the creature stood nearly as tall as him at the shoulder, and stronger by far. They set off before the dew had dried, moving slow and silent into the deeper folds of the forest. The forbidden forest changed the farther one wandered. The air grew denser, older. Trees twisted into impossible shapes, bark thick with moss and memory. Hagrid's feet knew the rhythm of the place, though even he treaded more carefully now. There were beasts here that did not forgive intrusion. They passed beneath towering birches and veils of hanging ivy. Birds sang cautiously above. Once, the distant howl of a werewolf echoed, but far and faint. At midday, they reached the riverbed. Hagrid helped the Graphorn wade into the cool, shallow water. The beast drank deeply, the tension in its shoulders easing. "Good, in it," Hagrid said, splashing his face and watching as the water ran dark with soil and old blood. "You'll feel better soon." He crouched on a flat stone and pulled a folded bit of parchment from his coat pocket, notes he'd made from Dumbledore's original instructions. "The poachers may not be random. We suspect a pattern. Targeted strikes on highly magical breeds. Reem, Graphorn, Nundu. Report anything irregular." Hagrid stared at the line, frowning. Poachers were always around, greedy wizards with no respect for magical life. But this was organized. They weren't just collecting hides. They were choosing species. Rare ones. Powerful ones. "Not good," he muttered. By late afternoon, the trees grew taller, thicker, their boughs blotting out the sun. Here, shadows came early. Hagrid paused at a clearing ringed with blackthorn and elder trees. It was eerily silent. He drew his wand. The Graphorn stepped forward and let out a sharp, guttural snort. That was when Hagrid saw the sigils, etched into the base of the trees in dark runes. Faint, but present. Circles, interlocking crescents, something that looked almost like fangs. He crouched near one, running his fingers over the bark. Old magic, dark magic. His hand went to the crossbow slung over his back, not to use, but out of instinct. "This ain't right," he whispered. Then he heard the sound, a twig snapping, slow footfall, not animal. Hagrid turned quickly, wand raised. "Show yourself!" Silence. Then a voice, low and oily, from the shadows. "You're far from the castle, half-blood." 3 figures emerged, hooded in dark traveling cloaks. Their wands glinted in the dim light, already drawn. Hagrid stepped in front of the Graphorn, heart thudding. "I ain't looking for trouble," he said. "Just passing through." One of the men laughed. "That thing behind you? Worth more than your life. Move aside." Hagrid's stance hardened. "No." They moved as one. The duel was short, but brutal. Hagrid's sheer strength, combined with defensive spells and a sudden blast of wandless magic, fueled more by emotion than technique, sent two of them sprawling. The third launched a chain hex, but the Graphorn charged with startling speed, ramming the attacker and knocking him into the underbrush with a crunch of bone and cry of pain. Silence returned, but now it was heavier, haunted. Hagrid stood still, panting. The Graphorn's flanks heaved, its head lowered but steady. They had defended each other. When night fell, they camped in a hollow beneath twisted roots. Hagrid set wards, stronger ones this time, and fed the creature a handful of thistleberries, whispering softly as he cleaned its bandages again. "Ye did well today," he said. "Real well." The Graphorn blinked slowly, and though it made no sound, it seemed to understand. As the firelight flickered low, Hagrid leaned back, arms behind his head, and stared into the dark canopy above. Something bigger was going on. This wasn't just about one injured creature. Someone, maybe several someones, was collecting powerful magical beasts, preparing for something. And Hagrid, for all his humble tools and stitched-up cloak, had just stepped right into the middle of it. The fire crackled low in the hollow beneath the ancient yew roots, throwing flickering shadows across the forest floor. The Graphorn lay beside it, curled against the mossy earth, its breathing heavy but steady. Hagrid sat not far off, staring into the flames, his hands absently stirring a pot of nettle broth that smelled of smoke and herbs. He had faced many dangerous creatures in his life, but it was people that unsettled him most. The attackers hadn't returned. Not yet. But their intent had been clear. Whoever they were, they'd known what the Graphorn was, and how valuable it could be. They had come prepared, not as hunters, but as professionals. Poachers didn't use coordinated sigils. They didn't move in silence like trained scouts. These weren't ordinary thieves. Hagrid's mind churned. He couldn't make sense of it yet, but one thought gnawed at him more than the rest. They were looking for something beyond just profit, and if they were after magical creatures of power, what else might be next? By the time the first silver gleam of morning touched the upper leaves, Hagrid had made his decision. He'd need help, not from the Ministry, nor from Hogwarts, but from someone who knew these lands like he did. Someone who had always walked the edge between civilization and exile. He packed their supplies carefully and whispered a calming word to the Graphorn. "We're moving again, friend. We've a ways to go, but you'll be safe soon. I promise." They moved west, deeper into the forgotten parts of the forest, where the canopy grew thick and twisted, and the air carried a scent of bark, ash, and memory. It was here that the half-giants made their camps, when they made them at all. They were a nomadic people, mistrustful and proud. Few wizards knew how to find them. Fewer still were welcome. But Hagrid was not like most wizards. He had a blood bond, half of him born from their kind. And though that part of his lineage had brought him scorn and loneliness, it also granted him passage where others would find only closed doors and stone-faced silence. By mid-afternoon, he reached the cliff path. The trees gave way to tall stone ridges, blanketed in fog and ferns. Far above, a carved sigil marked the boundary, a broken spiral carved into a slab of slate. It shimmered faintly when he passed beneath it. He didn't speak, didn't raise a wand. He simply waited. Moments later, a voice called from the mists above. "Who trespasses?" "Not a trespasser," Hagrid called back. "Not for you. It's Rubius." There was silence, then the sound of heavy footsteps descending through the fog. She emerged like a storm cloud parting, nearly 10 feet tall, wrapped in a cloak of weathered bear hide, with sharp eyes the color of rain-soaked rock. Her braided hair hung in thick ropes over her shoulders, and a long scar crossed one cheek. "Hagrid," she said, with a nod that was more warlike than friendly. "You're far from your school." "I am," he admitted, "but not for nothin'. I came seekin' you, Bruna." She eyed him, then glanced past his shoulder at the Graphorn trailing behind him, limping but alert. Her brow furrowed. "You brought trouble." "No," Hagrid said gently. "I brought a friend." That evening, they made camp in the heart of the half-giant settlement. It was not a village, just a ring of stone shelters half buried in the cliffs, weather-worn and ancient. Few spoke to Hagrid directly, but none turned him away. The Graphorn was offered base beneath an overhang, where it was fed and allowed to rest without fear. Bruna led Hagrid to the largest fire, where 4 or 5 elders sat in silence, staring into the flames. She handed him a bowl of thick stew and sat beside him on a stump. "What happened?" she asked. He told her everything. The mission, the injured Graphorn, the dark sigils, the ambush. Her jaw tightened as he spoke, and when he showed her the copy of the rune he'd sketched on the back of Dumbledore's parchment, she let out a hiss between her teeth. "I have seen this before," she muttered. "Last winter, Eastridge. One of our old ones was found dead, torn by dark magic. These marks were on the stones nearby. Ministry, no? They don't listen," she said coldly. "To us or to you, I suspect." Hagrid didn't argue. He knew it was true. Bruna leaned forward. "These poachers, they're organized. Their kind walk between wizarding lands and the outlaw places. But this isn't just greed. Something's changed. They seek beasts of power. Why?" She looked into the fire. "Because they serve someone who believes blood is no longer enough." Hagrid frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean," she said slowly, "someone is building something. Not an army, not a cause, a tool. And they're using what magic remains in creatures like yours to make it." The campfire crackled between them. Hagrid's stomach twisted. He thought of Norbert, the baby dragon he'd once hatched in his hut, of Buckbeak, proud and gentle when treated with respect, of Fluffy, of Aragog. They had all been misunderstood, feared, chained by those who saw only danger or gain. Now someone was trying to drain that magic, to forge something else. "I've got to find out who's behind this," Hagrid said. Bruna placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Then go further. North. Past the Silver Marshes. There's a glade near the cliffs of Kelkshorn. Ancient creatures used to breed there. Graphorns, reem, maybe even a Nundu once. They may have left signs." "I'll go," Hagrid said. "But will you help watch the Graphorn? Just till I return." Bruna nodded once. "It'll be safe here." Hagrid rose, his cloak catching the firelight like storm clouds at dusk. "I don't reckon I'll be long," he said, "but long enough." And with that, he left the camp, his silhouette swallowed once more by the wild. The northern forest was quieter than any Hagrid had known, and that unsettled him more than any roar in the night. There were no bird songs, no rustling creatures in the brush, just the soft pad of his boots over damp moss, and the sound of his breath clouding in the cold. He had crossed the marshes at sunrise, his path guided by Bruna's directions and old instincts. The glade at Kelkshorn lay at the end of a narrow ravine, choked with mist, and flanked by cliffs worn into spires by wind and time. Long ago, it had been a birthing ground for Graphorns and other powerful creatures, magical beasts too wild for domestication, too rare for regular wizarding sight. Now, the glade was still. Too still. Hagrid crouched low beside a tree, split by lightning long ago, its charred remains marking a border the half-giants still whispered about. He scanned the clearing. There, at the far end, half buried beneath curling roots and moss, lay a ring of standing stones. And in the center, flickering faintly in the air like a curtain of smoke, a protective barrier. But it was broken. He stepped forward, wand drawn. The moment he passed between the stones, a chill ran down his spine. The clearing had once been enchanted. He could still feel the residual hum beneath his boots, like echoes in old bone. But now the magic had been torn, cracked open by force. Scorch marks ringed the outer stones, and one lay toppled and shattered, its runes bleeding silver dust into the soil. Hagrid knelt beside it, brushing away a handful of broken bark and gravel. There were signs. Faint tracks, pressed deep by someone heavier than a man. Boot prints. Drag marks. And the unmistakable groove of a Graphorn horn, gouged into stone. They'd been here, and they hadn't come to observe. They'd come to take. A low groan echoed from beyond the glade. Hagrid rose instantly, heart thudding. From the mist beyond the broken stones emerged something enormous. A cage, wrought of black iron, and dragged behind a pair of wingless thestrals, both ragged and sickly. Inside it, unconscious and bound, lay a second Graphorn. This one smaller, younger. Its hide was slashed by silver manacles glowing with containment spells. Behind the cage stood 4 wizards in dark travel cloaks, faces hidden beneath bone-like masks, shaped like jackals. Their wands pulsed with sickly green enchantments as they worked quickly, setting down a series of crystals around the clearing. It was a ritual, and it wasn't just poaching. Hagrid's grip tightened on his wand. He stepped from behind the tree and shouted, "Oi, leave the creature be." The masked figures froze. Then one of them turned slowly. His voice, when it came, was distorted by a charm, low and hollow like wind through a crypt. "You weren't supposed to follow us." "I wasn't supposed to find you either," Hagrid growled. "But here I am." "You're interfering with higher orders," the man said. "These creatures serve no purpose anymore. Not in the world we're building." "You call it building. I call it butcherin'." Hagrid stepped forward, wand raised. "Now let it go. I won't ask twice." The one in front laughed. "You're just a gamekeeper. Half-blood, half-breed. You don't understand the value in what we're doing." "I understand enough," Hagrid said coldly, and then he moved. The duel was chaos. The clearing erupted with spellfire, trees exploding into splinters, runes hissing with volatile energy. Hagrid deflected 3 curses in rapid succession, his wand crackling with defensive magic. He hurled a gust of raw force that knocked one attacker back into the stone ring with a sickening crack. But there were too many of them. He took a stunning spell to the shoulder and fell to one knee, teeth gritted in pain. Another spell struck his chest, and the wind left him in a howl. His wand flew from his hand, landing somewhere in the grass. Through the haze, he saw the leader step forward, hand raised, wand aimed for the killing blow. And then, a roar. From behind the trees, the air split with the sound of fury, made flesh. The Graphorn, his Graphorn, burst from the woods, its hide gleaming, eyes wild and full of fire. It crashed into the poachers like a battering ram, its horns slashing through spell barriers, tearing into one cloak after another. One of the men screamed as he was lifted and thrown like a sack of bones. The others scattered in terror. Hagrid, half-dazed, scrambled to his feet. The Graphorn wheeled around and stood between him and the fallen attackers, breathing hard, battered, but proud. "That's it, lad," Hagrid muttered. "You showed 'em, just like I knew you would." He found his wand, then turned to the younger Graphorn in the cage. A flick of his wrist and a shouted, "Alohomora Maxima!" blasted the lock apart. The manacles released with a hiss of steam, and the young creature groaned weakly. Hagrid crouched, laying a hand on its side. "You're all right now? We've got you." The older Graphorn stepped beside them, snorting, nudging the younger with its great head. A low, warbling call passed between them. Not rage, not fear, recognition, family. The clearing was silent again. The masked wizards were gone, fled into the mist, or scattered like frightened prey. One had left behind a satchel. Hagrid opened it cautiously. Inside, pages of diagrams. lists of magical creature parts, a ledger of shipments. One name at the top of the parchment chilled him to the bone. Cassian Trask. Hagrid knew that name. A former unspeakable. Quietly dismissed for conducting illegal magical experimentation on living creatures. It had been whispered about in order circles years ago. Dumbledore had warned him, "Some darkness does not come openly, Rubeus. It prefers to twist things from the shadows." Now Hagrid had proof that Trask was active again, and worse, he was hunting magical beasts with a purpose. By nightfall, Hagrid had led both Graphorns through the glade and back toward the path to Bruna's Ridge. He walked in silence, the enormity of what he'd discovered weighing heavily on his shoulders. He would return to Hogwarts soon. He would tell Dumbledore everything. But first, he would make sure these two were safe. Hogwarts stood quiet beneath the heavy clouds of early October, its turrets brushed by wind and damp, with the mist of a fading storm. The scent of rain lingered on the grounds as Hagrid crossed the threshold of the castle gates, his boots heavy with mud, a long scratch across his coat, and a satchel of dark truths hanging from one shoulder. The two Graphorns were safe. He had guided them through the winding paths of the North Ridge, through whispering pines and sleeping hills, all the way to a protected glen, known only to the half-giants and the oldest centaurs. There, Bruna had met him, wordless and solemn, and helped him settle the younger creature beneath the roots of a rock arch that glowed faintly with ancient enchantments. They had not spoken much. They didn't need to. The older Graphorn had turned once to look at him as he stepped away, its breath rising in soft huffs as the mist rolled through the glade. Not a goodbye. Something quieter. A shared understanding. A bond, unspoken. Now, Hagrid returned to where his duty always pointed him. To Hogwarts, to Dumbledore, and to the hidden edge between the known and the wild. The school bustled beyond its stone walls, but Hagrid bypassed the main entrances. He moved along the edge of the greenhouses, through the shadow of the North Tower, and up the hidden stair behind the second courtyard, an old passage most students thought led to disused broom cupboards. He knocked only once on Dumbledore's door. "Come in, Rubeus," came the voice, before his knuckles had even lowered. Dumbledore stood at the tall window, watching the slow trail of clouds drift beyond the forbidden forest. His robes were darker today, the color of charcoal smoke. The silver threads of his beard seemed to catch the gloom like a spell. He turned, his blue eyes sharp and quiet. "You've returned," he said. "I trust the Graphorn is alive?" "Two of 'em, Professor," Hagrid said hoarsely, setting the satchel down on a low table. "One injured, one captured, but I got 'em both out. They're safe now. Bruna's people are watching 'em." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "And the poachers?" "Not just poachers." Hagrid unbuckled the satchel flap and pulled out the parchment bundle. Maps, diagrams, spell matrices, all marked in tight, clinical handwriting. He laid them out, each more damning than the last. "Cassian Trask," he muttered. At that, Dumbledore's gaze hardened. "I suspected as much," he murmured. He was expelled from the Department of Mysteries for reasons the Ministry never made public. But he had theories. Dangerous ones. Ritualized magic drawn not from bloodlines, but from the creatures who embody magical essence. Pure magic, untempered by human thought. He looked over the documents, his expression unreadable. "He's building something," Hagrid said. "Maybe not alone." "Yes," Dumbledore said, almost to himself. "And this confirms it." The two men stood in silence, the weight of what lay ahead stretching between them, like the hills beyond the forest. Then Dumbledore turned back to Hagrid, softer now. "You saved more than those 2 Graphorns, Rubius. You may have saved the line that binds creature magic to the earth." Hagrid shifted uncomfortably, cheeks red. "Just doing my part, sir." "No," Dumbledore said gently. "You're doing far more than that." Later that night, Hagrid sat outside his hut once more, Fang snoring at his feet, a mug of steaming nettle tea cradled in his hands. The fire crackled beside him, low and warm. He opened his weathered leather notebook, the one he'd started as a boy, when he'd first fallen in love with magical beasts. The cover was patched and stained. The pages smelled of pine sap, ink, and time. He turned to a fresh page and began to write. Species, Graphorn. Date, October 6th. Location, Northern Glade, Ridge of Kelkshorn. Notes, 2 recovered, 1 adult, 1 adolescent. Healing, trust slowly earned, extraordinary resilience. Behavior suggests social memory transfer between kin. Wounded by magical restraint, likely cast by poachers using siphoning ritual. Survivors, fighters, guardians. Verdict, worth protecting. Always. He paused. Then beneath it, he wrote a single line, smaller, fainter. They say I'm too soft on monsters. Maybe that's true, but I'd rather be soft than blind. It had been a tense start to Harry's 3rd year at Hogwarts. The news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban had darkened every hallway, and the presence of the Dementors at the castle gates only made the air colder and heavier. Whispers about Black weren't just limited to the Daily Prophet anymore. They drifted from portrait frames and filled the spaces between lessons. Harry tried not to show it, but he felt it pressing down on him, especially at night. "Did you hear that?" Ron asked one evening in the common room, glancing at the window behind them. Harry looked up from his copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3. The window rattled again. Though there was no wind, outside, the forbidden forest stretched into darkness. "It's nothing," Hermione said, not looking up from her essay. "Just the trees. They shift in autumn." But it wasn't just the sound. In the past week, more than a few students had returned from care of magical creatures lessons with uneasy expressions. A group of third-year Hufflepuffs whispered about seeing shadows moving behind the trees, too large and too quiet to be any normal animal. And during lunch the day before, a nervous-looking Colin Creevy said he'd overheard a group of sixth-years talking about a witch who lived in the forest. "They say she used to be a Hogwarts student," Colin had whispered, "but she went mad and ran into the trees, and if she hears you out there after dark, she curses you." Neville had dropped his pumpkin juice at that. "Urban legend," Hermione had muttered, but Harry wasn't so sure. Hagrid didn't help matters either. When they asked about strange things in the forest after class, he'd gone unusually quiet. "Lots of things in the forest," he said, tugging at Fang's leash. "Some best left alone, mind. Stick to your lessons and don't go poking your noses where they don't belong." But then, as they turned to leave, Hermione spotted something just beyond Hagrid's pumpkin patch, growing at the edge of the trees. A small cluster of shimmering white flowers, pulsing faintly like soft candlelight. She stepped closer. "Those aren't in any of the herbology textbooks," she murmured. Harry had crouched beside her. "They're humming." Ron didn't like it. "They look like the sort of thing that would scream if you stepped on them." "Don't touch 'em," Hagrid had barked from behind. "Forest-born, not native, rare and tied to old magic." And that was the end of the conversation. That night in the Gryffindor common room, after the fire had burned low and most students had gone to bed, the trio sat by the hearth in hushed tones. "She's real, isn't she?" Ron said. "The witch." "We don't know that," Hermione replied quickly. But even she didn't sound fully convinced. "Then how do you explain the forest-born plants?" Harry asked. Hermione looked at her hands. "They're not commonly seen anymore. Some people think they only grow near places of wild magic. Magic that doesn't obey structure or ministry-approved practices." Ron shivered. "Sounds like something out of a bedtime horror story. But what if she's not dangerous?" Harry asked. "Harry," Hermione said, "even if she's not, if the ministry thinks she is, that could be just as bad." Ron leaned back in his chair. "You reckon she's tied to Sirius Black? Maybe hiding him. What if that's why he came to Hogwarts?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "No evidence for that. Besides, Dumbledore would know." Harry, however, stared into the fire. He couldn't shake the image of that flower, growing without permission, out of sight, tied to something older than the castle itself. Later that week, in the library, Hermione dug into the school's older herbology records. After some digging through a dusty binder marked Outlying Forest Flora, 1860 to 1925, she found a single sketch that matched the flower they saw. "Moonflame Bell," she read aloud, "said to grow in places touched by wandless, emotional magic, especially protective or healing spells." Harry frowned. "So, someone in that forest is doing magic?" Hermione nodded. Not just magic, old magic. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance. A few days later, after a defense against the dark arts lesson, Seamus mentioned something that made Harry's ears perk. "You lot hear about Peeves?" Ron asked, lowering his voice. "He's been flying around the corridors singing some weird rhyme. Follow the singing, follow the flame, past the trees that whisper a name." Total nonsense. Hermione looked up sharply. "That doesn't sound like nonsense to me. Peeves might be unpredictable, but poltergeists are sensitive to magical disturbances. They pick up on things others don't." "Right," Ron said, squinting. "So now he's a magical weather vane? He reflects the magic around him, even if he doesn't understand it." Hermione replied. They didn't plan it, not officially, but by Friday evening, the three of them found themselves walking toward the edge of the forest again. Just to look. Just to see if anything was out of the ordinary. The flowers were still there. But this time, something else was too. A distant sound. A high, clear hum. Not music exactly, but not noise either. It came from deeper in the woods. Hermione gripped Harry's sleeve. "We should go back," she said. Harry didn't answer. He just stepped forward. They only stayed a minute. The sound faded before they reached the first thick grove, and the cold air suddenly snapped through the trees, like a warning. They turned back fast, but not before Harry caught a glimpse of something at the tree line. A shimmer. A figure. Cloaked in shadows. Watching. He blinked, and it was gone. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry didn't sleep well. He kept thinking about the humming, the shimmer, the glade, and something else too. The flowers had bowed as they passed, as if welcoming them in. The forbidden forest wasn't forbidden without reason. Even in daylight, the dense tangle of trees near its edge felt like a boundary between two worlds, one shaped by timetables and house points, the other by things older and untamed. But under moonlight, the woods changed. Shapes shifted. Branches curled like fingers. Sounds stretched long and low, and the castle behind you began to feel very far away. Still, Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned. "I don't like this," Ron muttered, holding his wand a little too tightly. "We're supposed to be worrying about Sirius Black, not chasing forest ghosts." Hermione didn't look up. She knelt beside the patch of moonflame bells and studied them by wandlight. "They've multiplied," she whispered. "There were 5 last week. Now there are 8. "Brilliant," Ron grumbled. "We found a magical weed." Harry knelt beside her. "The humming's back," he said. It was soft, barely there, but it pulsed gently in the air, like a held note. "Do we follow it?" Hermione asked. Harry didn't answer. He stood, stepped past the glowing petals and slipped between two gnarled trees. Behind him, he heard Hermione sigh and Ron curse under his breath. But then, their footsteps followed. The path didn't start as a path. It was just forest at first. Thick roots and uneven ground, the snap of twigs underfoot, and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made Ron jump. But as they walked, the trees began to thin. Not vanish, but open, like someone had once shaped the space to allow a person to pass. "Look at that," Hermione said, pointing with her wand. "Carved into the bark." They paused beside an old oak tree. Its trunk bore a symbol, an open eye with a line through it. Beneath it, a word carved in rough script. Varela. Ron leaned back. So she's real, not just some campfire story. Hermione nodded slowly. This proves she's still alive. Or at least, someone wants people to think so. A warm breeze drifted through the trees then, carrying something odd. Laughter. Not mocking, but musical. Like children playing far away, though there were no children in the forest. The three of them froze. "Just an echo," Hermione said quickly. "I don't think echoes sound like that," Ron replied, squinting into the darkness. Then the lights appeared. Tiny white orbs, soft as candle flames, drifted between the trees ahead. One hovered briefly, bobbing in midair, before drifting deeper into the forest. They followed. The trail ended in a glade. It wasn't large, just a clearing surrounded by silver-barked trees, and lit by moonlight so clear it felt like a dream. The grass was lush, and the air smelled faintly of crushed leaves and distant rain. And there, by a low stone, knelt a figure, cloaked. She was humming to herself, a tune that didn't belong to any song they'd heard before. Before her lay a small creature, an injured bird with feathers that shimmered like starlight. Her hands hovered above it, glowing faintly at the fingertips. Harry stepped forward. The woman froze. She didn't rise. She didn't flee. Instead, she turned her head slightly, enough that the side of her pale face caught the light. Her features were fine, though marked by deep tiredness. Sharp cheekbones, dark circles beneath her eyes, and a look that reminded Harry of someone who had lived alone for a long, long time. No wand in sight, just her, the bird, and the forest. They didn't speak. Harry felt Hermione's hand on his arm, pulling him back gently. "She saw us," she whispered. But the woman didn't speak or move. She simply looked, not frightened, not angry, just curious, studying them like one might study a storm on the horizon. Then, with a slow movement, she bent back to the bird and finished whatever spell she was casting. A warm light washed over the creature, and its wings slowly stretched. The bird fluttered upright. alive, whole. Then, without a word, the woman stood and turned toward the trees on the far side of the glade. She walked into them. She didn't vanish or shimmer or disappear in a puff of smoke. She simply walked, silent, sure, and slow, until the forest swallowed her up. None of them moved for a while. "She didn't attack us," Hermione said finally, as they sat beside the edge of the glade. "Didn't even say a word," Ron added. "Not very witchy, if you ask me." "She healed that thing without a wand," Harry said. That made them both fall quiet again. Eventually, they turned back. The lights were gone. The humming had stopped, but the path remained, as if the forest had accepted them, or perhaps chosen to. Back in the castle, Harry sketched the glade from memory before bed. He wasn't good at drawing, but he tried to capture the trees, the light, and the woman's silhouette. Hermione began looking for mentions of Varela in the library. Ron started carrying a protection charm in his pocket, and Harry, late at night, began listening for the humming. Because something told him this story wasn't over yet. It had been nearly a week since their strange encounter in the forest, and the image of the cloaked woman in the glade lingered in Harry's mind, like a dream he couldn't quite shake. Hermione had been poring over every book she could get her hands on in the library, seeking clues about who the woman might be. Harry and Ron had helped at first, but their interest was waning. Quidditch practices were ramping up again, and Ron had taken a fresh liking to his wizard chessboard after winning twice in a row. But Hermione was different. She was restless, determined. "This wasn't just some forest dweller," she said one evening in the common room, flipping through a volume called Forgotten Figures of Magical Britain. "That glade, the singing, the illusions, there's advanced magic involved. Nature-based, maybe. I've read about something called sylvan enchantments. Old, pre-Hogwarts stuff." Harry leaned over to glance at the page she had bookmarked. It showed a drawing of a woman with wild hair, surrounded by flowers blooming in her footsteps. "Witch of the Green Hollow," he read aloud. Hermione shook her head. "No, she's too old. This one was around during the Founder's time. But it got me thinking, maybe this kind of magic isn't dark. Misunderstood." The next day, Hermione asked Professor Flitwick a carefully worded question after class about witches who used nature magic and might have been expelled. Flitwick had hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. "I'm afraid that's a rather sensitive subject," he had said. "There are reasons some names are left out of our official records." That only made Hermione more determined. By Friday, she found what they were looking for. Not in a history book, but in a slim, dusty volume tucked between oversized herbology tomes in the restricted section. She'd gotten permission from Madame Pince by claiming it was for a class essay on seasonal magical flora. The book was called Disciplinary Records, 1850 to 1900, and in it was a name. Virella Weinstead, expelled in 1874, charges use of unregulated life enchantments, violation of magical creature protection protocols, and breach of student safety. She was in Ravenclaw, Hermione whispered, eyes wide. She disappeared after leaving Hogwarts. Some said she went north, others that she took refuge in the Forbidden Forest. Look at this. She was gifted in herbomancy and specialized in regeneration charms. They said she created plants that could accelerate healing or even mimic magical properties. That doesn't sound like dark magic, Ron said, though his voice wavered. But why was she kicked out? Hermione pointed to the bottom of the page. Accused of causing a magical accident involving a dead animal reanimated with unnatural vitality. Ministry report declared her magic unstable and possibly cursed. Label: dangerous. They were quiet for a long moment. So, she brought something back to life, Harry said slowly. But maybe she didn't mean to. Exactly, Hermione said. She might have just been ahead of her time. Or maybe they misunderstood what she was doing. Ron frowned. Or maybe she really is dangerous, and you two just like complicated people. Hermione ignored him. They called her Virella the Wild after that, but some students said she was a protector of lost creatures. There were even rumors she helped hidden magical families during the first Goblin rebellions. It's just hard to separate what's real from the legends. Harry leaned back, staring at the common room fire. So, the woman we saw, she's Virella. She never left the forest. And now the Ministry still thinks she's out there, Hermione said softly, and probably still dangerous. That night, Harry sat awake in his bed, listening to the wind tapping against the castle windows. Somewhere deep in the forest, Virella was still alive, tending to injured birds and hiding from a world that had once cast her out. He wondered what she had seen in them, why she had let them go. Maybe she knew what it meant to be misunderstood. Maybe she saw something in Harry that he couldn't yet see in himself. But Harry's thoughts were soon interrupted. The next morning, at breakfast, Filch could be seen talking with Professor McGonagall, gesturing angrily and holding something wrapped in cloth. McGonagall's eyes went sharp. Whatever it was, she turned on her heel and left the hall with urgency. "What was that about?" Ron asked, but Hermione had already gone pale. "I think someone found traces of us leaving the castle." They didn't know it yet, but Virella's quiet glade was no longer a secret, and others were already on their way. The news came not from a professor, but from Seamus Finnegan. "Blimey, did you hear?" he said at lunch, slapping his tray down beside Harry's. "Couple of hit wizards were spotted in Hogsmeade this morning. Aurors, maybe. Full cloaks, ministry boots, talking to Madame Rosmerta." Harry and Ron exchanged a look. Hermione dropped her fork. "Are you sure?" she asked quickly. "Positive," said Seamus, clearly enjoying the drama. Neville said he overheard Rosmerta telling Professor Flitwick they were asking about unauthorized forest entries. Sounds like someone's in trouble. Harry's stomach dropped. He remembered the wrapped bundle Filch had been holding the day before. Hermione had been right. Someone had found signs of their nighttime excursion. Probably a bit of Harry's cloak snagged on a branch, or Ron's muddy shoe prints. Or worse, some magical trace Varela had unknowingly left behind. The three of them huddled in the common room after classes, whispering. "This is bad," Ron said. "They're not just here for questions. If they're sending hit wizards, it means they think she's a threat." "They always thought that," Hermione muttered, flipping through her notes. Everything they said about her was based on fear, not fact. They've never even proven she hurt anyone. All she did was study life magic. Dangerous, yes, but not dark. Harry was quiet for a long time, then said, "We need to tell Dumbledore." Hermione looked up. "You think he doesn't already know?" "He might," Harry said. "But if these ministry people are working around him, or worse, without his approval, he'll want to stop them. He's the only one who could." Hermione hesitated. What if he agrees with them? What if he thinks she's too dangerous to be left alone? Harry didn't answer. That night, they sat by the fire again, surrounded by the usual evening noise of Gryffindor Tower, and tried to decide what to do. The forest was forbidden for a reason. Varela might not be evil, but she was still powerful, and if they interfered again, they might make things worse. Dumbledore once said that sometimes doing what is right means going against the rules, Hermione said softly. "Yeah, and sometimes it means getting expelled," Ron muttered. But the decision was made. They waited until the following night, when a thick mist rolled in over the grounds. Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak. Hermione brought a satchel of basic healing supplies, just in case. Ron carried a lantern. They snuck out under the cloak, slipping past Filch and Mrs. Norris, with practiced care. The air was damp, heavy with the smell of moss and old bark. Somewhere to the north, in the denser parts of the forbidden forest, a quiet danger stirred. The glade was harder to find this time. At last, they reached the edge of the clearing. The glade glowed faintly under the misty moonlight. Virella stood in the center, as if waiting. Her hood was down now. Her face was pale and sharp, her eyes bright, like morning dew on leaves. She did not smile, but there was no anger in her gaze either. A calm, tired acceptance. "I knew you would return," she said, her voice soft but carrying. You heard the wind shift. They come for me. Hermione stepped forward. You don't have to run. We can help. We can tell the headmaster. There's still time. No, Virella said. I will not place this forest in harm again. I was born of its roots, and I will remain among them. Harry stepped beside Hermione. Then let us help you hide. Virella looked at them long, her hands gently stroking the feathers of the bird she still carried from their first visit, now fully healed. I once tried to show the world what magic could become if it grew wild, she said. But the world prefers its magic in boxes and chains. Hermione stepped closer. You don't need to disappear. There must be something, some proof we can give them. Virella reached into her robe and pulled out a small crystal vial, stoppered with bark and sealed with wax. Inside, a swirling green-gold liquid shimmered softly. Give this to Albus Dumbledore, she said. It is a distillation of my life's work. Harry took the vial, wrapping it carefully. Before they could say more, a far-off crack echoed through the trees. Virella turned without panic. Go. They ran. Behind them, Harry thought he saw a swirl of vines wrap around Virella, as if drawing her into the earth. The glade dimmed, and the forest grew quiet. They didn't stop until they reached the edge of the woods, breathless, hearts pounding. Back in the castle, Harry placed the vial in his trunk, hidden beneath his cloak. No one saw Virella again. The Hit wizards claimed the forest was clear. No traces remained, only footprints in the moss, long since faded. The Ministry's visit passed like a shadow, quiet, swift, and unsettling. The next morning, Hogwarts buzzed with rumors. Strange lights seen near the lake. Centaurs stirred from their trails, and two cloaked figures seen returning from the forest long before dawn. But there was no arrest, no announcement, no trace. To the students, the excitement faded within days, replaced by new distractions, Quidditch rivalries, and whispered gossip about Sirius Black. But to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, something had shifted. Virella was gone. Dumbledore never mentioned her. Not in class, not in corridors, not in passing. But one evening in early November, Harry worked up the nerve. The three of them waited until the end of dinner, then approached the head table. Dumbledore was just finishing his tea, eyes half closed behind his half-moon spectacles. "Professor," Harry said, trying to sound steady, "could we speak to you in private?" Dumbledore's eyes opened fully, and for a moment, Harry thought he saw a flicker of understanding. "Of course," he said. "My office, I think." They followed him up the winding stairs, past the gargoyle that didn't ask for a password, as if it already knew. Inside, The fire was lit, casting warm flickers across ancient books and mysterious silver instruments. Fawkes stirred sleepily on his perch. Harry reached into his robe and took out the small vial Varella had given him. He set it gently on the desk. Dumbledore looked at it for a long moment without speaking. "She said it was her life's work," Hermione said. Her voice cracked slightly. "And that you might understand." Dumbledore reached out and picked up the vial, holding it to the light. The green-gold liquid shimmered in his palm like bottled sunlight through leaves. "Forest-born magic," he said softly. "Old, untamed. I've not seen its kind in many years." "You knew her?" Ron asked. "I knew of her," Dumbledore replied. "And I suspected she might still live, though few would believe it. Varella Greenthorn was once a gifted student of this school. She studied magic in ways that frightened others, not because they were dark, but because they were free." "Why didn't you stop the hit wizards?" Harry asked. Dumbledore sighed. "Because even a headmaster has limits. I offered warnings. I delayed. But I cannot bar the Ministry from investigating what they deem a threat." "But she's not a threat," Hermione said. "She helped a wounded creature. She never hurt us." "Few today know how to make this," he said quietly. "It is called Sylvan Draught, an ancient infusion born from raw, ambient magic drawn directly from forest ecosystems. Not brewed in cauldrons like ordinary potions, but woven into existence over years through harmony with magical plants and creatures." He turned the vial slowly in his hand. Varella Greenthorn was one of the few witches who understood how to shape this kind of magic without corrupting it. It's not used for healing in the traditional sense, but rather for restoration, balance. If given to wounded land or sickened creatures, it helps restore natural magical rhythms. It is gentle, but immensely powerful. Then Dumbledore said, "I will keep this safe. And one day, if the world grows wise enough, I will share what it contains." He looked at Harry again. "Sometimes, Mr. Potter, we cannot stop injustice, but we can choose not to be its servants." That winter, snow came early. The trees stood bare, and the forbidden forest felt quieter than ever. But one day in December, as Harry dug through his trunk, looking for a spare quill, his hand brushed against something soft. He pulled it out and saw parchment, aged, creased, but unmistakable. It was a drawing. Rough lines, quick strokes. Hermione had made it on their second night back from the glade. The clearing under moonlight, the crooked tree, Virella kneeling beside the bird, a single lantern glowing in the background. Spring came, then summer, and by the next year so much else had changed. But sometimes, when Harry passed the forest at dusk, and the wind shifted just so. He thought he heard soft humming, half remembered, hidden in the leaves. Varella Greenthorn had vanished from the world, but her grove had not forgotten, and neither had he. The morning mist clung to the cobblestones of Diagon Alley as Harry Potter adjusted his deep blue aura robes for what felt like the 100th time. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for the brass handle of the ministry's entrance, hidden behind the leaky cauldron. After 3 years of intensive training, countless examinations, and more hexes deflected than he cared to count, this was it. His first official day as a fully qualified Auror. The familiar sensation of the ministry's lifts carried him down to level 2, where the Auror headquarters buzzed with quiet efficiency. Senior Aurors moved with practiced confidence between cubicles, their conversations a low murmur of case updates and investigative strategies. Harry's footsteps echoed slightly as he made his way to his assigned desk, a modest space near the back corner that still felt impossibly important. Potter. The gruff voice belonged to Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had become head of the department after the war. His presence was as commanding as ever, but there was warmth in his eyes as he approached Harry's desk. "Ready for your first case?" Harry straightened, his nervousness giving way to determination. "Yes, sir." Kingsley placed a thin file on Harry's desk. "Nothing too dramatic for your first assignment. We've received reports of unusual magical accidents in Little Whinging. No, not your old neighborhood," he added with a slight smile, noting Harry's expression. "This is Little Whinging in the Cotswolds. Picturesque wizarding village. Population about 300. 3 separate incidents in the past 2 weeks. Might be nothing. Might be something. That's what we need you to find out." Harry opened the file, scanning the neat handwriting that documented each incident. A cauldron explosion at the local apothecary that had been far more destructive than it should have been. A broomstick that had gone completely haywire during a routine cleaning, nearly taking out half the village's prized rose garden. And most recently, a protective charm on the village's ancient oak tree that had backfired spectacularly, causing every leaf to turn bright purple and emit a low humming sound. "You'll be working with Senior Auror Penelope Clearwater on this one," Kingsley continued. "She's got experience with magical accidents and a good eye for detail. Learn from her, Potter, but don't be afraid to trust your instincts." Within the hour, Harry found himself standing in the heart of Little Whinging, a village that seemed to have stepped out of a storybook. Thatched cottages lined winding lanes, their gardens bursting with flowers that shimmered with subtle magical properties. The air itself felt different here, cleaner somehow, with an underlying current of old magic that made Harry's skin tingle slightly. Penelope Clearwater was waiting for him by the village's central fountain, an elegant structure carved from white stone and enchanted to produce water that sparkled like diamonds in the afternoon sun. She was older than Harry remembered from their brief encounters during the war, her hair now streaked with silver, but her eyes were as sharp as ever. "Harry," she greeted him with a warm smile. "Ready to solve your first mystery?" They began their investigation at Bramblewood Apothecary, a cozy shop that still bore scorch marks from the cauldron explosion. The proprietor, an elderly wizard named Cornelius Bramble, wrung his hands as he recounted the incident. "Never seen anything like it," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "Been brewing the same pepper-up potion for 40 years. Same recipe, same technique. But this time, the cauldron just went mad. Exploded with such force it took out half my inventory." Harry examined the remnants of the cauldron, running his fingers along the twisted metal. There was something odd about the way it had warped, as if the explosion had come from within, but been guided by an external force. He pulled out his wand and cast a revealing charm, watching as faint traces of magical residue became visible. "Penelope," he called softly. "Look at this." She approached, her experienced eyes immediately focusing on what Harry had discovered. "Interference magic," she murmured. "Someone deliberately destabilized the brewing process." Their next stop was the home of Millicent Clearwater, no relation to Penelope, as she was quick to point out, the owner of the wayward broomstick. The elderly witch lived in a cottage so covered in ivy that it seemed to have grown from the earth itself. She met them at her garden gate, her broomstick held firmly in her arthritic hands. "Beastly thing tried to take my head off," she said, though her tone suggested more annoyance than fear. 40 years I've been using this broom for household chores. Never given me a moment's trouble until last week." Harry examined the broomstick carefully, noting the way the bristles seemed to quiver with barely contained energy. Another revealing charm showed the same type of interference magic they'd found at the apothecary. "Someone's been very busy," Penelope observed as they walked toward their final stop. The ancient oak tree stood in the village square, its purple leaves creating an otherworldly canopy that hummed with a sound like distant music. Village children had gathered around it, pointing and giggling at the spectacle, while their parents watched with expressions of concerned bewilderment. "The protective charm was cast by our village's wise woman, Esmeralda Greenthumb," explained the village elder, a dignified witch named Cordelia Fairweather. "She's maintained the magical protections on this tree for decades, but when she renewed the charm last week, it went purple and started humming," Harry finished, studying the tree with growing interest. The same interference magic was present here, but stronger, more concentrated. As the afternoon wore on, Harry and Penelope interviewed more villagers, each story adding another piece to the puzzle. A weather charm that had produced snow in July instead of gentle rain. A light spell that had turned every lamp in the village green for 3 days. Small incidents, easily dismissed as simple magical mishaps. But the pattern was unmistakable. "Someone's targeting this village," Harry said, as they sat in the village's only pub, the Drowsy Dragon, reviewing their notes over butterbeer. But why? And how? Penelope leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. "The magic isn't random. Look at the pattern. It's not meant to cause serious harm, just disruption, fear. Like someone's trying to drive people away," Harry mused. "Or make them distrust their own magical abilities," Penelope added. "Nothing makes a wizard feel more vulnerable than having their magic turn unreliable." That evening, Harry walked alone through the village streets, his mind turning over the evidence they'd gathered. The interference magic was sophisticated, requiring both skill and intimate knowledge of the spells being sabotaged. Whoever was doing this had been observing the village for some time, learning the routines and magical practices of its residents. He paused by the humming oak tree, its purple leaves rustling in the evening breeze. The sound was oddly soothing, like a lullaby played by the wind itself. As he stood there, lost in thought, he noticed something he'd missed earlier. A small cottage at the edge of the village square, its windows dark and garden overgrown. "Excuse me," he called to a passing villager. "Who lives in that cottage?" The witch, middle-aged with flour-dusted hands, glanced toward the house and frowned. "That's the old Thornwick place. Been empty for months now, ever since Ezra moved to London. Shame, really. He was a talented wizard, specialized in protective charms and household magic." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "When did he move away?" "Oh, about 2 months ago. Said he'd received a better offer from some magical security company. Strange thing was, he seemed so reluctant to leave. Loved this village, he did. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his room at the village's small inn, staring at the ceiling and thinking about Ezra Thornwick. 2 months ago, just before the magical accidents had started. A specialist in protective charms and household magic. Exactly the type of spells that had been sabotaged. By morning, he had a plan. "You want to do what?" Penelope asked over breakfast, her eyebrows raised. "I want to visit Ezra Thornwick in London," Harry said, buttering his toast with careful precision. "I think he might have some answers." "Based on what? The timing is suspicious, I'll grant you, but—" "It's more than timing," Harry interrupted gently. "Think about it. Someone with intimate knowledge of this village's magical practices. Someone who would know exactly which spells to target and how to sabotage them. Someone who might have a reason to want the village to seem unsafe or unreliable." Penelope considered this, her fingers drumming against her teacup. "You're suggesting he's sabotaging his old home. I'm suggesting we need to find out," he answered. The journey to London took them through the morning mist, apparating from the village square to the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. From there, they took the night bus to a modest neighborhood where Ezra Thornwick had supposedly found new employment. The address led them to a narrow townhouse, squeezed between a magical bookshop and a store selling self-stirring cauldrons. The brass nameplate read Thornwick Magical Securities, Protective Charms, and Household Safety. Convenient, Penelope murmured as they climbed the steps to the front door. Ezra Thornwick himself answered their knock. A thin, nervous man in his 50s with graying hair and ink-stained fingers. His eyes went wide when he saw their aura robes. "Mr. Thornwick," Harry began, "we're investigating some unusual magical incidents in Little Whinging. I understand you used to live there." Yes, I did," Thornwick stammered, stepping back to allow them into his small office. "But I've been here in London for months now, building my business. You understand." Harry looked around the office, noting the sparse furnishings and the stack of unopened mail on the desk. "Business seems to be going well." "Oh yes, very well," Thornwick said quickly. "Lots of clients interested in protective charms. People are so worried about magical security these days. Especially in villages like Little Whinging," Penelope observed casually. "I imagine those recent magical accidents have people quite concerned." Thornwick's face went pale. Accidents. What accidents? For the next hour, they questioned Thornwick about his business, his reasons for leaving Little Whinging, and his knowledge of the village's magical practices. His answers were evasive, his manner increasingly desperate. But Harry could sense something else beneath the surface. Not malice, but fear. "Mr. Thornwick," Harry said finally, leaning forward in his chair, "I don't think you're doing this out of spite. I think someone is forcing you to do it." The man's composure cracked completely. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. "You don't understand," he whispered. "They have my daughter." The story came out in broken pieces. Thornwick's daughter, Lydia, had been kidnapped 3 months ago while visiting friends in London. Her captors had demanded a specific ransom. Not money, but Thornwick's services. He was to sabotage the magical systems of Little Whinging, making the village appear unsafe and unreliable. "They said if I didn't do exactly what they asked, I'd never see her again," Thornwick sobbed. "I tried to refuse, but they sent me a photo of her. She looked so scared." "Who are they?" Harry asked gently. "I don't know. They contact me through enchanted letters. No return address, no way to trace them. They want me to continue the sabotage until the village is completely evacuated." "But why?" Penelope pressed. "What's so important about Little Whinging?" Thornwick looked up, his eyes red with tears. "The land. The village sits on one of the most magically potent sites in Britain. The oak tree in the square is over 1,000 years old. It's a focal point for natural magic. Someone wants to claim that land for themselves." Harry felt the pieces clicking into place. And they need the village empty to do it legally. If everyone leaves voluntarily, they can purchase the land without interference. "There's more," Thornwick continued. "They've been pressuring the village council to sell, made offers that seemed generous at first, but the villagers refused. They love their home too much to leave for any price. So they decided to make the villagers want to leave," Harry concluded. The rescue of Lydia Thornwick took place that very evening. Using the enchanted letters as a tracking device, Harry and a team of experienced Aurors traced the kidnappers to an abandoned warehouse in London's magical district. The confrontation was swift and decisive. The criminals, revealed to be a group of dark wizards working for a magical property development company, surrendered without significant resistance when faced with trained Aurors. Lydia was unharmed, but frightened, and the reunion between father and daughter brought tears to Harry's eyes. As he watched Ezra Thornwick hold his daughter close, Harry felt a deep satisfaction, not just from solving the case, but from reuniting a family torn apart by greed and fear. The trial was held the following week. The mastermind behind the scheme was revealed to be Caractacus Blackwood, a wealthy wizard who had made his fortune buying up magically significant properties and exploiting their natural power for commercial purposes. He had planned to build a magical resort on the site of Little Whinging, complete with artificial magical attractions that would have completely disrupted the natural magical ecosystem. Blackwood and his associates received lengthy sentences in Azkaban, and the Thornwick family was provided with protection and counseling to help them recover from their ordeal. Harry's final report on the case was thorough and detailed, but as he sat in the ministry's quiet evening atmosphere, finishing the last of his paperwork, he found himself thinking less about the technical aspects of the investigation and more about what he had learned. His first case as an Auror had taught him that the most important skill wasn't dueling or defensive magic. It was the ability to see beyond the obvious, to understand that people's actions often stemmed from fear or desperation rather than malice. Ezra Thornwick wasn't a criminal. He was a father trying to protect his daughter. The villagers of Little Whinging weren't victims of random magical accidents. They were being systematically targeted by someone who saw their home as nothing more than a profitable piece of real estate. A week later, Harry returned to Little Whinging for the village's celebration of the case's resolution. The oak tree's leaves had returned to their natural green, though the villagers had decided to keep the gentle humming sound. They found it soothing and magical in the best possible way. Ezra Thornwick had returned to his cottage, his magical securities business relocated to a small office in the village where he could help his neighbors strengthen their protective charms. His daughter Lydia had enrolled at Hogwarts, where she was already showing promise in defense against the dark arts. "Thank you," Thornwick said to Harry as they stood beneath the oak tree, watching the village children play in the dappled sunlight. "Not just for finding her, but for understanding, for seeing that I wasn't the real enemy." Harry smiled, feeling the warm satisfaction of a job well done. "Sometimes the best part of being an Auror isn't catching the bad guys," he said. It's helping the good ones find their way home. As the sun set over Little Whinging, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber, Harry felt a deep sense of peace. His first case as an Auror was complete. But more than that, he had discovered something important about himself and his chosen profession. Being an Auror wasn't just about fighting dark wizards or solving mysterious crimes. It was about protecting the things that mattered most. Family. Community. The simple right of people to live in peace in the places they loved. The village of Little Whinging would continue to thrive, its magical oak tree humming softly in the evening breeze, its residents secure in the knowledge that their home was safe. And Harry Potter, newly confident in his role as an Auror, would carry the lessons of his first case with him throughout his career. That justice wasn't always about punishment, but sometimes about healing, understanding, and giving people the chance to make things right. As he prepared to apparate back to London, Harry took one last look at the peaceful village, its windows glowing warmly in the gathering dusk. This was why he had become an Auror, not for the excitement or the danger, but for moments like this, when he could help preserve the quiet magic of ordinary life. The soft humming of the oak tree followed him as he disappeared into the night, carrying with him the satisfaction of a case closed and a family reunited, ready for whatever mysteries tomorrow might bring. The September afternoon sun streamed through the tall windows of an empty Transfiguration classroom as Hermione Granger carefully extracted her time turner from beneath her robes. The delicate golden device caught the light, its intricate mechanisms glinting as she prepared for what had become a familiar routine during her impossibly packed third-year schedule. "I still can't believe McGonagall gave you that thing," Ron whispered, glancing nervously toward the door. "What if someone sees?" "No one will see," Hermione replied with the confidence that came from weeks of practice. "I just need to go back 3 hours to attend arithmancy. I'll be back before you know it." Harry watched with fascination as his friend's fingers found the tiny hourglass at the center of the device. The time turner had become as essential to Hermione's routine as her wand, allowing her to attend multiple classes that occurred at the same time. But today, something felt different. The device seemed to vibrate slightly in her hands, and the sand within the hourglass swirled with an unusual golden luminescence. "That's odd," Hermione murmured, frowning at the time turner. "It's never done that before." Before Harry or Ron could respond, Hermione began to turn the hourglass. 1 turn for 1 hour back. That was the rule. But as she completed the first rotation, the device suddenly grew warm in her hands. Sparks of golden light began to emanate from its center, and the careful mechanism that had worked so reliably began to spin wildly, completely out of her control. "Hermione!" Harry shouted, reaching toward her, but it was too late. The time turner was spinning faster now, its golden chain whipping through the air as magical energy crackled around them. The last thing any of them remembered was grabbing hold of each other as the world dissolved into a whirlwind of light, color, and the sensation of falling through time itself. When consciousness returned, they found themselves lying on cold stone floors, in what was unmistakably Hogwarts, but a Hogwarts unlike any they had ever seen. The walls around them were rougher, more primitive, lit only by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows across hand-carved stone. The magic in the air felt different too, wilder, less refined, as if the castle itself was still learning how to contain the power within its walls. When are we? Ron groaned, pushing himself up from the floor. Hermione sat up slowly, the time-turner still clutched in her hands. Its golden surface was now dim, the intricate mechanisms frozen in place. I think we've gone back much further than 3 hours, she whispered. Harry rose to his feet, taking in their surroundings. They were in a corridor he recognized from their own time, but everything was different. The portraits that usually lined the walls were absent, replaced by simple tapestries depicting heraldic beasts. The very stones beneath their feet seemed newer, somehow, as if the castle was still growing into itself. The sound of footsteps echoed from around the corner, accompanied by voices speaking in accented English that sounded formal and archaic. The trio quickly pressed themselves against the wall as a group of students passed by. Young people their own age, but dressed in simple robes of undyed wool, carrying leather satchels and wooden writing boards, instead of the parchment and quills they were accustomed to. "Good morrow, Brother Benedict," one student called to another. "Art thou prepared for Master Aldwin's examination in the transmutation of base metals?" "Aye, though I fear my attempts at creating silver from lead have yielded naught but smoke and disappointment," came the rueful reply. As the voices faded, Hermione's eyes went wide with realization. "Medieval Hogwarts," she breathed. "We're in medieval Hogwarts. Look at how they're dressed, how they speak. This must be the 15th century, maybe earlier." "We need to be careful," Harry said immediately. "If anyone sees us, we could change history." Disillusionment charm, Hermione agreed, pulling out her wand. "We can observe and help if needed, but we have to stay hidden." The trio cast the charm on themselves, becoming nearly invisible as they began to explore this ancient version of their school. The Great Hall was smaller and cruder, with actual torches providing light instead of floating candles. Students worked with hand-carved wooden wands and mixed their potions in clay vessels instead of metal cauldrons. Everything felt more primitive, yet somehow more connected to the raw essence of magic itself. They watched medieval students practicing basic levitation charms in a courtyard, their excitement palpable when simple spells worked. Unlike the casual attitude toward magic they were used to in their own time, these students treated every successful spell as a minor miracle. "Look how hard they're concentrating," Hermione whispered, as a young witch managed to levitate a feather for 3 whole seconds. "In our time, first years do that spell without thinking twice." "The magic feels different too," Harry noted quietly. "More alive somehow." Their invisible exploration led them through corridors they recognized, but which looked completely different. The moving staircases hadn't been invented yet, so students climbed simple stone steps, worn smooth by centuries of use. the portraits were absent. Apparently, magical artwork wouldn't be developed for another few decades, but their peaceful observation was interrupted when they heard shouts of alarm from the castle's lower levels. Racing invisibly toward the commotion, they discovered a serious crisis. A group of students had become trapped in what would one day become the Dungeon Potions classroom after a magical experiment had gone wrong, sealing the chamber with a barrier of crystallized magic. The trapped students were visible through the translucent crystal wall, their faces pressed against the barrier as they called for help. The magical crystal was slowly growing thicker, and the air inside the chamber was becoming dangerously stale. The medieval professors were struggling desperately to break through the barrier, their magic proving insufficient against the crystalline shield. Master Aldwin, an elderly wizard with a long gray beard, was casting spell after spell, but each attempt only seemed to make the crystal grow thicker. "We've tried everything," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Heating charms, freezing spells, even tried to shatter it with force. Nothing works." "The crystal feeds on magical energy," observed another professor, a stern-looking witch. "Each spell we cast makes it stronger." The trapped students were beginning to panic now, and the trio could see that the air inside was definitely running low. The medieval wizards had no knowledge of the harmonic frequency techniques that could disrupt crystallized magic. "We have to help," Harry whispered urgently. "But how do we do it without being seen?" "I have an idea," Hermione said quietly. "We can cast the counter spells from around the corner, making it look like the professors are doing it themselves." Working together in their invisible state, they positioned themselves in the shadows. Hermione calculated the exact magical frequency needed to shatter the crystal, while Harry and Ron prepared to channel their combined magical energy. They had to time it perfectly. Their spells needed to hit the barrier just as the professors cast their own attempts, making it appear that the medieval magic had suddenly succeeded. "Now," Hermione whispered, and they cast their harmonic disruption spell at the exact moment Master Aldwin tried another heating charm. The crystal wall shattered with a sound like breaking bells, and the trapped students stumbled out, gasping for fresh air. The medieval professors looked amazed at their sudden success. "By my beard," Master Aldwin exclaimed. "The heating charm worked. But why now, when it failed before?" "Perhaps the combined magical pressure finally found the crystal's weak point," suggested the witch professor, though she looked puzzled by the unexpected success. The trio smiled invisibly as the rescued students were led away to the hospital wing for examination. They had helped save lives without anyone knowing they had been there. But before they could explore further, the time turner around Hermione's neck began to glow once more. The world dissolved again, carrying them forward through the centuries. This time, when the spinning stopped, they found themselves in a Hogwarts that was even more primitive, and yet somehow more purposeful. The walls were rougher still, but carved with protective runes that pulsed with active magic. Carved into the stone above a grand archway were 4 symbols: a lion, a badger, an eagle, and a serpent. "The Founder's Era," Hermione whispered in awe. "We're actually in the time of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin." They quickly recast their disillusionment charms, becoming invisible once more as they explored this most ancient version of Hogwarts. The castle was smaller here, more like a fortified manor than the sprawling institution they knew. Students were few, perhaps only 50 in total, and they moved with the careful respect of those who knew they were part of something unprecedented. The trio quickly realized this was a time of great danger for the magical world. The castle was under constant threat from various dark creatures and hostile wizards, who saw the gathering of magical knowledge as a threat to their power. Protective wards surrounded the grounds, but they were primitive compared to the sophisticated defenses of their own time. They observed students learning not just magic, but also how to defend themselves and their new school. Lessons included both spellcasting and sword play, and even the youngest students carried basic protective charms at all times. From their invisible vantage point, they watched the 4 founders themselves moving through the corridors. Godric Gryffindor, tall and golden-haired with his famous sword at his side. Helga Hufflepuff, round and kind, carrying herbs from the gardens she was cultivating. Rowena Ravenclaw, elegant and thoughtful, a diadem glinting in her dark hair. And Salazar Slytherin, sharp-featured but not yet showing the bitterness that would eventually drive him from the school. But their observation was suddenly interrupted by a commotion from the castle's main tower. Dark creatures, something like primitive dementors but more feral and wild, were attacking the castle's magical defenses, drawn by the concentrated magical energy of the new school. The protective wards flickered and sparked as the creatures pressed against them. The founders rushed to the defense, but the trio could see immediately that they were in serious trouble. The shadow wraiths, as Gryffindor called them, were overwhelming the primitive defenses. Students huddled in terror as the creatures pressed closer to the castle walls. "We have to help," Harry whispered urgently, "but we can't let them see us." "I know," Hermione replied, her mind racing. "We can help by using the same spell they use, but at the same time using a stronger one." The battle that followed was the most challenging thing the trio had ever attempted. They had to coordinate their movements invisibly around the castle, casting spells that would strengthen the founder's magic without being detected. When Gryffindor raised his sword to channel a protective barrier, Harry cast a shielding charm from the shadows that made the barrier 3 times stronger. When Ravenclaw attempted to create a maze of light to confuse the wraiths, Hermione added complexity to the spell that turned it into an impenetrable labyrinth. The most crucial moment came when Harry realized his Patronus charm could drive back the shadow wraiths entirely. But he couldn't cast it openly. It was a spell that wouldn't be invented for centuries. Instead, he waited until all 4 founders were channeling their light magic together, then cast his Patronus from concealment, making it appear as if their combined magical energy had spontaneously created the silver stag. "What manner of magic is this?" Rowena Ravenclaw exclaimed as the silver stag charged through the shadow wraiths, scattering them like smoke. "The very essence of our combined will," Gryffindor replied, though he looked puzzled by the stag's appearance. "Our magic has taken the form of a protective spirit." The shadow wraiths, overwhelmed by what appeared to be a manifestation of the Founders' united power, retreated into whatever dark realm they had come from. The castle's defenses stabilized, stronger than before thanks to the trio's invisible assistance. "We did it," Ron whispered as they watched the Founders celebrate their victory, never knowing that 3 students from the future had helped save their school. But once again, the time turner activated, pulling them forward through the centuries with its inexorable golden light. Their third stop brought them to a Hogwarts that was much more recognizable, yet still distinctly different from their own time. Gas lamps lined the corridors alongside floating candles, and the students wore more formal robes with high collars and elaborate fastenings. The Victorian era had brought its own sensibilities to the magical world, and Hogwarts reflected the period's emphasis on propriety and formal education. They quickly cast their disillusionment charms again, becoming invisible as they explored this more familiar version of the castle. But their arrival coincided with a crisis that was causing panic throughout the school. A section of the castle's ancient magical foundation had destabilized, causing rooms to shift unpredictably and corridors to lead nowhere. The problem had started small, a few doors opening to the wrong rooms, but was rapidly getting worse. Students were getting lost in passages that changed while they walked through them, and several first years had disappeared entirely into what appeared to be pocket dimensions created by the unstable magic. The castle's magical infrastructure, built up over centuries, was collapsing in on itself. "It started this morning," explained a harried-looking professor to her colleagues as the trio listened invisibly. "First, the library moved itself to where the Great Hall should be. Then the dormitories started switching places with the classrooms. Now we have students trapped in spaces that shouldn't even exist." The Victorian professors were methodically working through possible solutions, consulting thick volumes of magical theory, and conducting careful measurements of the magical disturbances. But their careful scientific approach was taking too long, while students remained trapped in increasingly unstable magical spaces. "We need to help," Harry whispered, "but this is even more complicated than the other situations. The students are trapped in pocket dimensions," Hermione observed. "We need to navigate the changing castle to reach them, then create stable pathways back to safety." "All while staying invisible," Ron added grimly. What followed was the most dangerous mission they had attempted yet. The trio had to navigate through a Hogwarts that was constantly changing around them, following the sounds of frightened voices through passages that defied logic. Staircases led to walls that weren't there moments before. Doors opened onto empty air hundreds of feet above the ground, and corridors twisted back on themselves in impossible ways. They found the missing students huddled in what had once been a classroom, but was now a circular chamber suspended in midair, connected to the rest of the castle by a bridge of crystallized magic that was slowly dissolving. The chamber itself was slowly shrinking as the unstable magic compressed the space around it. Working together invisibly, they created a chain of levitation charms and magical bridges to ferry the trapped students to safety, one by one. They had to make it appear as if the students were finding their own way out, casting spells that looked like the natural movement of the unstable magic, rather than deliberate rescue attempts. "This way," one student called to the others, as a magical pathway suddenly appeared beneath their feet, actually created by Ron's invisible bridge-building spell. "The walls have stopped moving," another exclaimed as Hermione secretly cast stabilization charms on the shrinking chamber. One by one, they guided all the trapped students back to safety, making it look like fortunate coincidences and lucky discoveries, rather than a coordinated rescue mission. The Victorian professors were amazed by what they saw as the students' remarkable resourcefulness in escaping their predicament. "Extraordinary," said one elderly wizard, adjusting his wire-rimmed spectacles. The students seemed to have found instinctive solutions to navigate the unstable magic. Perhaps the crisis itself created the pathways they needed, suggested another professor. Magic sometimes provides its own solutions in times of great need. As the crisis resolved, and the castle's foundation stabilized, helped by the trio's invisible repair work, the time turner began to resonate once more. But this time, its glow was different. Instead of the chaotic golden light that had carried them through time, it now pulsed with a steady, purposeful rhythm. I think I understand," Hermione whispered as they huddled invisibly in a corner. The time turner wasn't malfunctioning. It was testing us. Each era presented us with a crisis that required us to help, without being detected, to change events without changing history. We learned how to work secretly in each time period, Harry added quietly. How to help people without them knowing we were there. And how to make our magic look like it belonged to whatever era we were in, Ron continued. Medieval frequency disruption, Founders' united power, Victorian coincidental solutions. As he spoke, the time turner's mechanisms began to move again, but this time under Hermione's control. The sand within the hourglass swirled with the combined wisdom of all three eras, and she realized that the device could only be repaired by integrating the stealth techniques they had learned from each time period. She began with the careful, hidden approach of the medieval era, working with the time turner's mechanisms without directly overwhelming them. Then she applied the coordinated teamwork approach from the Founder's time, understanding that all the device's components needed to work together invisibly. Finally, she used the precise, scientific methodology of the Victorian era to carefully calibrate each mechanism until they aligned perfectly. The time turner hummed with renewed power, its golden surface gleaming as the final adjustments locked into place. Around them, the Victorian Hogwarts began to shimmer and fade as the device prepared to carry them home. "Ready?" Hermione asked quietly, her hand hovering over the hourglass. Harry and Ron nodded, and together they grasped the chain as Hermione began to turn the device. But this time, instead of the wild spinning that had carried them backward through time, the movement was controlled and purposeful. They watched as the centuries flowed past them in reverse, Victorian Hogwarts giving way to the Founders' era, then to medieval times, then forward again through all the periods of history they had missed. They saw Hogwarts grow and change, new wings added, old towers renovated, the magical defenses strengthened by generations of witches and wizards. They witnessed other crises and challenges, times when unknown heroes had worked secretly to protect the school and its students. Finally, they arrived back in their own time, in the same Transfiguration classroom where their adventure had begun. The afternoon sun was still streaming through the windows at exactly the same angle, and the castle around them hummed with the familiar magic of their own era. Did we really travel through time? Or was it all some kind of magical test? Ron asked, looking around the familiar classroom with new eyes. Hermione examined the time turner, now functioning perfectly in her hands. "Does it matter?" she replied with a smile. we learned something important about helping people, about working together, and about doing the right thing, even when no one knows you're doing it. Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The adventure had shown them that true heroism wasn't about recognition or glory. It was about helping others, even when they would never know you were there. As they gathered their things and prepared to return to their dormitories, they carried with them the knowledge that they had secretly helped save lives across 3 different eras of history. They had proven that they could work together under the most challenging circumstances, using their skills and knowledge to protect others without seeking any credit for their actions. That night, as Harry lay in his 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, he thought about the adventures they had experienced in secret. The medieval students they had helped escape from the crystal barrier, the Founders' School they had helped defend from shadow wraiths, the Victorian children they had guided to safety through impossible architecture. Each crisis had required them to be invisible heroes, working behind the scenes to ensure that good triumphed over danger. They had learned that sometimes the most important heroic acts were the ones that nobody ever knew about. The Time Turner incident had taught them that they were ready for any challenge the future might bring. They had proven they could adapt their skills to any situation, work together under impossible pressure, and most importantly, do what was right, simply because it was right. Not for glory, recognition, or reward. As sleep began to claim him, Harry smiled, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to help others, whether openly or in secret. The adventure through time had ended, but their journey as guardians of the magical world, visible or invisible, was just beginning. They had learned to be heroes in the shadows, and that knowledge would serve them well in all the adventures yet to come. Autumn had crept across the grounds of Hogwarts with its usual quiet dignity. The black lake mirrored the moonlight like glass, and the trees lining the forbidden forest rustled in solemn rhythm, shedding golden leaves that spiraled through the air before settling softly on the earth. The castle itself stood timeless as ever, its windows glowing faintly in the early dusk, the torches flickering in quiet corridors, and laughter drifting from the great hall like warm smoke. Harry Potter, however, wasn't laughing. He was alone in the Gryffindor common room, bent over a half-written essay on mooncalf migration patterns, his quill twitching idly between his fingers. Hermione and Ron had gone to the library after dinner. Harry hadn't joined them. He couldn't concentrate. Ever since the term had begun, there had been an odd feeling in the air. It wasn't fear. It was more like suspicion, like something was wrong, and no one had noticed yet. He couldn't explain it, only that the castle felt different this term, like it was waiting for something. It was then the portrait hole swung open with a creak. Neville stumbled in, breathless, his cheeks flushed. "Harry, you've got to come quick. It's Hagrid." Harry's heart dropped like a stone. "What happened?" he said at once, standing. I don't know. He just collapsed. Near the courtyard. Some of the professors are carrying him to the hospital wing." By the time Harry reached the hospital wing, he was out of breath and red-faced, the castle corridors echoing with the sound of his footsteps. He skidded to a halt just outside the large oak doors, only to see them swing open as Professor McGonagall swept out, her face drawn and pale. "Mr. Potter," she said sharply, "you are not to interfere." "I need to see him," Harry said. "He's unconscious," McGonagall cut him off, though her voice softened ever so slightly. "Madame Pomfrey is doing everything she can." "What happened?" Harry asked. "We don't know." McGonagall hesitated, then added quietly, "There are marks on him. Some kind of magical poisoning. But he's not speaking. He was found alone." Her eyes met Harry's then, something unspoken passing between them. Grief, fear, the brittle uncertainty of yet another unknown threat creeping into their already shattered world. "Go back to your dormitory," she said, turning away. But Harry didn't leave. He lingered outside the door, pacing in slow circles, the cold stone beneath his feet grounding him in place. Only when he saw Madame Pomfrey's shadow moving behind the frosted glass did he finally return to Gryffindor Tower, but the weight in his chest didn't lift. The next morning, Hagrid remained unconscious. Hermione had returned from the library late the night before, and had gasped aloud when Harry told her. "Magical poisoning?" she repeated, her voice shrill. "But how? He hasn't been away from the grounds, has he?" "No idea," Harry muttered, but McGonagall looked worried. Ron frowned, stretching out on one of the armchairs near the common room fire. "We should go talk to him when he wakes up." "If he wakes up," Hermione whispered. They all fell silent. After breakfast, the three of them went to visit Hagrid, only to be turned away by Madame Pomfrey with a firm hand and a stern expression. "Still unconscious. And no, you may not linger outside the door," she added, eyeing Harry. "The last thing he needs is your pacing." They had no choice but to leave. But Harry couldn't shake the image of Hagrid lying on the bed, his great chest barely rising, the color drained from his face, and something dark and unnatural pulsing beneath the skin near his wrist. That afternoon, while Hermione buried herself in books on magical toxins, and Ron attempted, and failed, to focus on a game of wizard's chess, Harry went down to Hagrid's hut. The windows were dark. The pumpkins in the patch beside the hut were overgrown, and Fang sat whining on the doorstep, tail twitching. Harry reached down to pet him, and the great boarhound immediately pushed his snout into Harry's chest, letting out a pitiful whine. "I know, boy," Harry murmured. "I know." He unlocked the hut door using the spare key Hagrid had once given him. Inside, the place was a mess, more than usual. There were muddy footprints across the floor, as if Hagrid had rushed in and out several times. Empty buckets, torn rope, a half-finished stew still crusted in the cauldron. But what caught Harry's eye was the forest map. Pinned to the wall above Hagrid's desk was a hand-drawn sketch of the Forbidden Forest. He'd seen it before, mostly vague outlines, trails Hagrid had charted over the years, places where he'd spotted creatures, centaur territories, and even acromantula nests. But something was different this time. A new mark had been added, hastily circled in red ink. Deep Hollow, Tuesday. Today was Wednesday. Harry leaned closer. Deep Hollow was a part of the forest rarely spoken of. Even Hagrid avoided it most days. Too dense, too far in, too wild. Whatever he had gone to do, he had done it alone, and something had gone terribly wrong. Back in the common room, Harry dropped the sketch onto the table. He went to Deep Hollow. "Are you sure?" Hermione asked, her eyes scanning the parchment. "He marked it. Yesterday," Harry said. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. "You think that's where he got hurt?" "Yeah, I do." "We can't go," Hermione said immediately, though her voice was unsteady. "McGonagall would—" "McGonagall doesn't know," Harry said firmly. "And I don't think anyone else is going to find out what really happened unless we go look ourselves." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn. But then she nodded, just once. "I'll check the library for anything on Deep Hollow," she said. "If something lives there that can poison someone like Hagrid, we need to be prepared." Ron groaned. "Please tell me we're not walking into another spider pit." Harry didn't answer. His eyes were still fixed on the map. The red ink seared into his thoughts. Deep Hollow, Tuesday. Something lived in the forest that had the power to bring down a half-giant, and it hadn't finished whatever it started. That night, under the veil of starlight and silence, the three of them slipped beneath the invisibility cloak and left through the one path they had always known would take them where they weren't supposed to go. The Forbidden Forest. But this time, they weren't looking for adventure. This time, they were trying to save a friend. The Forbidden Forest greeted them not with violence, but with silence. Beneath the invisibility cloak, the three moved carefully, the night air sharp against their cheeks. Only the distant calls of night birds and the occasional snap of a branch underfoot interrupted the hush. The moon, waning and pale, filtered through the high boughs, casting long fingers of light that danced across the undergrowth. Harry led the way, wand held tight. Ron followed, glancing constantly over his shoulder. Hermione, at the rear, had a folded map tucked into her robe, and her wand already whispering detection spells every few feet. They'd done this before, ventured into this forest, broken rules, risked far too much. But this time felt different. This time, they weren't chasing a mystery. They were walking into one. "We're almost past the thestral clearing," Harry murmured, pulling aside a low-hanging branch. "Deep Hollow should be about a quarter-mile from here." "I hate this part," Ron muttered. "Feels like something's watching us." "Everything in here is always watching us," Hermione whispered back. "That's the problem." The ground beneath them dipped and grew soft, thick with moss and damp leaves. The trees were closer together now, the air colder. A faint mist had settled, slithering between roots and curling along their feet. Hermione's detection spells began to flicker oddly, her wand light dimming unnaturally every few steps. They reached a low ridge, one side sloping downward into a basin where the trees twisted in strange directions, all pointing slightly inward. "Deep Hollow," Harry said. They stepped carefully down the incline, boots squelching in the wet soil. At the center of the hollow, the undergrowth gave way to a flattened patch of earth. And something more disturbing: scorch marks. "What is that?" Ron breathed. All around the clearing were blackened streaks in the soil and bark, curved, almost claw-like patterns. Some trees had been split at their base. Others bent backward unnaturally, as if they'd been yanked from within and twisted in protest. Harry knelt beside one tree and reached out to touch the scorched mark. His fingers tingled as if brushing static. "Magical residue," Hermione said, crouching beside him. "Recently cast. Strong and unfocused, like a creature releasing defensive energy in panic." "Or pain," Harry added. Ron moved toward a pile of broken branches and paused. "Guys?" They turned. He was pointing to something half buried beneath the leaves, a shredded rope stained with blood. They stared at it for a long time. Then Hermione reached out with her wand and performed a nonverbal charm. "Resonare." A shimmering pulse rippled over the rope, and for a split second, a ghostly image flickered into view. Hagrid, massive and desperate, pulling against the rope, while a shadowed creature hissed in the distance. Then, the image faded. "He was trying to hold something back," Hermione whispered. "Or restrain it." "Was it attacking him?" Ron asked. "No," Harry said. "Look at this." He stepped aside to reveal another mark, a deeper one. Not magic, a physical gouge in the earth, like something had dragged itself away, bleeding. "There's a trail," he said. "Whatever it was, it ran." "And Hagrid let it go," Hermione added. "Or protected it," Harry said. They followed the trail in silence, deeper into the trees. The brush grew denser. Once, Harry tripped on a hidden root. Ron nearly walked into a web the size of a Quidditch hoop, and recoiled so hard he nearly dropped his wand. But they pressed on. The trail veered sharply downhill and ended in a small glade, ringed with stones, overgrown with vines and scattered with dark patches of dried blood. In the center, lying still beneath a thicket of branches, was a discarded satchel. Hermione cast a detection spell, but nothing flared. Harry knelt and opened it. Inside were vials, some shattered, others still intact, filled with a shimmering dark liquid. Next to them, a half-burned ledger with shaky handwriting. "What is this?" Ron muttered, peering over his shoulder. Hermione took it, flipping through carefully. Her eyes widened. "These are inventory records," she said. "Magical creatures. Captured, sold." "Poachers," Harry said coldly. Ron swore under his breath. "You're saying someone was trying to capture that thing Hagrid found?" "Looks like they tried," Hermione replied, "and failed." A branch cracked. They froze. Another crack. Heavier this time. Not an animal. A boot. Harry blew out the wand light in a heartbeat. The forest plunged into shadow, and they huddled behind a tree, barely breathing. Another footstep followed. Then a voice. "Should have had it yesterday. Idiot ran straight into that oaf." A second voice, rougher, lower. "Could have slit his throat while he was down. Should have. Next time we catch that thing, we don't play gentle." Harry's stomach twisted. The smugglers were still here. Hermione mouthed. 3 voices. One of the smugglers passed within feet of them, muttering something about a tracking charm. His coat was covered in moss. A curved dagger hung from his belt, enchanted with a faint, sickly green glow. The other man carried a wand, twitchy, nervous. They stopped near the satchel. "Gone," one muttered. "That trail's cold now. We'll circle the ridge again. If it's still bleeding, it can't have gone far." They turned and vanished into the trees, footsteps receding. The trio waited another full minute before emerging. "Well, that explains a few things," Ron said tightly. "They were tracking that creature. Hagrid got in the way, and now they're still hunting it." "But why?" Hermione whispered. "Why would they want a forest-dwelling creature that poisons by accident? It's not a basilisk. There's no legend attached." Harry looked back at the blackened marks on the trees. "Because something that dangerous or rare is valuable, especially if no one else knows it exists." He stood. "We're not just finding this creature for Hagrid anymore. We're stopping them from getting it." Hermione didn't argue. Ron just nodded grimly. By the time they returned to the glade, the mist had thickened. Every sound seemed louder now. A twig snap, a bird call, even the soft sweep of their cloaks through the underbrush. Harry had the sense that the forest itself was warning them. "You've gone far enough." But they couldn't stop. Not now. They followed a faint smear of blood, leading away from the smuggler's trail. and deeper into a narrow crevice between stones. As they stepped through, they entered a space unlike the rest of the forest. Quieter, older, undisturbed. The trees were twisted with silver-colored bark. The air smelled of damp moss and something sweet, almost floral. At the center of this grove, nestled between two rocks, was a cave barely large enough to crawl into. Inside, something stirred. A low, chuffing breath. A glimmer of light. Not firelight, but faint bioluminescence. Harry raised his wand, and there, lying wounded, curled protectively around something small and hidden beneath its chest, was a creature like nothing he'd ever seen. It had the shape of a great cat, but covered in fur threaded with vines and silver thorns, eyes like dull blue stones, and veins glowing faintly beneath the skin. The Gloomclaw, and it was watching them. The Gloomclaw's breath rose in soft, rhythmic huffs, misting in the cool night air. Its glowing blue eyes tracked them slowly, not with rage, but with deep wariness, like a creature that had known nothing but being hunted. The three of them stood at the edge of the hollow, their wands lowered but lit faintly at the tips, casting the clearing in soft gold. The creature's fur shimmered in the dim light, thick and matted in places, streaked with dirt, but speckled with faintly luminescent patches that pulsed gently, like moonlight through fog. Ron took an instinctive step backward. That's it. That's the thing that poisoned Hagrid. No, Harry said quietly. That's the thing he protected. The Gloomclaw let out a low growl, not aggressive, but warning. Its paw shifted over the moss beneath it, and something moved beneath its body. A smaller shape, barely visible. "Is that a—" Hermione began. "Yes," Harry murmured. "It has a cub." The creature did not attack. It simply watched. Its body remained coiled around the cub, but its fur bristled as it picked up their scent. "We have to show we're not a threat," Hermione whispered. "Anything sudden might trigger its defense. If it panicked around Hagrid, it could do the same to us." "So what do we do?" Ron hissed. "Ask it politely for a venom sample?" "No," Hermione said, slowly kneeling. "But we show respect. Hagrid said some creatures can smell intent, especially ones with natural magic." Harry followed her lead and lowered himself into a crouch. Ron followed reluctantly. The Gloomclaw cocked its head slightly, blinking. It shifted its paws again, revealing the cub for just a moment. A tiny, silver-furred creature nestled beneath its chest, unmoving. "It's hurt," Hermione whispered. "It's protecting it because it's weak." "Do you think it knows we're trying to help?" Harry asked. "I think," she replied, "it knows we haven't drawn our wands." Hermione reached slowly into her robe and pulled out a small pouch, a gift from Professor Sprout months earlier, containing calming herb blends and a few basic healing drafts. She opened it slowly, letting the scents drift into the air. Chamomile, lavender, and powdered valerian root. The Gloomclaw's ears twitched. It did not move. Hermione set the pouch down gently at the edge of the clearing and backed away without turning her back. "We won't hurt you," she said, voice soft but steady. "One of our friends is sick because he tried to help you. We just need something to heal him." The Gloomclaw let out a low, deep sound. Not quite a growl, but almost like a sigh. Its bioluminescence faded slightly, and it lowered its head onto its paws. The cub whimpered. "We need to get closer," Harry said quietly. "If we wait too long, the smugglers will find this place." "Right," Ron muttered, "because it's not dangerous enough already." Harry stepped forward. Very slowly, he approached the edge of the creature's resting spot. Each step crunched lightly on twigs and leaves, and with each sound, the Gloomclaw's eyes flicked toward him, alert, wary. He stopped just short of the creature's tail and knelt again. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "Hagrid's my friend. He saved you. We just want to save him." The Gloomclaw blinked. It moved its body just slightly, not away, but sideways, exposing a jagged wound across its flank. The fur was matted with blood, and the glowing patterns along its skin pulsed irregularly. "I think it wants help," Hermione whispered. It took nearly 10 minutes to build enough trust. Hermione prepared a weak healing salve with ingredients from her pouch, while Harry gently placed it near the wound with a piece of cloth. The Gloomclaw flinched, but did not attack. As they worked, the creature's glowing veins began to stabilize, and the cub beneath it stirred faintly. Hermione studied the wound carefully. "This injury was from a blade," she said. "Likely poisoned. The smugglers must have nicked it when it escaped." "If we hadn't found it," Harry began, "it would have bled out." As the wound started to close, a thin, shimmering substance began to seep gently from the Gloomclaw's skin. Not blood, but a pearlescent fluid that glittered faintly in the light. Hermione's eyes widened. "That's it. That's the antidote." Harry reached into his satchel and carefully uncorked a small vial. "We'll only take a drop," he whispered. He placed the vial beneath the wound, collecting just enough of the fluid. The Gloomclaw didn't move. "I'll bet this is what the smugglers wanted," Ron muttered. "Not the creature. The antidote." "Exactly," Hermione said. "It's incredibly rare, and if it heals its own venom, it could be priceless." Harry sealed the vial. "Let's get this back to Hagrid." A sudden crack echoed through the trees. They all froze. A voice called out, cold and mocking, "Found them!" Wands lit behind them. 4 men dressed in thick cloaks and leather armor emerged from the trees. Smugglers. 2 had wands raised. One held a net enchanted with glowing runes. The 4th carried a long, curved blade. "Well, well," one of them sneered. "The Potter boy. You just can't help yourself, can you?" "You're trespassing," Harry said calmly, standing between the Gloomclaw and the men. "These woods belong to the school." "These woods belong to whoever survives them," the man said. The man with the net raised it. "Step aside." Harry didn't. Ron and Hermione flanked him, wands raised. "You want to do this the hard way?" the smuggler hissed. "I think we've already made that decision," Hermione replied. The clearing erupted in flashes of light. Spells flew like sparks in a storm. Stupefy, Protego, Expelliarmus. The smugglers fought viciously, aiming to wound rather than restrain. One of them launched a whip of fire that snapped through the air, barely missing Hermione's arm. Ron tackled him into a tree. Harry dueled the man with the net, their spells clashing midair in bursts of red and silver. Behind them, the Gloomclaw rose to its full height, its fur bristling with glowing threads. One of the smugglers lunged forward. The Gloomclaw roared. A wave of dark energy rippled from its body. Not an attack, but a pulse of defensive magic. It knocked 2 of the men backward into the trees with a sickening crack. The smugglers, now bleeding and panicked, scrambled to their feet. The final blow came not from the trio, but from the forest itself. A loud whistle echoed through the trees. Then the sound of hooves. Dozens of centaurs emerged from the mist, bows drawn and eyes glowing with fury. "Leave," one of them growled. The smugglers fled without hesitation. The clearing grew still again. Harry lowered his wand, panting. The centaurs did not speak to them, but one gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before vanishing into the woods. The Gloomclaw lay back down, curling again around its cub. Harry stepped forward and gently placed a hand to his chest. "Thank you." The creature blinked once, then turned its gaze toward the forest's edge, as if urging them to go. By the time they returned to the castle, it was nearly dawn. Madame Pomfrey met them at the door. She looked at Harry's scratched hands, Ron's bruised knuckles, and Hermione's torn sleeve, and said nothing. She simply held out her hand for the vial. Moments later, she administered the antidote to Hagrid, who still lay unconscious. The substance shimmered as it spread through his veins. Within minutes, the blackened skin began to fade. Hagrid stirred, and for the first time in days, he opened his eyes. Hagrid's recovery was not sudden, but it was steady. By the next morning, the color had returned to his face. The black veins that had twisted beneath his skin like dead roots had faded into nothing more than faint bruises. His breathing grew stronger. when he finally opened his eyes for a second time. He blinked up at Madame Pomfrey with a confused grunt and whispered, Did it make it?" "You made it," she said softly. "Now hush." Harry had stayed at the hospital wing door all night, refusing to leave even after Hermione and Ron had been sent back to Gryffindor Tower. When Madame Pomfrey finally allowed them in after breakfast, Hagrid looked tired, but his eyes warmed as they entered. "You found her, didn't you?" he rasped. Harry nodded. "She's safe. The cub, too." Hagrid's enormous hand gripped Harry's forearm. "Knew ye would. Knew someone had to." Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat sternly behind them, crossing her arms. "What you also knew," she said sharply, "was that galloping off into the forest without supervision was reckless, foolhardy, and very nearly fatal. You're lucky they found the antidote in time." Hagrid gave a sheepish smile that faded into a cough. He was still weak, but the light in his eyes, the one that always appeared when he spoke of creatures, had returned. "I couldn't let 'em take her," he said hoarsely. "Was a rare thing, that one. Gentle, even scared. She'd just given birth. And those scum." He broke off, his face darkening. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged a glance. "They're still out there," Ron said. "Or at least some of them." Hagrid nodded slowly. "They don't stop easy, the poaching types. Not unless someone makes 'em. But by mid-afternoon, the consequences caught up with them." Professor McGonagall summoned the three of them to her office, with the kind of tone that left no room for protest. Her expression as they entered was unreadable, not angry, but heavy with something colder. Disappointment. "I trust you know why you're here," she said, folding her hands atop her desk. "Yes, Professor," Harry said quietly. "Venturing into the Forbidden Forest without permission, engaging in a duel with armed criminals, disobeying direct instructions, and endangering yourselves and others in the process." "We were trying to save Hagrid," Ron interjected. "And he is very fortunate that you did," McGonagall replied, her voice softening for a moment. "But intentions do not nullify rules. You could have been killed, all three of you." Hermione looked down, wringing the sleeve of her robe. "There will be detentions," McGonagall continued, "and reports filed with the Ministry. However," she paused, "your actions may have aided in stopping an illegal magical creature trafficking ring that has eluded enforcement for months." Harry blinked. "They've been active before?" McGonagall nodded grimly. "Reports have been coming in for weeks. Injured unicorns, missing moon calves, altered habitats. But we had no proof. Until now." She slid a parchment toward them, a copy of the poacher's ledger Hermione had recovered. "The Ministry has sent an investigator. He arrived this morning. That investigator turned out to be a young Auror named Corwin Thatch. He was sharp-eyed, polite, and disturbingly efficient. He interviewed them separately in a private study room off the library, taking precise notes with a quill, enchanted to follow his murmured dictation. "You say the creature produced a self-healing secretion," he said to Harry, quill scratching. "And that Hagrid was poisoned by it accidentally?" "Yes," Harry said, "but only because it was scared." Thatch gave a slow nod. "And this secretion, you handed it over to Madame Pomfrey." "She administered it to Hagrid. That's all we took." His gaze lingered on Harry for a moment too long. There was no direct accusation, but Harry knew that look. He'd seen it too many times since the war. The suspicion, the calculation. "And you dueled the poachers?" "They attacked first." Another nod. Thatch closed his notebook. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. If I have further questions, I'll find you." By evening, the castle buzzed with rumors. Word spread quickly, even without official statements. None of it was true, but the truth was already strange enough. Harry sat by the common room fire, absently running his fingers along the edge of the armchair. Hermione sat beside him, still reading the partially scorched ledger they'd recovered. Ron paced nearby, scowling. "So what now?" Ron asked. "They question us, scold us, and that's it?" Hermione shook her head. "The Ministry's going to want the creature. That's what this is really about." "What do you mean?" Ron asked. "They'll say it's dangerous, unregulated, that it needs to be studied, contained, even if it's peaceful, even if it saved Hagrid's life," Hermione replied. Harry's jaw tensed. "We're not letting them take it." The next morning, just after breakfast, they received a note, a formal summons. "Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the astronomy tower. Come at once." It was signed in Dumbledore's careful hand. They found him there, gazing out over the grounds as the wind curled his robes around his ankles. His face, lined with age and wisdom, was unusually serious. "I've read the reports," he said, without turning, "and I've spoken with Corwin Thatch." He looked at them now, his eyes not angry, but quietly burdened. "You did what others could not, what others would not. You protected a life that could not protect itself." Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but Dumbledore raised a hand. "But you also endangered yourselves and defied school rules. Rules which exist, not out of pettiness, but protection." They stood silent, waiting for a verdict. Dumbledore turned his gaze back toward the horizon. "The Gloomclaw and her cub have moved on. The centaurs informed me they assisted her passage through the northern veil. She will not be found again. Not by the Ministry. Not by anyone." Harry let out a quiet breath. Dumbledore gave the faintest of smiles. "But next time," he said, "if you intend to outwit poachers, cross the forest at night and duel with wands drawn. Please do write me a note." That evening, Hagrid returned to his hut, walking with the cane and leaning on Fang for support. When the trio visited, he welcomed them with watery eyes and the biggest mugs of tea they'd ever seen. "I owe you," he said quietly. "Big time." "You don't owe us anything," Harry replied. "You would have done the same." Hagrid's gaze drifted to the edge of the forest beyond his window, where the first frost was beginning to cling to the long grass. "She was a rare thing," he murmured, "not just because of her magic, but because she trusted me, just for a moment." Hermione placed a gentle hand on his arm. "She trusted us too." Winter arrived quietly that year. One morning in early December, the grounds of Hogwarts woke beneath a hush of snow. The lake had frozen at the edges. The trees, bare of leaves, now held thin coats of frost. Each step on the castle lawn crunched beneath the weight of cold. Smoke curled from Hagrid's chimney, slow and steady, and faint lights danced behind the windows of his hut. Life, it seemed, had resumed its pace, as it always did. But not everything had returned to normal. Harry still walked the edge of the Forbidden Forest most evenings, his thoughts distant, his eyes searching the line where forest met snow. Ron had returned to grumbling about essays, and Hermione was neck-deep in preparation for her arithmancy final. But a tension still lingered under the surface. A quiet knowledge that what they had witnessed in the woods had changed something. Not just in the forest, but in them. Hagrid, for his part, had recovered fully. He no longer used the cane, though he kept it propped beside the fireplace, more out of sentiment than necessity. The antidote had purged the last of the venom, but he tired more easily now. A reminder that even a half-giant's strength was not without limits. Still, his spirits had lifted. He'd begun carving new wooden bowls for the upcoming Hogwarts Christmas feast, and had spent an entire afternoon baking rock cakes that Madame Pomfrey gently, but firmly, refused to eat. When Harry visited alone one Sunday afternoon, the snow outside dusted the hut's roof like icing sugar. Fang slept in front of the hearth, twitching in dreams. Hagrid stirred a massive kettle with a wooden spoon that looked suspiciously like a broomstick handle. "Ye ever think about it?" Hagrid asked, without looking up. Harry glanced up from the small table where he was organizing a pile of quills Hagrid had spilled earlier. "Think about what?" "Why some creatures don't fight back," Hagrid said, "even when they've got teeth, claws, magic." Harry considered that. Because they trust someone else to protect them? "Maybe," Hagrid murmured. "Maybe they just know it ain't always about fighting. Sometimes it's about being still, about trusting." He paused, then chuckled softly. "Course, I ain't sure if that Gloomclaw trusted me, or just knew I wasn't gonna run. She trusted you, Harry said quietly. They sat in silence for a time, the fire crackling, the forest swaying beyond the frosted windows. That evening, Dumbledore made an unexpected appearance in the Gryffindor common room. The students quieted immediately. It wasn't often he visited them in their space, and when he did, it was always with purpose. "May I borrow Mr. Potter for a moment?" he asked, his tone light, almost cheerful. Harry stood quickly, and they walked together down the corridor in silence until they reached a quiet alcove near the moving staircase. Dumbledore paused beside a window overlooking the darkening grounds. "I thought you might like to see something," he said. With a flick of his wand, the glass shimmered, revealing not the lawn below, but a vision from somewhere else, somewhere far, a dense, snow-dappled forest. At its center, in a narrow clearing between icy trees, the Gloomclaw stood tall, her cub now grown enough to walk at her side. She nuzzled it gently, then turned her gaze skyward, as though sensing the magic that watched her from afar. Harry's breath caught. "She is safe," Dumbledore said, "and she remembers." Harry turned to him. "How did you—" "Magic is not always about control, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Sometimes it's about attention, about knowing when to let go and when to watch." The vision faded. "I thought you should see," he added, "what your actions protected, what your kindness made possible." That night, Harry sat in the astronomy tower long after curfew, bundled in his cloak, the wind curling through the arches. He could see the edge of the forest from here, quiet, vast, and ancient. Somewhere in that darkness, the Gloomclaw moved silently beneath the trees, alive because someone had seen past her fangs and into her fear. Not all battles were fought with spells. Not all victories made noise. Some just left behind a healed wound, a sleeping child, or a creature no longer afraid. A few weeks later, a short article appeared at the bottom corner of the Daily Prophet. Magical creature poaching ring, disbanded by Auror Squad. Thanks to recent intelligence, Ministry Aurors have located and arrested several known poachers connected to illegal magical trafficking across northern England. The investigation is ongoing, but officials believe a rare creature involved in the incidents remains at large, possibly relocated or deceased. No comment has been made by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry clipped the article and tucked it inside a book. Fantastic Beasts, Field Notes, Revised Edition, a gift from Hagrid, now inscribed with large, messy handwriting, to Harry, who sees the good in monsters. Hagrid. The man once known as Tom Riddle had disappeared. To the outside world, he was a gifted Hogwarts graduate with a brilliant academic record and charm enough to win over almost anyone. He had declined every position offered to him by the Ministry of Magic. Instead, he vanished into shadow, working at Borgin and Burke's only briefly before disappearing altogether. But behind the scenes, Tom Riddle was not idle. By the end of the 1960s, whispers had already begun of a masked figure gathering dark witches and wizards, of a mark scorched into the sky over Muggle homes, of a name not yet feared but often avoided. Tom Riddle had become Lord Voldemort. He was no longer just a man, but a symbol of something ancient and terrible, a belief, a movement, and a threat. His goal was not just political change. He wanted power, complete, eternal, unquestionable. To achieve this, he twisted old magics, created Horcruxes to cheat death, and surrounded himself with followers who called themselves the Death Eaters. At first, it was subtle. Muggle disappearances, magical thefts. Some of the early victims were dismissed as unfortunate accidents, fires, animal attacks, simple vanishings. But the numbers grew. The Aurors didn't understand the pattern yet, but Albus Dumbledore did. Dumbledore, now headmaster of Hogwarts, had watched Riddle carefully since the boy's earliest days. He was the only one who had ever truly seen through the charming mask, and now he was preparing. It was Dumbledore who first began quietly organizing those who saw what was coming. These witches and wizards were not chosen for power alone, but for loyalty, courage, and clarity of purpose. He called them the Order of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Magic, tension brewed. Minister for Magic. Eugenia Jenkins had noble intentions, but her moderate policies and the increasing chaos outside left the ministry looking weak. Her replacement, Harold Mincham, took a harder line. Dementors were placed in greater numbers around Azkaban. Security tightened. Laws passed more quickly. None of it stopped the killings. In the alleys of Nocturne, Death Eaters grew bolder. In back rooms of ancient manors, pure-blood supremacists whispered their support. In the dark forests and hidden caves, giants and werewolves pledged themselves to the Dark Lord, hoping for revenge against those who had shunned them. Voldemort promised a new order. A world where Muggles would kneel, and only the magically worthy would rule. To some, he was salvation. To most, he was terror. His followers, many former students from Slytherin, held positions of influence, wealth, and prestige. They were the children of the Sacred 28, and they wore their lineage like armor. Names like Malfoy, Lestrange, Rosier, and Dolohov became whispers in the corridors of the ministry, but none could yet be proven guilty. By the early 1970s, open war had not yet begun. But for those paying attention, the signs were clear. A Muggle-born couple disappeared near Bristol. Their house was found burned, the mark of a serpent in the sky above it. An elderly goblin and his family respected among the Gringotts community, were slaughtered in their home. No wizard would claim responsibility. A Hogwarts student from Ravenclaw, the daughter of a known blood traitor, was found petrified just outside Hogsmeade. She survived, but never spoke again. Still, the Ministry hesitated. Dumbledore did not. The Order of the Phoenix began to grow, quietly. Alastor Moody, already one of the most feared Aurors in Ministry history, joined early. So did Frank and Alice Longbottom, talented young Aurors with reputations for integrity. Others followed: Daedalus Diggle, Elphias Doge, Emmeline Vance, Marlene McKinnon, and more. They trained in secret. They studied dark magic, not to use it, but to defend against it. They set up safe houses. They watched families being targeted, offering protection where the Ministry could not. Voldemort, too, was preparing. He knew not all would join him willingly. That's when he turned to Fenrir Greyback. Greyback was not just a werewolf. He was a sadist. Voldemort offered him what he wanted: freedom to hunt, victims to maim, and protection from capture. In return, Greyback became Voldemort's enforcer, targeting the children of those who defied him. Many turned to the Death Eaters out of fear for their families, not belief in the cause. The war had not begun, not fully, but it would. In a dimly lit room beneath a crumbling manor in Yorkshire, Voldemort stood before his followers. "You have waited," he said, his voice cold and soft. "You have hidden in shadow, but the time has come to step into the light and claim what is ours." Outside, the world turned, unaware, but inside that room, war had already begun. By 1975, war was no longer a rumor. It was real. The Ministry of Magic didn't say it aloud. Public statements still spoke of isolated incidents, of international tensions, and anti-Muggle sentiment. But for those living through it, the truth was undeniable. The first Wizarding War had begun. The first wave came suddenly. A series of coordinated attacks, each one designed to strike fear. One night, a prominent Muggle-born healer was ambushed outside St. Mungo's. Her body was found the next morning with a dark mark above it. A week later, an entire Muggle village in the north of Scotland was destroyed. No one survived. The Ministry tried to obliviate the surrounding area, but too many had seen the sky that night, lit green and pulsing with the mark. Voldemort was no longer hiding. He didn't need to. Within the Death Eaters' ranks, loyalty was absolute, or punished. Voldemort had learned how to ensure obedience. He used the dark mark to bind his inner circle. It was more than a symbol. It was a brand of servitude. When he summoned them, they felt it burn. When they disobeyed, they suffered. He gave orders, and they followed. Bellatrix Lestrange, wild-eyed and fiercely loyal. Barty Crouch Jr., a rising Ministry star hiding darker ambitions. Lucius Malfoy, smooth-talking and influential, using wealth to mask his allegiance. Antonin Dolohov, brutal and precise, each with a purpose. But not all joined willingly. Some were coerced, some were cursed, and some were simply afraid. Voldemort knew how to use fear better than any curse. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix fought back in the only ways they could. They had no ministry support, no army, only one another. Their victories were quiet, smuggling endangered families out of the country, disrupting a shipment of dark artifacts, capturing a low-level Death Eater before he could mark a new target. But their losses were growing. One of the first was Marlene McKinnon, a brilliant duelist and one of the earliest members of the Order. Marlene had survived more encounters with Death Eaters than most. But one night, in 1978, her home was attacked. Her entire family was killed. No warning, no mercy. Dumbledore himself told the others. He didn't try to comfort them. He simply said, "We must keep going." Gideon and Fabian Prewett, twin brothers, both fierce fighters, launched a raid on a known Death Eater safe house shortly after. They succeeded, but just barely. They came back bloodied, exhausted, changed. The war wasn't only fought with wands. There were betrayals, too. Within the Ministry, support for the Order was thin. Some believed Dumbledore was fear-mongering. Others believed him too lenient. But there were whispers that certain officials were passing information to Death Eaters. Files went missing. Safe houses were compromised. It became harder to trust anyone. Even the Auror office, where Frank and Alice Longbottom worked, was divided. Some Aurors supported the Order's methods. Others believed in following Ministry protocol, even as Voldemort's influence grew. Frank was among the best. Steady, sharp, brave. Alice was just as skilled, known for her calm under pressure. They were married in 1979. A quiet wedding, guarded and hidden. That same year, a breakthrough came, and with it, a tragedy. The Order intercepted a Death Eater message about a planned attack at a school for young magical children. The plan was to kill them and blame it on magical creatures, turning public opinion against non-humans. Dumbledore led the mission personally, alongside Moody, the Longbottoms, and a new recruit, Emmeline Vance. They arrived in time to prevent the attack, but not without cost. During the fight, Emmeline was hit by a curse that no one recognized. Her body was never recovered. Moody lost part of his leg in the duel with Dolohov. Still, the Ministry refused to act. Voldemort, now widely feared but still not openly named by the Ministry, continued expanding his power. He sent envoys to the giants in the north and to certain werewolf packs in Eastern Europe. Some giants agreed to fight for him, drawn by promises of revenge. Others remained neutral, for now. Within Hogwarts, Dumbledore kept the school safe. But tensions rose there too. Slytherin students whispered about the new order. Some children of Death Eaters flaunted their family names. Others lived in fear. One student in particular was watching all this closely. Severus Snape, a half-blood Slytherin with a sharp mind and sharper tongue. He moved in and out of certain social circles. He was friends with known pure-blood supremacists, but he also watched Lily Evans from afar. Snape's path, still unsealed, would become a turning point in the war. For now, he remained silent. So did many others. Neighbors looked the other way. Some denied what was happening altogether, and still, the war marched on. By 1980, the Daily Prophet no longer printed full casualty lists. There were too many. Some names were never published at all. The ministry, stretched thin and haunted by its own indecision, began turning to extreme measures. Aurors were given permission to use unforgivable curses. Trials became rarer. Disappearances increased. Dumbledore warned against it. "Even if we win," he told the Order one night, "we must win without becoming like them. Otherwise, what are we saving?" In a small upstairs room at the Hogshead Inn in 1980, the future shifted. Sybil Trelawney sat across from Albus Dumbledore, nervous and underdressed for the interview. She had no real credentials as a professor. Her divination was weak, her manner scattered. Dumbledore was already thinking of turning her down. But then something happened. Her eyes rolled back. Her voice changed. The air turned still, and the prophecy came. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Dumbledore leaned forward, understanding immediately that this was no fraud. It was true prophecy, rare and dangerous, but they were not alone. Unseen by either of them, a hooded figure had crept close to the door and heard the first part of the message. That man was Severus Snape. He ran, straight to Voldemort. The Dark Lord received the news without a flicker of doubt. He did not ask who the seer was. He did not question the prophecy's origin. All he wanted was the child. 2 families fit the description. The Potters, James and Lily, members of the Order of the Phoenix, both skilled and bold. And the Longbottoms, Frank and Alice, fierce Aurors who had resisted him more than once. Both couples had defied him 3 times. Both were expecting children in July. But Voldemort chose the Potters. Dumbledore knew something was coming. He had heard the full prophecy after the interview, and when he learned that part had been overheard, he began preparing immediately. The Potters went into hiding. James and Lily, married just the year before, were still very young. James had been arrogant and brash in school, but he was a natural leader. Lily was one of the brightest witches of her generation, calm, fiercely loyal, and deeply principled. Harry James Potter was born on July 31st, 1980. They went into hiding under the Fidelius charm, an ancient piece of magic that hides a secret within a single soul, the Secret Keeper. Dumbledore offered to take the role himself, but James insisted on using their old friend, Sirius Black. At the last moment, Sirius suggested a better plan. Make Peter Pettigrew the Secret Keeper instead. No one would suspect him. They agreed. And so, the Potters vanished. The war outside continued to worsen. The Ministry was barely holding control. Fear spread through the wizarding world. Families once proud of their lineage began hiding their names. Ancient houses sent their children abroad. Some pretended neutrality. Others fell silent. But Voldemort's rise seemed unstoppable. He had infiltrated nearly every institution. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement had traitors in its ranks. The Wizengamot was divided. Even some on the International Confederation of Wizards remained neutral, unwilling to take sides. The Order of the Phoenix fought on. They had small victories, but the price was steep. The Prewett brothers, Fabian and Gideon, were ambushed by 5 Death Eaters. They fought back fiercely, but were killed in the end. Alastair Moody, who later found their bodies, said they never stopped casting until the last breath. Benji Fenwick was blown apart. Dorcas Meadows was murdered by Voldemort himself. Caradoc Dearborn vanished, his body never found. These were not just names on a list. They were friends, fighters, brave people who had chosen to resist. Dumbledore did not mourn publicly. He carried their loss quietly, but it showed in the way he moved, slower, more careful, as if the weight of every lost soul pressed on him. And then came the betrayal. On October 31st, 1981, Voldemort discovered the location of the Potters. He had known the general region, Godric's Hollow, but not the house. Only the Secret Keeper could reveal it. That meant Peter Pettigrew had betrayed them. That night, Voldemort appeared at the door of the Potter home. He murdered James without hesitation. Lily was given a choice: to stand aside. She refused. Voldemort raised his wand to the infant in the crib, the boy who would fulfill the prophecy, the boy he believed was a threat to his rule. But when he cast the killing curse, it rebounded. The curse backfired, destroying Voldemort's body. The house was left in ruins. Harry Potter survived, the only person ever to do so. A lightning-shaped scar marked his forehead. Voldemort was gone, or so the world believed. The aftermath was chaotic. Sirius Black arrived first at the ruins of the Potter home. He found Hagrid already there, sent by Dumbledore to collect Harry. Sirius offered to take the boy, but Hagrid refused. Dumbledore had given orders. Sirius handed over his motorbike and left. The war was over, or so everyone said. For the wizarding world, the defeat of Lord Voldemort on October 31st, 1981, brought sudden and overwhelming relief. A child had survived the killing curse. The Dark Lord had vanished. the killings stopped. The fear broke, and across Britain, witches and wizards flooded the streets to celebrate. But for those who had fought, it did not feel like victory. The Order of the Phoenix had lost too many. Marlene McKinnon, Dorcas Meadows, Benji Fenwick, the Prewets, Caradoc Dearborn. They were gone. Others, like the Longbottoms, were left alive but broken. Families were scattered. Friendships changed. Those who survived struggled with what to do, now that there was no enemy left to fight. The Ministry of Magic, desperate to restore order and confidence, moved quickly. Barty Crouch Sr., the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, led the response. Determined to show strength, he authorized the Aurors to bring in suspected Death Eaters, with or without trials. Some were caught red-handed, others were dragged in under suspicion alone. The wizarding public cheered the swift action. They wanted justice. They wanted to believe the danger was gone. Trials were held quickly, or skipped entirely. Azkaban's cells filled. Some arrests made sense. Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband Rodolphus were captured along with Rabastan Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. after torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom into madness. They were sentenced to life in Azkaban without hesitation. Others were less clear. Lucius Malfoy, for instance, claimed he had been placed under the Imperious Curse and had never supported Voldemort willingly. He was cleared of all charges, though many in the Order did not believe him. Others followed suit, claiming coercion, ignorance, or false accusations. The Ministry, eager to move on, accepted many of these defenses. Dumbledore watched it all unfold, but did not interfere in every case. He spoke out where he could, but the Ministry was in no mood to hear criticism. Sirius Black was not given a trial. After the fall of Voldemort, Peter Pettigrew, having secretly retrieved his master's wand from the ruins of the Potter home, attempted to flee, fearing that other Death Eaters would believe he had betrayed them. But before he could disappear, Sirius caught up with him on a busy street in central London, filled with muggles. Cornered and desperate, Pettigrew cried out dramatically, accusing Sirius of betrayal, so that nearby witnesses would hear. Then, using Voldemort's wand, he cast a powerful blasting curse that killed 12 Muggle bystanders. He transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and vanished into the sewers. What remained behind was a crater in the street, a pile of rubble, a single bloodied finger, and Sirius Black laughing, not out of amusement, but from shock and the terrible irony of what had just happened. Sirius was sent to Azkaban, the first known prisoner placed there without trial. No one questioned it. The prophet called him a Death Eater, the boy who had betrayed James and Lily Potter. Only Albus Dumbledore seemed to question the story, but without proof, even he could not act. Peter Pettigrew was declared dead. Meanwhile, the wizarding world tried to heal. Some families rejoiced in public. Others mourned in private. The war had touched every corner, from the pure blood halls of the Sacred 28 to the quiet homes of Muggle-borns living in secrecy. No one was untouched. The Potters were buried in Godric's Hollow. James and Lily, young, brave, loyal. The final sacrifice they made was whispered about in every corner of the world. Their son had lived, the boy who lived. But Harry Potter was gone from the wizarding world. Dumbledore, unwilling to place the child in the spotlight or in the care of wizarding families who might raise him in hatred or worship, made a controversial decision. He left Harry with his only living relatives, the Dursleys. Petunia Dursley, Lily's sister, was a Muggle. She had turned away from her sister's world long ago, but her blood carried a magical protection that Dumbledore could use. By placing Harry with her, protected under the ancient magic of kinship and sacrifice, he ensured that Voldemort, should he return, could not touch Harry while he remained under her roof. Hagrid delivered Harry there in the early morning hours, wrapped in blankets, a lightning bolt scar barely visible on his forehead. A letter was left, and then the wizarding world moved on. In the corners of the world, some still whispered the Dark Lord's name, quietly, fearfully. Some loyalists believed he would return, and some never stopped preparing for that day. In Nocturne Alley, old curses were still sold under the counter. In Albania, deep in the forests, strange magic stirred. Reports of shadows moving through trees, of serpents larger than any seen before. Dumbledore listened to these whispers carefully. He did not believe Voldemort was truly gone. He had seen how Tom Riddle pursued immortality. He had known of the Horcruxes, or at least suspected. But without concrete knowledge, he could not act. He simply waited. Within Hogwarts, peace returned. Students no longer feared open war. Professors no longer watched the sky for green lightning. But change had come. The events of the war were never spoken of in full, but the silence carried weight. Children of Death Eaters walked the halls beside the children of the fallen. Some, like Draco Malfoy, born a year after the war, would never know what their families had truly done. Others, like Neville Longbottom, bore the cost directly. He would grow up with his parents lost to him, alive but unreachable. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, would grow up not knowing who he was. The first wizarding war had ended in a whisper, not a battle. There was no final duel, no last stand. Only a broken house, a shattered wand, a baby with a scar, and the hope that it was finally over. But Dumbledore knew better. He did not celebrate. He did not rest, because some magic never truly dies. The February snow fell heavily outside the windows of Hogwarts as Harry Potter made his way through the castle's quieter corridors, seeking solitude from the increasing pressure of his 6th year. The weight of Dumbledore's lessons about Voldemort's past, and the constant scrutiny from his classmates, had become almost unbearable. It was this contemplative mood that led him to the room of requirement that evening, hoping to find a quiet space where he could think without interruption. As he paced back and forth outside the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, Harry focused on his need for understanding. "I need a place where I can see things clearly," he thought. "Somewhere I can understand myself better, where I can confront the questions that keep me awake at night." The familiar door appeared, but inside was something he had never seen the room create before. Instead of the usual cozy furniture, he found himself in an elegant study, lined with mirrors of every conceivable shape and size, all covering the walls and standing on pedestals throughout the room. At the center stood a single mirror unlike any of the others. It was tall and ancient-looking, with an elaborate silver frame carved with shifting symbols. Unlike the other mirrors, which reflected Harry's image normally, this one showed nothing at all, just a dark, swirling surface that pulsed with its own inner light. As he approached, words began to appear in the dark surface. Harry recognized the backwards inscription from the Mirror of Erised, but as he read more carefully, he realized it was different. "I show not your face, but your soul's true reflection. Mirror of Noisnamid?" Despite his better judgment, Harry reached out toward the mirror's surface. The moment his fingertips touched the dark glass, everything changed. The world twisted around him like water going down a drain, colors bleeding together, and sounds stretching into impossibility. Harry felt himself falling through darkness, his stomach lurching as reality tore apart and reassembled itself. When the spinning stopped, Harry found himself standing in what appeared to be the same corridor. But something was wrong. The torches had been replaced with cold, bluish flames that cast harsh shadows, and the portraits were empty, their subjects apparently having fled in terror. They were removed by order of the headmaster, came a familiar voice behind him. He found their chatter disruptive to proper discipline. Harry spun around to see Hermione Granger approaching, but something made his blood run cold. She was wearing Slytherin robes, and her usually warm brown eyes were cold and calculating. Her hair was pulled back severely, and she carried herself with an arrogance completely unlike the Hermione he knew. "Hermione, what are you doing in Slytherin robes?" She looked at him with disgust. "Don't play stupid with me, Potter. You know perfectly well that Headmaster Dumbledore maintains order through fear and control, as is proper. The portraits were spreading rumors. Better to have silence than chaos." Before Harry could respond, Ron Weasley appeared, also wearing Slytherin green, his face twisted into cruel amusement. He was levitating a first-year student by the ankle, dangling the terrified child upside down while laughing. "Ron, put him down," Harry exclaimed, drawing his wand. "Since when do you care about blood traitors and mudbloods, Potter?" Ron sneered, lowering the student dismissively. "You're usually the one suggesting we hex them." The casual cruelty in Ron's voice, the slur Harry had never heard his best friend utter, hit him like a physical blow. "Oh, I see what this is," Hermione said with a cold smile. "You're having one of your episodes again, aren't you? When you pretend to be soft and caring, as if you weren't the most vicious student in Slytherin House." Slytherin House? Harry looked down at his robes, horrified to see green and silver where there should have been red and gold. "But I'm in Gryffindor." "Potter," Ron said with false patience, "you've been in Slytherin since first year. You're the one who taught us that power is the only thing that matters. You're the one who showed us the Cruciatus Curse." "I would never," Harry began. "Ah, Mr. Potter," came a voice that sent chills down Harry's spine. "I trust you're not having another one of your conscience attacks." Harry turned to see Dumbledore approaching, but this wasn't the kind wizard he knew. This Dumbledore's beard was black instead of silver, his robes were dark purple, and his eyes held no warmth, only cold intelligence, and barely contained cruelty. "Professor," Harry said. "Headmaster," Dumbledore corrected sharply. "You will address me with proper respect. Or would you prefer another evening with the Cruciatus Curse as a reminder?" The casual mention of an unforgivable curse made Harry feel sick. "I don't understand what's happening," Harry said, his voice cracking. "Everything is wrong. You're all wrong." "Wrong." Hermione laughed like breaking glass. "We're exactly as you made us, Potter. You're the one who convinced us that Muggleborns deserve to be treated as inferiors. You taught us that power comes through fear and pain." "That's not true," Harry protested. "I would never say those things." "Then explain this," Ron said, rolling up his left sleeve to reveal the unmistakable dark mark burned into his forearm. Harry staggered backward. "You have the dark mark?" "We all do," Hermione said proudly, showing her own scarred arm. "Thanks to your leadership. You brought us into the Dark Lord's service. You're his most trusted lieutenant." "Show him," Dumbledore commanded. Hermione pulled out a pensive memory, swirling silver in a crystal vial. She poured it into the air, where it formed a three-dimensional scene that made Harry's blood freeze. He was watching himself, or some twisted version of himself, standing in the Slytherin common room. But this Harry's eyes were cold and calculating, his mouth curved in a cruel smile that reminded Harry horribly of Voldemort. "The Mudbloods think they belong here," the Mirror Harry was saying to younger students who watched with fearful admiration. "It's time we reminded them of their place." Harry watched in horror as his other self demonstrated the Cruciatus Curse, explaining the technique with casual cruelty. The memory dissolved, leaving Harry staring at faces that should have been familiar, but held only cold satisfaction. "This is who you truly are, Potter," Dumbledore said softly. "A leader who understands that strength comes through domination." "No," Harry said, his voice stronger now. "That's not me. I don't know what this place is, but I know who I am. I'm Harry Potter, and I fight against dark wizards, not for them. What followed was a tour through a Hogwarts, transformed into his worst nightmares. The Great Hall was divided by barriers, with Slytherin elevated on a throne-like dais, while Muggle-born students wore identifying badges and were served last. Defense against the dark arts had become simply dark arts, with students learning curses as regular curriculum. Most disturbing were the dungeons, no longer used for potions, but as actual prisons, holding students whose only crime was showing kindness or questioning the new order. "This is insane," Harry whispered. "You've turned the school into a prison camp." "We've turned it into an institution of learning," Dumbledore corrected. "Students learn that power determines worth, that strength justifies action." "Those aren't the lessons Hogwarts is supposed to teach," Harry said. "Aren't they?" Ron asked mockingly. "Then explain why the Sorting Hat places students by dominant traits, why Slytherin has produced more powerful wizards, why the school's founder believed in pure-blood superiority." Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore cast a spell that dissolved the corridor around them. They were now in what looked like the minister's office, though far more opulent and intimidating than Harry remembered. Behind the massive desk sat Voldemort, but not the snake-like creature of Harry's nightmares. This was Tom Riddle, as he might have appeared if he had never split his soul. Handsome and charismatic, wearing the formal robes of the Minister of Magic. "Ah, Harry," Voldemort said with a warm smile, more terrifying than any expression of rage. "Another episode of heroic fantasy. How troubling." "You're the Minister of Magic?" Harry asked. "Who else would be qualified to lead the wizarding world into prosperity and order? Though I couldn't have achieved this without your invaluable assistance," Tom replied. The walls were covered with moving photographs, showing Harry shaking hands with Voldemort, the two of them addressing cheering crowds, standing together as Death Eaters knelt in submission. "You showed me that fear alone was insufficient," Voldemort continued. "That true power came from convincing people that obedience was what they wanted. Together we created a world where magical superiority isn't imposed by force. It's accepted as natural law." "I would never work with you. You killed my parents," Harry said. "Did I? Or did I liberate them from the burden of protecting an unappreciative world?" More photographs appeared. James and Lily Potter, alive and healthy, wearing Death Eater robes, their faces bearing cold satisfaction as they watched Muggle-borns being loaded onto trains. "They're alive?" Harry whispered. "Very much so. They're quite proud of what you've accomplished," Tom replied. The door opened, and James and Lily Potter entered, looking exactly as Harry remembered but dressed in dark robes. His mother's face lit up with joy when she saw him. "Harry, darling," she said, rushing to embrace him. "We heard you were having another episode. Are you feeling better?" The embrace was everything Harry had dreamed of since he was 11. His mother's arms around him, his father's hand on his shoulder, the family he had always longed for. "We're so proud of you," James said. "Look at what you've accomplished. The wizarding world is finally unified under proper leadership. You've made our people truly safe." "Safe?" Harry asked, leaning into his mother's embrace despite his better judgment. "No more hiding from muggles," Lily replied, stroking his hair. "No more pretending we're not superior. You've created a world where magical children will never suffer as we did, always concealing their true nature." The logic was seductive, the embrace intoxicating. It would be so easy to accept this reality, where his parents were alive and proud, where his friends were successful, where he was respected rather than constantly fighting losing battles. "This isn't real," Harry said quietly. "What's real, darling?" Lily asked gently. "Your memories of fighting a war that could have been won through negotiation. Your fantasies of being a hero when you could have been a leader. The Harry we know is brilliant and respected," James added. "He doesn't waste time on lost causes. He makes the hard choices that weak people can't make." "Weak people like who?" Harry asked. "Like the version of yourself you imagine," Voldemort said softly. "The boy who chose to fight rather than lead, who chose to die rather than live, who chose to save enemies rather than reward friends." Harry closed his eyes, feeling exhaustion settle over him. It would be so easy to accept this reality, to let go of the constant struggle that came with being the boy who lived. "But it's not real," he said again more firmly. "I don't care how appealing it is. I know who I am, what I believe. This isn't my world." "Harry," his mother said sadly, "you're ill. These fantasies of heroism, they're symptoms of a broken mind. Let us help you heal." "The healers have new treatments," James added. "Memory modification, therapeutic curse work. They can help you let go of these delusions." Memory modification. Harry pulled away from his mother's embrace. "You want to change my memories?" But her words had triggered something in his mind, a vivid recollection of standing in this office, but different. Fawkes had been there, and the real Dumbledore, and Harry had just destroyed Tom Riddle's diary with a basilisk fang. "The diary," Harry whispered, his hand moving to where his scar should be. But he found only smooth skin. "What diary?" Voldemort asked, uncertainty in his voice for the first time. "Tom Riddle's diary, the Horcrux in the Chamber of Secrets. I destroyed it with a basilisk fang." "There's no such thing," James frowned. "You're having another delusion." But Harry was remembering more now. Ginny possessed by the diary, the basilisk, Fawkes arriving to help. None of these people existed in this reality, but the memories were becoming clearer. "Ginny," Harry said aloud. "Where's Ginny Weasley?" "There's no one by that name," Ron said from the doorway. "The Weasley family only had boys, and they're all in Azkaban for blood treason." all in Azkaban. What about Mrs. Weasley?" "You're inventing people who don't exist," Hermione said gently. "There was never a Ginny Weasley." But Harry was remembering more. The burrow, Mrs. Weasley's hugs, Ginny's laugh. These memories felt more real than anything around him. "No," he said firmly. "I remember them. I remember the real Ron who stood by me no matter what. This isn't real. None of this is real." "Please don't do this to yourself," Lily said, her voice breaking. "Don't choose madness over truth." "I'm not choosing madness," Harry replied, backing away from the family he had always dreamed of. "I'm choosing reality. My reality. The one where I'm a Gryffindor, where Dumbledore is good, where my friends care about doing what's right." "That reality is gone," Voldemort said softly. "This is your world now. Stop fighting and accept what you are." "I am Harry James Potter," Harry said, his voice growing stronger. "I was born to parents who died to save me from Tom Riddle. I was sorted into Gryffindor, where I learned that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's choosing to do right, despite fear." As he spoke, Harry felt power flowing through him. Not dark magic, but something pure that came from absolute certainty about who he was. "I have friends who would die for me, and I would die for them," he continued. "I have enemies who deserve my opposition. I am not perfect, but I try to be good, and I will not let you make me forget that." The office began to waver, as if his words were undermining this reality's foundations. Voldemort's features flickered between human and serpentine. His parents' expressions cracked like masks. "You cannot reject what you are," Dumbledore said, appearing with his black beard and cruel eyes. "No," Harry said with absolute certainty. "This is the mirror of Erised in reverse. Instead of showing me what I want most, it's showing me what I fear most, becoming everything I despise. But it's still just a mirror." He pulled out his wand, feeling the familiar warmth of holly and phoenix feather. Around him, the false world began to crack and splinter. "I choose my reality," Harry said firmly. "I choose my friends, my values, my struggles. I choose to be Harry Potter, imperfect hero, rather than Harry Potter, perfect monster." The spell shattered like glass, and Harry found himself back in the room of requirement, standing before the dark mirror, whose surface now showed his true reflection, messy-haired, lightning-scarred, and unmistakably himself. Words appeared one final time. "Know yourself, and choose yourself, whatever the cost." Harry stepped back from the mirror, his heart still racing. The room had returned to normal, but the experience had left him changed, with deeper understanding of both his nature and the choices that defined him. When he reached Gryffindor Tower, he found his real friends waiting. Ron and Hermione looking exactly as they always had, warm and imperfect, and absolutely genuine, working on homework by the fire. "Harry," Hermione looked up with a smile that held none of the cold calculation from her mirror counterpart. "Where have you been? We saved you chocolate from Honeydukes." "Just thinking," Harry said, settling into his chair and accepting the chocolate with gratitude that probably seemed excessive. "About what?" Ron asked, his concern immediate and genuine. "About choices," Harry said simply. "About who we are and who we might have been." "Deep thoughts for Tuesday evening," Hermione observed with gentle teasing. Harry looked at his friends, really looked at them, seeing not just familiar faces, but the kindness in their eyes, the loyalty in their postures, the goodness that defined them. They had flaws, but at their core, they were good people who chose to do good things. "Just grateful," Harry said honestly, "for friends who helped me be better than I might be otherwise." Ron looked embarrassed but pleased. Hermione beamed with understanding warmth. "That's what friends are for," she said simply. As the evening wore on, Harry found himself thinking about the mirror dimension with something approaching gratitude. It had been terrifying, but also illuminating. He understood now that heroism wasn't about being naturally good. It was about recognizing the darkness within yourself and choosing, again and again, to walk toward the light. The mirror had shown him a world where he had made different choices, where fear and anger had guided him instead of love and compassion. But it had also shown him that even in that darkest reality, some part of him had retained the capacity to recognize truth and reject lies. "I am who I choose to be," Harry thought, as he worked on homework, surrounded by the comfortable sounds of friendship. "And I choose to be someone my parents would be proud of, the real ones, who died for love rather than lived for power." His scar gave a small, familiar twinge, reminding him that Voldemort was still out there, still a threat to be faced. But Harry no longer felt quite so burdened. The mirror dimension had shown him there were worse fates than death, worse failures than losing a war. The worst failure would be winning by becoming the very thing you were fighting against. As the fire burned low and his friends packed up their homework, Harry made himself a promise. No matter what challenges lay ahead, he would remember this night and the choice he had made. He would remember that being Harry Potter meant more than having the right name or living in the right world. It meant choosing every single day to be someone worthy of the sacrifices made for him. The weeks that followed brought their own challenges, but Harry faced them with new perspective. When Draco made his usual comments about blood purity, Harry didn't respond with anger, but with sad understanding. He had seen what he might have become if he had embraced those ideas. When Professor Snape was particularly cutting, Harry remembered the kind versions from the mirror dimension. It didn't make Snape's behavior acceptable, but it reminded Harry that people were capable of change. Most importantly, when Dumbledore began their lessons about Voldemort's past, Harry listened with new appreciation for a man who had chosen to remain on the side of light, despite having power enough to rule through fear. "You seem different lately," Hermione observed one evening. More centered. What's changed? I think I've gained perspective, Harry said, about choices and what makes us who we are. That sounds philosophical for someone who usually learns through action. Maybe that's part of growing up, Harry replied. Learning to think before you act. Ron looked up from his chess game. As long as you don't think so much, you forget to act at all. Some things still need doing, whether we understand them or not. Like what? Harry asked. Like standing up to bullies, like protecting people who can't protect themselves, like fighting dark wizards, even when you're scared. Ron moved his knight. Some choices aren't complicated, mate. They're just hard. Harry smiled, thinking about how different this Ron was from the cruel Slytherin in the mirror dimension. This Ron understood that courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was doing what was right, despite being afraid. As the school year progressed, Harry found himself applying the mirror's lessons. When he felt anger rising, he paused to consider whether it was driving him toward light or darkness. When faced with difficult choices, he asked not just what would be effective, but what would be right. The most significant test came during one of his lessons with Dumbledore, viewing memories of Tom Riddle's transformation into Voldemort. As Harry watched the handsome young man manipulating others, he felt a chill of recognition. He could have been anything, Harry said as they emerged from the Pensieve. Why did he choose darkness? Because he believed power was more important than love, Dumbledore replied. Because he thought being feared was safer than being vulnerable. Because he convinced himself that superiority justified any action. Harry thought about the mirror dimension, about the version of himself who had made similar choices. It's not about circumstances, is it? It's about how we choose to respond. Very insightful, Harry. Many believe we are shaped entirely by our experiences, that those who suffer become bitter, that those who are powerful become corrupt. But you understand something more complex. What's that? Harry asked. That we shape ourselves through our responses to experience. Tom Riddle experienced abandonment and chose isolation. You experienced abandonment and chose connection. He experienced power and chose to dominate. You have experienced power and chosen to protect. Similar circumstances, opposite choices. That night, Harry lay in his bed, listening to the familiar sounds of his dorm mates sleeping around him. Ron's soft snoring, Neville's occasional murmur, ordinary, comfortable sounds that spoke of friendship and belonging and home. In the mirror dimension, he had been alone, despite being surrounded by people. The false versions of his friends had feared him rather than loved him. His parents had been proud of his power rather than his character. Power without love, Harry realized, was just another form of loneliness. As he drifted off to sleep, Harry's last thought was renewed appreciation for being surrounded by people who loved him for who he was, rather than what he could do for them. It was a gift he would never take for granted again. The mirror had shown him who he might have been, but more importantly, it had helped him understand who he chose to be. And that choice, made freely with full knowledge of the alternatives, gave him a strength that no dark magic could touch. In the end, that would make all the difference. The morning had started peacefully enough in Diagon Alley. Autumn sunlight filtered through the narrow gap between the crooked buildings, casting long shadows across the cobblestone street as witches and wizards went about their daily shopping. Children pressed their noses against the windows of quality Quidditch supplies, while their parents browsed through Flourish and Blots, or waited in the orderly queue outside Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry Potter stood outside Ollivander's, examining a notice board advertising upcoming Quidditch matches, when the first explosion shattered the peaceful morning air. The blast came from the direction of Nocturne Alley, sending a pillar of dark green smoke rising above the rooftops. Immediately, the cheerful bustle of Diagon Alley transformed into something far more sinister. Shoppers began screaming and running toward the leaky cauldron, while shop owners hurriedly pulled down their shutters and activated protective wards. "Harry!" Hermione's voice cut through the chaos as she and Ron appeared at his side, both having heard the explosion from Flourish and Blots. What was that? Before Harry could answer, a second explosion rocked the alley, this one much closer. The windows of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions shattered, sending glittering fragments across the street like deadly confetti. "Dark wizards," Ron said grimly, pointing toward the mouth of Nocturne Alley where hooded figures were emerging. "Looks like they're trying to take the whole alley." Harry counted at least 20 attackers, their faces hidden behind silver masks that gleamed menacingly in the morning light. They moved with military precision, splitting into groups and advancing on different targets simultaneously. One group headed straight for Gringotts, while another began systematically attacking the shops along the main street. "We need to help evacuate the civilians," Harry said, drawing his wand. "Then we can—" His words were cut off as a killing curse streaked past his head, missing him by inches and leaving a smoking crater in the wall behind him. The battle for Diagon Alley had begun. The next few minutes were pure chaos. Spells flew in every direction as the dark wizards pressed their attack, and the few aurors in the area tried desperately to organize a defense. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves separated in the mayhem, each fighting their own battles while trying to protect the terrified shoppers caught in the crossfire. Harry ducked behind an overturned cart as another killing curse sizzled over his head. "Expelliarmus!" he shouted, disarming one of his attackers, then immediately followed with Stupefy to put the wizard down permanently. Across the street, he could see Ron helping Florian Fortescue evacuate his ice cream parlor, while simultaneously dueling with two masked wizards. The red-haired wizard's strategic mind was already working, using the narrow alleyway beside the shop to limit his opponent's ability to flank him. Hermione had taken position near Flourish and Blots, where she was organizing the civilian evacuation while casting protective shields over fleeing families. Her encyclopedic knowledge of defensive magic was proving invaluable as she layered multiple protective charms to create safe corridors for escape. But despite their efforts, the dark wizards were gaining ground. More hooded figures poured out of Nocturne Alley, and Harry realized with growing alarm that this wasn't just a random attack. It was a coordinated assault designed to capture or destroy the heart of wizarding London. "Potter," a harsh voice called out, and Harry turned to see 3 masked wizards advancing on his position. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." Harry rolled behind a marble statue of a wizard holding scales, the symbol of Gringotts Bank, as curses exploded around him. "Protego Maxima!" he shouted, creating a powerful shield that deflected the worst of the assault. The leader of the 3 attackers was clearly skilled, his spells precise and devastatingly powerful. Harry recognized the fluid wand movements of someone trained in dueling, and he realized he was facing a professional dark wizard, not just a common criminal. "Confringo!" Harry cast, sending an explosive curse toward his opponents. The blast scattered them, giving him a moment to assess the larger battle. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. The Dark Wizards had succeeded in dividing the alley into multiple combat zones, making coordinated defense nearly impossible. Gringotts was under siege, with goblins fighting alongside human wizards to defend their vaults. The Leaky Cauldron had become a makeshift field hospital where Tom the barman was tending to wounded civilians. But it was the systematic destruction of the shops that truly alarmed Harry. The attackers weren't just fighting. They were deliberately targeting the institutions that made Diagon Alley the heart of magical Britain. Ollivander's was in flames, centuries of wand lore going up in smoke. Quality Quidditch supplies had been reduced to rubble, broomsticks scattered like broken bones across the cobblestones. "This isn't random," Harry muttered to himself as he deflected another curse. "They're trying to destroy our entire magical infrastructure." The realization galvanized him into action. This wasn't just a battle. It was an attempt to cut the heart out of magical Britain, to destroy the cultural and economic center that connected all wizarding families to their heritage. "Ron, Hermione!" Harry shouted over the din of battle. "We need to coordinate. They're targeting the shops systematically." His friends heard him despite the chaos and began fighting their way toward his position. Ron arrived first, his face flushed with exertion, and his robe singed from near misses. "There are too many of them," Ron panted, "and they keep coming from Nocturne Alley. We need to cut off their reinforcements." Hermione reached them moments later, her bushy hair more disheveled than usual, but her eyes bright with tactical thinking. "I've been watching their movement patterns," she said quickly. "They're using the Flu network to coordinate between different shop fronts. If we can disrupt their communications, we can turn this from a coordinated assault into a series of separate fights," Harry finished. "Brilliant. But how do we access the Flu network in the middle of a battle?" The answer came from an unexpected source. Neville Longbottom appeared around the corner of Magical Menagerie, leading a group of Hogwarts students who had been shopping when the attack began. "Harry!" Neville called out, his voice stronger and more confident than Harry had ever heard it. "We've been organizing the younger students. Luna's got a group barricaded in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and Dean's coordinating with the shop owners to create defensive positions." Harry felt a surge of pride and hope. His fellow Hogwarts students weren't running. They were fighting back. "Neville, we need to cut off the Flu connections," Harry explained quickly. "Can you and your group create a distraction while we get to the Leaky Cauldron?" "Consider it done," Neville replied with a grim smile. What followed was one of the most remarkable displays of coordinated magical combat Harry had ever witnessed. Neville's group spread out along the alley, using everything from Weasley products to advanced defensive magic they'd learned in their secret meetings. Decoy detonators exploded in clouds of colorful smoke, confusing the attackers, while Protee and charm-linked coins allowed the students to coordinate their movements. Using the distraction, Harry, Ron, and Hermione fought their way toward the leaky cauldron. The narrow street had become a war zone, with overturned carts and broken shop signs providing cover for both sides. Spellfire illuminated the morning shadows, creating an otherworldly battlefield in the heart of magical London. The approach to the leaky cauldron was heavily defended by dark wizards, who recognized its strategic importance as the main Floo network hub for Diagon Alley. Harry found himself in the most intense magical combat of his life, trading curses with multiple opponents, while trying to advance through a maze of debris and magical barriers. "Reducto!" Hermione shouted, blasting a hole through a conjured stone wall that blocked their path. "Expulso!" Ron added, his curse sending two dark wizards flying backward into the window of Elop's Owl Emporium. Harry pressed forward, his mind focused with the clarity that came only in moments of extreme danger. Every lesson from Dumbledore's army, every hour of practice, every instinct honed through years of facing dark magic came together as he dueled his way through the enemy line. The crucial moment came when they reached the leaky cauldron's entrance. Tom, the barman, was defending the doorway with fierce determination, his usually cheerful face set in grim lines as he cast curse after curse at the attacking dark wizards. "Tom," Harry called out, "we need access to the Floo network." "Through the back," Tom shouted without taking his eyes off his opponents. "But hurry, they're trying to break the connections." Inside the leaky cauldron, the scene was surreal. The normally cozy pub had been transformed into a command center and field hospital. Wounded wizards lay on tables, while Madame Pomfrey and other healers worked frantically to save lives. In the back room, the Floo network's main connection point glowed with unstable green flames as dark wizards tried to sabotage it from the other side. "They're trying to sever all the connections," Hermione observed, studying the magical energy patterns around the fireplace. "If they succeed, every shop in Diagon Alley will be isolated." Harry stared at the flickering flames, understanding the full scope of the enemy's plan. By cutting the Floo connections, they would prevent reinforcements from arriving and trap everyone in Diagon Alley. It was a siege tactic, designed to slowly strangle the magical district until it surrendered or was destroyed. "Can we reverse it?" he asked. "Better than that," Hermione said, her eyes lighting up with inspiration. "We can turn their own tactic against them. If we can access their network through this connection, we can trace them back to their source," Ron finished, "and maybe cut off their reinforcements instead of ours." The plan was dangerous and required precise timing. While Harry and Ron defended the Floo connection from additional attackers, Hermione worked to trace the magical signatures that the dark wizards were using to coordinate their assault. "There!" she exclaimed after several tense minutes. "They're operating from a building in Nocturne Alley. the old Borgin and Burke's shop, and they've got at least 50 more wizards waiting to join the battle. Harry felt a chill of recognition. Borgin and Burke's had been a notorious shop for dark artifacts, and its hidden basement would make a perfect staging area for a coordinated attack. "If we can get there and disrupt their operation," he began, "we end this battle before it destroys everything," Ron agreed. But getting to Nocturne Alley meant fighting through the entire length of Diagon Alley while it was under assault. It would require not just courage, but tactical brilliance, and more than a little luck. The journey back through the battle zone was even more harrowing than their advance. The Dark Wizards had consolidated their positions, and were now conducting a systematic assault on every remaining shop. Quality Quidditch supplies was completely destroyed, its Quidditch equipment scattered and burning. Madame Malkin's was under siege, with the elderly witch bravely defending her life's work from behind a barricade of dress robes. But Harry also saw signs of hope. The wizarding community was fighting back with remarkable courage and ingenuity. The Weasley twins had arrived from their joke shop, and were using their experimental magic to create chaos among the attackers. Fred and George's whizzing worms were proving surprisingly effective at disrupting enemy spellcasting, while their portable swamp had turned one section of the street into an impassable bog. Luna Lovegood appeared at Harry's side as they approached Nocturne Alley, her usual dreamy expression replaced by focused determination. "The Thestrals told me you'd need help," she said matter-of-factly, as if magical creatures regularly provided tactical intelligence. "There are shadow paths through the old building foundations, ways to move without being seen." Harry didn't question Luna's sources. Her unconventional insights had proven valuable too many times to doubt. Following Luna's guidance, they slipped through a narrow passage between buildings that Harry had never noticed before. The ancient foundations of magical London created a hidden network of passages and cellars that connected many of the buildings, relics from a time when wizards needed to move unseen through the city. The basement of Borgin and Burke's had been transformed into a military command center. Maps of Diagon Alley covered the walls, marked with tactical positions and target priorities. Communication crystals glowed with reports from the attacking teams, while a reserve force of dark wizards waited for deployment orders. At the center of it all stood a figure Harry recognized with a shock of fear and anger. Antonin Dolohov, one of the most dangerous Death Eaters who had escaped from Azkaban. The cruel-faced wizard was coordinating the assault with military precision, his cold eyes tracking the progress of his forces across the magical district. "The Gringotts Vault is proving more difficult than anticipated," one of his subordinates reported. "The goblins are fighting harder than expected." "No matter," Dolohov replied in his harsh voice. "Continue the pressure. We don't need to capture it. We just need to destroy it. Britain's magical economy will collapse without Gringotts, and the wizarding world will be defenseless." Harry felt sick as he understood the true scope of the attack. This wasn't just about controlling Diagon Alley. It was about destroying the economic foundation of magical Britain, leaving the wizarding world vulnerable to conquest. "We have to stop this now," he whispered to his friends. The battle that followed was the most intense magical combat any of them had ever experienced. Fighting in the confined space of the basement, with magical artifacts and dark magic enhancing their opponent's power, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Luna found themselves pushed to their absolute limits. Dolohov himself was a terrifying opponent, his mastery of dark magic evident in every curse he cast. Harry barely managed to dodge a purple flame that would have killed him instantly, rolling behind an ancient cabinet filled with cursed objects. "Confringo!" Ron shouted, sending an explosive curse toward the communication crystals. The blast severed the dark wizard's ability to coordinate with their forces in Diagon Alley, immediately throwing their assault into disarray. Hermione engaged 3 dark wizards simultaneously, her shield charms and counter curses forming an intricate dance of magical combat that spoke to years of study and practice. Luna fought with an unpredictable style that confused and frustrated her opponents, using spells and techniques that seemed to come from entirely different magical traditions. The turning point came when Harry managed to corner Dolohov near the magical communication setup. The Death Eater was powerful, but Harry had something his opponent lacked. He was fighting to protect people he loved, while Dolohov fought only for destruction. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted with all his strength, putting every ounce of his will behind the spell. The force of the disarming charm sent Dolohov flying backward into the communication array, destroying the magical crystals and severing the dark wizard's coordination completely. Without central command, the assault on Diagon Alley began to collapse as individual groups found themselves isolated and outnumbered by the increasingly organized defense. The cleanup took hours. Aurors arrived in force once the flu network was restored, rounding up the scattered dark wizards and beginning the process of assessing the damage. The physical destruction was extensive. Several shops would need to be completely rebuilt, and the economic impact would be felt for months. But the magical community had survived, and more importantly, it had fought back. The courage shown by ordinary witches and wizards, from shop owners to Hogwarts students, had prevented a catastrophe that could have destroyed the heart of magical Britain. As the sun set over the damaged but still standing buildings of Diagon Alley, Harry stood with his friends, surveying the aftermath of the battle. The cobblestones were scorched and cracked, windows were boarded up, and the smell of smoke still hung in the air. "They failed," Hermione observed with quiet satisfaction. "They wanted to break our spirit. But look around. Everyone's already talking about rebuilding." Indeed, despite the exhaustion and shock, the wizarding community was already rallying. Volunteers were clearing debris, shop owners were making plans for reconstruction, and the Weasley twins were entertaining traumatized children with gentle magic tricks. "This is what they can never understand," Ron said, watching a group of witches and wizards sharing food and comfort with displaced families. "They think fear and destruction make them strong. But real strength comes from people standing together." Harry nodded, feeling a deep sense of pride in the magical community he had helped defend. The battle for Diagon Alley would be remembered not just as a victory against dark wizards, but as proof that ordinary people could accomplish extraordinary things when they fought for something they believed in. As stars began to appear in the darkening sky above the ancient buildings, the sounds of reconstruction echoed through the alley. Hammers rang against anvils as magical repairs began. Voices called out offers of help and shelter, and the warm glow of restored shop windows promised that Diagon Alley would rise again, stronger than before. The battle was over, but the real victory was just beginning. The long, patient work of rebuilding, healing, and proving that hope could triumph over fear, and that a community united could overcome any threat. In the mists of the 15th century, when magic was wilder, and the boundaries between light and dark were blurred by ambition and fear, there lived a sorcerer whose name has been whispered in terror for over 500 years. Acrisdus was not born evil. Few truly are. But the pursuit of forbidden knowledge and the corruption of dark magic transformed him into something that barely resembled human anymore. The rocky island that would one day house Azkaban prison was chosen by Acrisdus for reasons that spoke to his twisted genius. Located in the treacherous waters of the North Sea, far from any Muggle shipping lanes or wizarding settlements, the island was naturally isolated by both geography and weather. But more importantly, it sat atop a convergence of ancient magical ley lines that pulsed with raw, untamed power, the kind of energy that could fuel the darkest of magical experiments. Acrisdus built his fortress, not with the help of house elves or magical creatures, but with his own 2 hands, and the screams of those who opposed him. The black stones that formed the walls were quarried from the island itself, and infused with the life force of his victims. Each block was a tomb, each wall a monument to suffering, creating a structure that literally fed on anguish and despair. The fortress rose from the rocky shore like a twisted finger pointing accusingly at the sky. Its towers were asymmetrical, built to channel and amplify the negative emotions that Acrisdus required for his experiments. The windows, few and narrow, were positioned to create shadows that moved with unnatural life, while the corridors within were designed as a maze that would confuse and terrify any who dared to enter uninvited. For decades, Acrisdus conducted experiments that pushed the boundaries of magical ethics and human decency. He delved into the darkest corners of necromancy, studying the nature of the soul and the precise mechanisms by which life force could be extracted, manipulated, and consumed. His laboratory, hidden deep within the fortress's foundation, became a charnel house, where the boundary between life and death became increasingly meaningless. But it was not the torture of humans alone that attracted the creatures that would one day guard Azkaban. Acrisdus's experiments with soul magic, his deliberate cultivation of despair and hopelessness, created a psychic resonance that called to beings that existed in the spaces between life and death. The Dementors were drawn to his island, like moths to a flame, creatures of pure malevolence that fed on the very emotions his fortress was designed to generate. The relationship between Acrisdus and the Dementors was symbiotic, but never equal. The sorcerer provided them with a constant supply of human suffering, while they served as both guardians of his fortress and subjects for his studies into the nature of soul magic. He learned to communicate with them through shared darkness, understanding their hunger for happiness and hope in ways that would horrify any normal wizard. As years passed, Ecrisdis became less human and more like the creatures he commanded. His appearance grew gaunt and corpse-like, his eyes becoming hollow pits that reflected only darkness. Some say he began to feed on despair himself, that his experiments had fundamentally altered his nature until he was as much Dementor as man. The island became a wound in the fabric of reality, a place where the natural order was inverted and suffering became sustenance. Ships that passed too close would find their crews overcome with inexplicable dread, while any wizard brave or foolish enough to approach by magical means would be turned away by concealment charms so powerful they seemed to edit the island out of existence itself. But even the darkest magic has its limits, and even the most corrupt soul must eventually face the consequences of its choices. Ecrisdis's death was as mysterious as his life had been notorious. Some say he simply faded away, his humanity so eroded that he dissolved into the darkness he had courted. Others believe the Dementors themselves consumed him in the end, their appetite finally overcoming whatever control he had maintained. What is certain is that when Ministry officials finally discovered the island decades later, they found no trace of Ecrisdis himself, only his fortress, still radiating malevolence, and a colony of Dementors that had made the structure their permanent home. The year was 1718, when Minister for Magic Ulick Gamp received reports of a mysterious island that appeared and disappeared from wizarding charts with disturbing regularity. Maritime magical transportation routes were reporting strange phenomena, compasses spinning wildly, protective charms failing, and crew members overcome with inexplicable terror when traveling through certain coordinates in the North Sea. The investigation was led by Senior Auror Eldritch Diggory, whose descendant Amos would one day work for the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Diggory assembled a team of the Ministry's most experienced curse-breakers and combat specialists, knowing that whatever was causing these disturbances was likely to be both dangerous and deeply magical in nature. The team's first approach to the island was made during daylight hours, with every protective charm and counterspell they could manage. Even so, the effect was immediate and overwhelming. As their boat drew near the rocky shores, a crushing weight of despair settled over the entire expedition. Seasoned aurors, men and women who had faced dark wizards and dangerous creatures without flinching, found themselves struggling with waves of hopelessness so intense they could barely function. When they finally reached the fortress, they found a structure that defied both architectural logic and magical understanding. The buildings seemed to shift and change when not observed directly, corridors leading to different destinations depending on the walker's emotional state. Rooms contained evidence of horrific experiments, magical apparatus designed to extract and contain human emotions, charts mapping the theoretical limits of soul magic, and implements whose purpose was too terrible to contemplate. But it was in the deepest cellars that they made the discovery that would change the nature of magical justice forever. There, in chambers that had been carved from the living rock and inscribed with runes that hurt to look at directly, they found the Dementors. The creatures were unlike anything in the Ministry's extensive bestiary. Roughly humanoid, but clearly not human, wrapped in tattered black cloaks that seemed to absorb light itself. They glided through the air with movements that suggested they existed partially outside normal space. Where their faces should have been, only darkness was visible, a void that seemed to pull at the very essence of anyone who looked too long. Most disturbing of all was their effect on the human psyche. In their presence, every happy memory became distant and faded, while every moment of pain, loss, and regret became vivid and immediate. The Aurors found themselves reliving their worst experiences with perfect, agonizing clarity, while their ability to remember joy or hope diminished to nothing. They feed on human happiness, reported the expedition's specialist in magical creatures. They consume positive emotions as surely as fire consumes wood, leaving behind only the cold ashes of despair. The logical response would have been to destroy the creatures immediately. The island fortress itself was clearly too dangerous to leave intact, its very stones corrupted by centuries of dark magic. Any reasonable assessment would have concluded that both the structure and its inhabitants represented an unacceptable threat to wizarding society. But Minister Gamp was facing a crisis that made desperate measures seem reasonable. The wizarding world of the early 18th century was struggling with an unprecedented wave of magical crime. Dark wizards, emboldened by the political chaos of the time, were terrorizing both magical and Muggle communities. The existing prison facilities were overcrowded and inadequate, while magical criminals seemed increasingly willing to risk imprisonment for their crimes. The Dementors represented a solution to these problems, a perfect prison guard that could not be bribed, threatened, or overcome by conventional magical means. Their very presence made escape not just difficult, but psychologically impossible, as prisoners would be stripped of the hope and determination necessary to plan or execute any breakout attempt. The debate within the ministry was fierce and divisive. Progressive members argued that using creatures that fed on human suffering was a fundamental betrayal of the values magical society claimed to uphold. But the pragmatists, led by the minister himself, countered that extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. The final decision was made in secret by a council consisting of the minister, the chief warlock, and the heads of the major magical law enforcement departments. They voted narrowly to preserve the island fortress and its inhabitants, transforming Azkaban from a place of dark experimentation into a prison unlike any the world had ever seen. The transformation of Ecrizdis's fortress into a functional prison required extensive modifications, both architectural and magical. The Ministry's Department of Magical Construction worked for 3 years to adapt the twisted structure to its new purpose, though they were careful to preserve the essential features that made the Dementors so effective as guards. The original chambers where Ecrizdis had conducted his experiments were converted into individual cells, each one carved from the black stone and protected by multiple layers of magical security. The walls were inscribed with containment runes that would prevent magical transportation, while the doors were forged from goblin steel and enchanted to resist even the most powerful unlocking charms. The first warden of Azkaban was Damocles Roll, a stern wizard whose family had served in magical law enforcement for generations. Rowell understood that his role was not to command the Dementors, but to channel their natural inclinations in ways that served the prison's security needs. He established a system of controlled feeding, where the creatures were allowed access to prisoners based on the severity of their crimes and their cooperation with prison authorities. The early years of Azkaban's operation were marked by experimentation and adjustment as the Ministry learned to work with their monstrous allies. They discovered that the Dementors' presence had to be carefully regulated. Too much exposure would leave prisoners as mindless shells, while too little would allow them to retain the hope and determination necessary for escape attempts. The first prisoners were primarily common magical criminals, thieves who had robbed wizard banks, potion smugglers who had sold dangerous substances to muggles, and fraudsters who had cheated other wizards out of their money. For these relatively minor offenders, the psychological impact of Azkaban was severe, but not necessarily permanent. Many emerged from short sentences fundamentally changed, their experience with the Dementors having stripped away any desire to return to criminal behavior. But it was with the arrival of the first truly dark wizard that Azkaban's true nature revealed itself. Morrigan Crow was a sorceress who had murdered 17 people in her quest to achieve immortality through blood magic. Her trial had been the sensation of wizarding Britain, and public opinion demanded the harshest possible punishment. Crow was placed in one of the fortress's deepest cells, with a pair of Dementors assigned specifically to ensure she could never escape, or even contemplate escape. The effect was immediate and devastating. Within weeks, the proud and arrogant sorceress had been reduced to a broken shell, her magical power intact, but her will to use it completely shattered. This was the true genius and horror of Azkaban as a prison. Traditional punishments sought to deter crime through the threat of physical discomfort or social isolation. But the Dementors offered something far more profound: They forced prisoners to experience their crimes from the perspective of their victims, to feel every moment of fear and pain they had inflicted on others. For some, this led to genuine remorse and rehabilitation. Criminals who had acted from greed or desperation found themselves confronted with the true cost of their actions and emerged from Azkaban, determined never to cause such suffering again. But for others, particularly those who had committed crimes from genuine malice, the experience was simply destructive, leaving them broken, but not necessarily repentant. For nearly 2 centuries, Azkaban operated with ruthless efficiency, its reputation for absolute security growing with each passing decade. The fortress became home to the wizarding world's most dangerous criminals, from common thieves to dark wizards whose crimes defied imagination. The prison's most secure area was known as the Deep Cells, chambers carved from the bedrock beneath the fortress and protected by layers of magical security accumulated over centuries. These cells were not just physically isolated, but existed in a state of magical suspension that made complex spellcasting nearly impossible. In these chambers, time itself moved differently. Prisoners experienced subjective hours or days, while only minutes passed in the outside world, their perception of reality deliberately distorted to prevent them from accurately gauging the passage of time or coordinating with other inmates. The psychological effect was devastating. Prisoners lost their sense of continuity and identity, becoming trapped in an eternal present of despair and confusion. The wardens of this era viewed their work not as punishment, but as a kind of medical procedure designed to cure criminals of their antisocial tendencies. They developed detailed protocols for measuring the psychological state of prisoners, tracking their descent into despair with scientific precision. But it was during this period of supposed security that Azkaban faced its greatest challenge in the form of a prisoner who would change everything. Sirius Black. Black's case was unique in several respects. As a member of one of the most prominent pure-blood families in Wizarding Britain, he had connections and knowledge that most prisoners lacked. More importantly, his crime, the alleged betrayal of James and Lily Potter to Voldemort, was so notorious that his imprisonment became a symbol of justice served in the wizarding world's darkest hour. What the prison authorities didn't realize was that Black possessed something that made him fundamentally different from other prisoners: absolute certainty of his own innocence. While other inmates were gradually broken by the Dementors forcing them to relive their crimes, Black's worst memories were not of guilt, but of helplessness. His inability to save his best friends, his failure to prevent their deaths. This psychological difference proved crucial. The Dementors' power relied on amplifying existing guilt and despair. But Black's despair was external rather than internal. He suffered terribly in their presence, but his core sense of self remained intact because he had no genuine crimes to torture him with. Over the course of 12 years, Black studied the patterns of Dementor movement, the shift changes of the human wardens, and the subtle rhythms of the fortress itself. He learned to time his observations to the moments when Dementor presence was lightest, gradually building a mental map of the prison's vulnerabilities. The key to his escape plan was his unregistered animagus ability, a secret he had kept even under the interrogation that followed his arrest. His dog form was not just smaller and more agile than his human shape. It was also emotionally simpler, less susceptible to the complex psychological torment that the Dementors inflicted on human consciousness. On the night of his escape, Black waited until the monthly pattern of Dementor patrols created a brief window of opportunity near the fortress's outer walls. Transforming into his dog form, he slipped through the bars of his cell, bars that were designed to contain human wizards, not animal forms, and made his way through passages he had memorized during years of patient observation. The swim to the mainland nearly killed him, but his dog form's natural swimming ability and reduced psychological complexity allowed him to survive what would have been impossible for a human prisoner. By the time the alarm was raised, he had reached the Scottish coast and vanished into the countryside, becoming the first person in Azkaban's history to successfully escape the fortress. Among all the horrors associated with Azkaban, none inspired more fear than the ultimate punishment reserved for the most heinous crimes, the Dementor's kiss. This was not simply an execution, but something far worse: the complete destruction of a person's soul, leaving behind a living shell that could breathe and move, but could never again think, feel, or experience consciousness in any meaningful way. The kiss was not administered lightly. It required authorization from the minister for magic personally, along with a review by the Wizengamot's most senior members. The legal framework surrounding its use was complex and deliberately restrictive, recognizing that this punishment was so severe it crossed the boundary from justice into something approaching cosmic horror. The process itself was sickeningly intimate. The Dementor would lower its hood, revealing the rotting, scabbed hole where its mouth should be, and draw out the victim's soul in a process that could take several agonizing minutes. The psychological impact of witnessing the kiss was almost as devastating as receiving it. Aurors who had been present during its administration often required extensive counseling, haunted by the sight of a person being reduced to an empty shell while their body remained unharmed. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the kiss was what happened to the victim's body afterward. Without a soul to animate it, the body became a kind of magical automaton, capable of following simple commands, but incapable of independent thought or decision-making. These soulless shells were kept in a special ward of St. Mungo's Hospital, where they were fed and maintained like living dolls, a constant reminder of the punishment's horror. The use of the kiss became more frequent during periods of magical crisis, when the Ministry felt that traditional punishments were insufficient to deter the most serious crimes. During Grindelwald's war, nearly 50 of his most devoted followers received the kiss, rather than imprisonment, their souls destroyed to prevent any possibility of their knowledge being used by other dark wizards. The ethical implications of the Dementor's kiss went beyond questions of appropriate punishment. Many magical philosophers argued that the destruction of a soul was not just excessive, but fundamentally wrong, that it violated basic principles about the nature of consciousness and the rights of sentient beings. The kiss didn't just kill the body, it erased the very essence of what made a person who they were, eliminating any possibility of redemption, growth, or change. The beginning of the end for Azkaban, as a Dementor-guarded prison, came not from external attack or successful escape, but from the creatures themselves. The mass breakout of 1996, orchestrated by Voldemort's supporters, revealed the fundamental flaw in the Ministry's century-long alliance with the Dementors. Creatures that fed on despair and suffering would inevitably be drawn to serve those who created the most of both. The signs had been present for years, though Ministry officials had chosen to ignore them. Dementors had become increasingly restless during the early 90s, their patrols more erratic, and their feeding more aggressive. Prisoners reported that the creatures seemed different, more hostile, more predatory, as if they were no longer content with their role as mere guards. The truth was that Voldemort's return had awakened something in the Dementors, a recognition that their arrangement with the Ministry was no longer the most advantageous available to them. The Dark Lord offered them something the Ministry never could: unlimited freedom to feed, with an entire wizarding population to terrorize, rather than just the limited population of Azkaban's prisoners. When the breakout came, it was swift and devastating. The Dementors simply stopped guarding the prison, instead opening every cell and allowing the most dangerous dark wizards in magical Britain to escape into the night. Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, and a dozen other Death Eaters walked free, their magical abilities intact, and their hatred for the Ministry only intensified by years of imprisonment. The immediate aftermath of the breakout was chaos. The escaped prisoners scattered across Britain, some seeking revenge against those who had captured them, others working to rebuild Voldemort's organization. The Ministry was forced to acknowledge that their ultimate symbol of security had become a liability, that the creatures they had relied upon for nearly 3 centuries had betrayed them at the moment of greatest need. But perhaps the most significant consequence of the breakout was the revelation of how fundamentally corrupt the prison system had become. Investigation after investigation revealed the extent to which Azkaban had been used, not just to punish crime, but to eliminate political enemies, to silence inconvenient voices, and to dispose of anyone who threatened the established order. The case of Sirius Black was just the beginning. Dozens of prisoners were found to have been wrongfully convicted, their trials conducted in secret or without proper legal representation. Others had been subjected to punishments far exceeding their crimes. Their sentences extended indefinitely through bureaucratic manipulation. In the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, the wizarding world was forced to confront the true cost of their alliance with darkness. Azkaban stood empty, its Dementor guards scattered to the winds, but the psychological and moral damage it had inflicted could not be so easily repaired. The fortress itself became a monument to the dangers of compromising with evil in the name of security. Tours were eventually organized for young wizards, showing them the cells where innocents had suffered alongside the guilty, the chambers where souls had been destroyed in the name of justice, and the administrative offices where bureaucrats had made calculations about human suffering with the dispassion of accountants. Many of Azkaban's former prisoners required extensive rehabilitation, their minds shattered by years of Dementor exposure. St. Mungo's Hospital established an entire wing dedicated to treating the psychological damage inflicted by the fortress, but for many, the scars would never fully heal. The debate over what should replace Azkaban consumed the wizarding world for years. Some argued for a return to more traditional forms of imprisonment, while others pushed for rehabilitation-focused approaches that emphasized healing rather than punishment. The challenge was creating a system that could contain dangerous magical criminals without repeating the moral compromises that had made Azkaban possible. Perhaps the most important lesson of Azkaban's history was the recognition that the tools used to fight darkness could themselves become sources of shadow. The Ministry's alliance with the Dementors had been justified as a necessary evil, but it had ultimately corrupted the entire justice system, creating a culture where suffering was seen as an acceptable means to any end. The empty fortress still stands on its rocky island, slowly crumbling as the North Sea wind wears away stones that once contained such concentrated malevolence. The Dementors are gone, though reports of their activities continue to surface from remote corners of the wizarding world. The soulless bodies of those who received the kiss remain in St. Mungo's, a permanent reminder of justice, perverted into vengeance. But from the ashes of Azkaban's fall came something unprecedented in wizarding history, a genuine commitment to justice based on rehabilitation rather than revenge, on healing rather than harm. The Fortress of Despair had taught the wizarding world that the price of security was not worth paying if it meant abandoning the very values that made civilization worth protecting. The first time Frank Longbottom saw Alice Fortescue, she was hanging upside down from a chandelier in the Ministry's atrium, her long auburn hair falling like a curtain as she carefully diffused a dark arts trap that had been planted by Death Eater sympathizers. It was 1977, and the First Wizarding War was at its peak, turning even the supposedly safe halls of the Ministry into a battlefield. "Need any help up there?" Frank called out, his hand already reaching for his wand, in case the situation turned dangerous. Alice looked down at him, her green eyes sparkling with both concentration and amusement. "Unless you've got a better angle on this entrancement hex, I think I've got it handled, thanks." Frank watched, impressed despite himself, as she completed the delicate wand work required to safely neutralize the trap. With a soft pop, the magical snare dissolved, and Alice gracefully flipped herself upright, landing cat-like on the marble floor. "Or Fortescue," she said, extending a slightly dusty hand. "And you're Frank Longbottom, unless I miss my guess. Your reputation precedes you." "All good things, I hope," Frank replied, taking her hand and noting the firm grip, the calluses that spoke of hours of wand practice, and the small scar on her knuckles that marked her as someone who'd seen real combat. "Mostly," Alice grinned, "though I did hear you once accidentally hexed yourself trying to impress a date." Frank felt his cheeks burn. "That was a misunderstanding about the spell's trajectory." "Uh-huh." Alice's smile was warm, not mocking. "Well, Frank Longbottom, who has trouble with spell trajectories. How about you help me sweep the rest of this level for traps? I have a feeling our Death Eater friends left us more than one present." That was the beginning of their partnership. First professional, then personal, and finally something that transcended both. Over the following months, Frank and Alice became one of the Ministry's most effective teams. Their complementary skills and instinctive trust making them formidable opponents for the dark forces that seemed to grow bolder by the day. Frank was methodical and steady, with an encyclopedic knowledge of dark creatures and curses that made him invaluable in the field. Alice was intuitive and brilliant, able to see patterns and connections that others missed, with a particular talent for protective magic that had saved both their lives more times than either cared to count. More importantly, they understood each other in the way that only two people who had faced death together could understand. In a world where friends disappeared overnight and family members turned up bearing the dark mark, Frank and Alice became each other's constant, the one person they could trust completely in a war where trust was often fatal. "You know what I love about you?" Alice said one evening as they sat in Frank's small flat, sharing a bottle of fire whiskey and debriefing from a particularly difficult mission. "My devastating good looks," Frank suggested hopefully. "Your terrible jokes," Alice replied without missing a beat. "In the middle of all this darkness, all this fear and hatred and death, you still try to make me laugh. That's important, Frank. That's what we're fighting for. The right to make stupid jokes and drink too much fire whiskey and argue about Quidditch scores." Frank looked at her. This remarkable woman who could face down Death Eaters without flinching, but who still cried at the funerals of aurors they'd lost, who could unravel the most complex dark magic, but who still left him little notes in his desk drawer, just to make him smile. "Alice," he said quietly, "I think I'm falling in love with you." "Think," she replied, moving closer to him on the worn sofa. That's not very decisive for an Auror, Longbottom. All right then, Frank said, gathering his courage. I know I'm falling in love with you. Have been for months, actually. You're brilliant and brave and beautiful, and you make me want to be the kind of man who deserves to come home to you every night. Alice's answer was a kiss that tasted of fire whiskey and hope and the promise of a future beyond the war. They were married 6 months later, in a small ceremony at the Burrow, with only their closest friends and family in attendance. The war made large gatherings dangerous, but the love and joy in that modest gathering was enough to fill a cathedral. Molly Weasley cried through the entire ceremony. Arthur beamed like a proud father, and even Mad-Eye Moody, their gruff mentor and trainer, was seen wiping his eyes during their vows. To Frank and Alice Longbottom, Dumbledore said, raising his glass during the reception, who remind us that love is not only the greatest magic of all, but also the reason we fight to preserve a world where love can flourish. It should have been the beginning of their happily ever after. Instead, it was the beginning of their greatest test. Marriage didn't slow down Frank and Alice's commitment to the war effort. If anything, it intensified their determination to create a world where they could raise a family in peace. When Dumbledore approached them about joining the Order of the Phoenix, a secret organization dedicated to fighting Voldemort and his Death Eaters, they didn't hesitate. The Ministry is compromised, Dumbledore explained during a clandestine meeting in the back room of the Leaky Cauldron. There are Death Eaters and sympathizers in positions of power, feeding information to Voldemort and undermining our efforts from within. The Order operates outside official channels, which makes us both more effective and more dangerous. More dangerous to whom? Alice asked, though her hand was already reaching for Frank's under the table. To yourselves, Dumbledore replied honestly. Order members are prime targets. Voldemort has put bounties on our heads, and he's not particular about whether he takes us alive or dead. If you join us, you'll be marked for the rest of your lives, however long or short they may be. Frank and Alice exchanged a look, one of those wordless conversations that had become second nature after months of partnership. We're in, Frank said simply. Without question, Alice added. When do we start? Their work with the Order took them into the darkest corners of the wizarding world. They infiltrated Death Eater meetings, rescued Muggle families targeted for examples, and gathered intelligence on Voldemort's movements and plans. It was dangerous, exhausting work that left them both with scars, physical and emotional, that would never fully heal. But it also gave them purpose. Beyond mere survival, they were part of something larger than themselves, fighting not just against the darkness, but for the light, for the possibility of a future where children could grow up without fear, where magic could be used for wonder instead of terror. The turning point came in the winter of 1979, when Alice discovered she was pregnant. Are you sure? Frank asked, staring at the magical pregnancy test that glowed with soft golden light. Pretty sure, Alice replied, her voice a mixture of joy and terror. The question is, what do we do now? They had always planned to have children, but not during a war. Not when every day brought fresh reports of families murdered, children orphaned, entire bloodlines wiped out by Death Eater raids. We could step back from active duty, Frank suggested tentatively. Focus on intelligence work. Stay away from the field operations. Or we could keep fighting, Alice countered. Make sure this baby is born into a world worth living in. In the end, they found a middle path. Alice continued with the Order's research and planning operations, while Frank took on more dangerous field missions, often working with other teams to give Alice the support she needed at home. It wasn't perfect. Frank worried constantly about leaving her alone, and Alice chafed at being sidelined from the action, but they made it work. Neville Frank Longbottom was born on July 30th, 1980, in the middle of one of the war's bloodiest summers. Frank was on a mission in Scotland when Alice went into labor, and he apparated back to St. Mungo's, still covered in soot and sporting a spectacular black eye from a close encounter with a Death Eater's curse. "I'm sorry I wasn't here," he whispered, holding his son for the first time while Alice dozed in the hospital bed. "You were where you needed to be," Alice replied sleepily. "And now, you're where you need to be." Looking down at his son, so small, so perfect, so utterly dependent on them for everything, Frank felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders like a lead cloak. This tiny person was counting on them to keep him safe, to build him a world where he could grow up happy and healthy and free. "I swear," Frank murmured, too quietly for Alice to hear, "I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you never have to fight the wars we're fighting." It was a promise he would keep, though not in the way he intended. October 31st, 1981, should have been a day of celebration throughout the wizarding world. Voldemort was gone, not just defeated, but seemingly destroyed when his killing curse rebounded off a baby named Harry Potter, leaving the Dark Lord nothing but a memory and a scorch mark on a nursery wall. The war was over. After years of fear and death and darkness, the nightmare was finally ending. Frank and Alice celebrated quietly at home with 1-year-old Neville, who was more interested in trying to eat his toy broomstick than in understanding that the monster who had haunted his parents' lives was gone forever. "What do we do now?" Alice asked as they sat in their living room, Neville playing contentedly on the floor between them. "Whatever we want," Frank replied, still barely able to believe it was true. "We could travel, or buy that cottage in Devon you've always talked about, or we could have more children," Alice suggested with a smile. "Give Neville some brothers and sisters to grow up with." "All of the above," Frank agreed, leaning over to kiss her. "We have time now, all the time in the world." But not everyone was ready to accept that the war was over. For Bellatrix Lestrange and her companions, her husband Rodolphus, his brother Rabastan, and the fanatically loyal Barty Crouch Jr., Voldemort's apparent death was not an ending, but a beginning. Their master was gone, but he was not truly dead. He would return, and when he did, he would reward those who had remained faithful during his absence. All they needed was information about where he had gone, how to find him, how to restore him to his former power, and they knew exactly which Aurors had been most instrumental in tracking Voldemort's movements during the war. The attack came on a rainy Tuesday evening in November, just 2 weeks after Voldemort's fall. Frank and Alice were having dinner, while Neville napped upstairs, discussing Alice's plan to return to work part-time after the new year. "I miss it," Alice was saying. "I know that makes me a terrible mother, but I miss the work, the feeling of making a difference." The front door exploded inward in a shower of splinters and magical fire. 4 figures in Death Eater robes and masks strode through the wreckage, their wands trained on Frank and Alice, before either could react. Frank's hand moved instinctively toward his wand, but froze when he heard Bellatrix Lestrange's distinctive, mad laughter. "Frank and Alice Longbottom," she purred, her voice dripping with malicious satisfaction. "The famous Auror couple, heroes of the light, enemies of the Dark Lord." "The war is over, Bellatrix," Frank said carefully, his mind racing through possible escape routes and defensive strategies. "Voldemort is gone." "Silence," Bellatrix shrieked, her composure cracking. "You dare speak his name? You dare suggest that the Dark Lord can be defeated by a baby and a luck charm?" "He's not coming back," Alice said firmly, though her eyes never left the wands pointed at them. "Whatever you're planning, whatever you think you can accomplish, we can accomplish quite a lot, actually," Barty Crouch Jr. interrupted, his young voice bright with anticipation. "Starting with learning exactly what you know about the Dark Lord's whereabouts." "We don't know anything," Frank replied truthfully. "Nobody knows where he went." "Liar," Rodolphus Lestrange snarled. "You were in the Order. You worked with Dumbledore. You know what happened that night. What really happened." "We know what everyone knows," Alice said. "He tried to kill Harry Potter, and somehow the curse rebounded. That's all." "That's not enough," Bellatrix screamed. "He wouldn't just disappear. He's too powerful, too strong. Someone helped him. Someone hid him. Someone knows where he is." "And you're going to tell us," Rabastan added quietly. "One way or another." Frank and Alice looked at each other, and in that moment, they both understood what was about to happen. They were going to be tortured for information they didn't possess, by fanatics who would never believe their ignorance. There would be no mercy, no reasoning with their captors, no escape. But there might be enough time to save their son. "Neville," Alice whispered, so quietly that only Frank could hear. Frank gave an almost imperceptible nod. If they could keep the Death Eaters focused on them, if they could endure whatever was coming long enough, maybe Neville would sleep through it. Maybe someone would come looking for them. Maybe their baby would survive, even if they didn't. "We'll never tell you anything," Frank said, loudly enough to draw all attention to himself. "We'll see about that," Bellatrix replied, raising her wand with obvious relish. Crucio. The Cruciatus curse was called one of the unforgivable curses, for good reason. It caused pain beyond description, beyond endurance, beyond anything the human mind was designed to withstand. It left no physical marks, required no tools or preparation, just a wand, the proper incantation, and the genuine desire to cause suffering. Bellatrix Lestrange had plenty of desire. Frank's scream echoed through the house as the curse hit him, his body convulsing as every nerve ending exploded with agony. But even through the overwhelming pain, he could hear Alice's voice, strong and clear despite her own terror. "Stop, please. We'll tell you whatever you want to know." It was a lie, of course. They had no information to give. But Alice was buying time, drawing attention away from the ceiling above them, where their son slept, hopefully still unaware that monsters had invaded his home. "I thought you might be more reasonable," Bellatrix purred, though she didn't lower her wand. "Start talking." We worked with Dumbledore," Alice said, her voice shaking but determined. "But he never told us everything. We only knew pieces, fragments." "What pieces?" Barty Crouch Jr. demanded. Alice began to speak, spinning an elaborate fiction about secret safe houses and hidden research, drawing on her knowledge of the Order's real operations to make her lies sound convincing. She spoke slowly, hesitating as if trying to remember details, stretching out the deception for as long as possible. But Bellatrix was not fooled for long. "You're lying," she said with cold certainty. "You're stalling, hoping someone will come to rescue you. No one is coming, Alice. No one even knows you're in danger." "Please," Frank gasped, struggling to push himself up from the floor where the Cruciatus curse had left him. "We have a son. He's just a baby. Whatever you do to us, please don't hurt him." "Oh, we're not going to hurt your son," Bellatrix replied with a smile that made Frank's blood freeze. "We're going to make sure he grows up knowing exactly what happens to blood traitors and mudblood lovers. You're going to live, Frank and Alice Longbottom. You're going to live for a very long time." What followed was hours of methodical, systematic torture. The Death Eaters took turns, each adding their own particular expertise in causing pain. They used variations of the Cruciatus curse, psychological manipulation, and threats against Neville that cut deeper than any physical agony. Through it all, Frank and Alice held on to each other, sometimes literally, when their captors allowed it, and always emotionally. When Frank was being tortured, Alice would sing to him, quiet lullabies that had no power except the power of love, made audible. When Alice was screaming under the curse, Frank would whisper stories, memories of their courtship and marriage and all the dreams they'd shared for their future. "Remember our first date?" Frank gasped during a brief respite between curses. "You made me take you to that horrible little cafe in Nocturne Alley because you wanted to see if I was brave enough to follow you anywhere." You were so nervous you spilled butterbeer all over yourself," Alice whispered back, tears streaming down her face. "But you didn't give up. You never gave up." "I'm not giving up now," Frank promised. "Neither am I," Alice replied. "But human minds, no matter how strong or determined, were not designed to withstand prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse. The spell didn't just cause pain. It damaged the neural pathways that processed thought and memory, slowly unraveling the connections that made a person who they were. As the night wore on, Frank and Alice began to lose pieces of themselves. Names became harder to remember. Faces grew blurry. The reasons they were being tortured, the information their captors wanted, the very identities of their tormentors, all of it began to slip away like water through their fingers. But even as their minds cracked and splintered under the assault, one thing remained constant: their love for each other and for their son. It was the last coherent thought either of them would have for many years to come. When the Aurors finally found them the next morning, alerted by concerned neighbors who had heard the screaming, Frank and Alice Longbottom were still alive, still breathing, still technically present in the world. But the people they had been were gone, their minds shattered beyond any healer's ability to repair. They stared blankly at the Aurors who found them, showing no recognition, no understanding of what had happened or where they were. The only thing that remained was their instinctive need to protect each other. When the medics tried to separate them for treatment, both Frank and Alice became agitated, reaching for each other with the desperate urgency of people who had lost everything except the person beside them. The trial of Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabistan Lestrange, and Barty Crouch Jr. was one of the most emotionally charged proceedings in the history of the Wizengamot. The 4 defendants showed no remorse for their actions, proudly declaring their loyalty to Voldemort and their certainty that he would return to reward their faithfulness. "We have shown the wizarding world what happens to traitors," Bellatrix shrieked from the defendant's dock. Frank and Alice Longbottom chose to stand against the Dark Lord, and now they will spend the rest of their lives paying for that choice. The packed courtroom erupted in angry shouts, with many calling for the defendants to receive the Dementor's kiss. But the 4 Death Eaters seemed to relish the hatred directed at them, feeding off the pain and rage their actions had caused. The sentence was life imprisonment in Azkaban, to be served without possibility of parole. As the Dementors led them away, Bellatrix was still laughing, her mad cackles echoing through the courtroom until the doors finally closed behind her. Justice had been served, but it felt hollow. The people responsible for the Longbottoms' fate were locked away, but Frank and Alice were still lost, still trapped in the wreckage of their own minds. In the weeks and months that followed, the wizarding world began to move on from the war. There were celebrations and memorials, reconstruction efforts, and attempts to heal the divisions that had torn their society apart. The Longbottoms' sacrifice was acknowledged, their heroism honored. But as time passed, they began to fade from public memory. There were more immediate concerns. War orphans to be placed, Death Eater properties to be confiscated, a government to be rebuilt from the ground up. Frank and Alice Longbottom had become a tragedy rather than a triumph, a reminder of the war's cost rather than its victory. Only a few people continued to visit them regularly in the long-term care ward at St. Mungo's. Augusta Longbottom, Frank's formidable mother, came every week, sitting beside her son's bed and talking to him about family news he couldn't understand. Molly and Arthur Weasley brought flowers and homemade biscuits, treating Frank and Alice with the same warmth they would have shown if their friends were still capable of recognizing them. And every month, without fail, Albus Dumbledore would spend an afternoon in their room, reading aloud from books of poetry and adventure stories, as if some part of them might still be listening, still be capable of taking comfort from the sound of a familiar voice. "Do you think they know we're here?" Molly asked one day, watching as Alice played with a piece of ribbon, her face lit with the innocent delight of a very young child. "I think," Dumbledore replied carefully, "that love leaves marks that go deeper than memory. They may not remember us, but somewhere inside, they remember being loved, and that may be enough." The most regular visitor, though he couldn't really visit, was Neville. Augusta brought him every week from the time he was old enough to walk, hoping against hope that seeing their son might trigger some spark of recognition in his parents' broken minds. It never did. Frank and Alice would look at him with the same polite blankness they showed everyone else, sometimes smiling if he did something amusing, but showing no sign that they understood this was their child, the baby they had died to protect. For Neville, these visits were a particular kind of torture. He grew up knowing that his parents were heroes, that they had sacrificed everything to fight against evil, but he also knew that they were lost to him in a way that felt more final than death. "Why can't they remember me, Gran?" he asked one day when he was 7, after a particularly difficult visit where Alice had grown upset and confused when he tried to hug her. "Because they gave everything they had to keep you safe," Augusta replied, her voice fierce with pride and pain. "They loved you so much that they chose to lose themselves rather than let anyone hurt you." "But I want them back," Neville whispered. "I know, dear boy," Augusta said, pulling him close. "I know." As Neville grew older, he began to understand more about what had happened to his parents and why. He learned about the war, about Voldemort and the Death Eaters, about the choice his parents had made to fight against darkness even though they knew the risks. But understanding didn't make the pain any easier to bear. At Hogwarts, Neville was known as the boy whose parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. Some students treated him with pity, others with a kind of awed respect, and a few with the cruel mockery that children sometimes showed toward anything that made them uncomfortable. At least Harry Potter's parents are dead, Draco Malfoy said, during one particularly vicious exchange in their second year. At least he doesn't have to visit them and pretend they're still alive when they're really just empty shells. Neville's response was to hex Malfoy so thoroughly that it took Madame Pomfrey half an hour to restore him to normal proportions. The detention was worth it. It was Professor Sprout who helped Neville find a way to connect with his parents that went beyond words or recognition. During his first year, she noticed his natural talent with plants and began teaching him about the magical properties of various flowers and herbs. Plants have their own language, she explained as they worked together in the greenhouse. They respond to care and attention in ways that don't require understanding or memory. She taught him about the flowers that could convey emotions, daisies for innocence and hope, rosemary for remembrance, forget-me-nots for true love and faithful friendship. And gradually, Neville began to understand that he could speak to his parents in a way they might actually comprehend. The first time he brought flowers to St. Mungo's, Neville was 12 years old and clutching a small bouquet of daisies and rosemary that he had grown himself in the Hogwarts greenhouses. He found his parents in their usual spot by the window, Frank staring blankly at the wall, while Alice played with the wrapper from a piece of candy. "Hello, Mum," Neville said quietly, sitting down beside Alice. "I brought you something." He placed the flowers in her hands, and for a moment, Alice stared at them with the same vacant expression she showed everything else. Then, slowly, she brought them to her nose and inhaled their scent. A smile spread across her face, not the empty, reflexive smile she sometimes wore, but something deeper, more genuine. "Pretty," she said, the first word Neville had heard her speak in years. Frank turned at the sound of her voice, and when he saw the flowers, something flickered in his eyes. Not recognition exactly, but a kind of distant warmth, as if some buried part of him remembered that flowers meant love, meant someone cared enough to bring beauty into the world. From that day forward, Neville brought flowers to every visit. He learned which ones his parents responded to best, which colors and scents seemed to bring them the most joy. It wasn't a cure. They still didn't remember him, still couldn't hold conversations or share memories. But it was a connection, a way of showing love that transcended the damage that had been done to their minds. "You see," Augusta said one day, watching as Frank carefully arranged the flowers Neville had brought into a pattern that pleased him. "They may not remember you, but they feel your love. And in the end, isn't that what matters most?" Neville nodded, understanding for the first time that love didn't require memory, that caring for someone didn't depend on being recognized or acknowledged. His parents were still his parents, still the heroes who had sacrificed everything to protect him, even if they could never tell him they loved him. The flowers were enough. The flowers said everything that words could not. Years later, after Voldemort had returned and been defeated once more, after Neville had found his own courage and become a hero in his own right, he would often think about the strange symmetry of his life. His parents had fought in the First War and paid the ultimate price. He had fought in the Second War and survived to see peace restored. They had protected him with their sacrifice. He had honored them with his bravery. The night after the Battle of Hogwarts, exhausted and grieving and overwhelmed by everything that had happened, Neville made his way to St. Mungo's. It was well past visiting hours, but no one stopped him. The entire wizarding world knew what he had done, how he had stood up to Voldemort himself and destroyed the last Horcrux. He found his parents, as he always did, sitting by the window in their shared room. They looked older now, their hair more gray, their faces more lined, but they were still alive, still together, still protected by the love that had survived even when everything else was lost. "We won," Neville told them quietly, sitting down in his usual chair and placing a bouquet of white roses for new beginnings on the table between them. "Voldemort is gone for good this time. The war is really over." Alice picked up one of the roses and held it to her cheek, smiling at its softness. Frank reached out and touched her hand, a gesture so natural and unconscious that it took Neville's breath away. They didn't understand his words, couldn't process the magnitude of what he was telling them. But somehow, in that moment, it felt like they knew, like some part of them that existed beyond memory and consciousness understood that their sacrifice had not been in vain, that their son had grown up to be exactly the kind of man they would have been proud to call their own. "I love you," Neville whispered, and for once he didn't need them to say it back. The flowers said everything that needed to be said. As our tale draws to a close, we remember Frank and Alice Longbottom, not for what was taken from them, but for what they chose to give. They gave their sanity to protect their son. They gave their memories to preserve the future. They gave everything they were so that love could triumph over hate, so that their child could grow up in a world where flowers could grow instead of fear. Their sacrifice was forgotten by many, overshadowed by more famous heroes and more dramatic tales. But true heroism often goes unrecognized, lives in quiet moments and small gestures, in the choice to endure suffering rather than inflict it, to choose love even when love offers no protection except the certainty that it matters. Neville learned from their example that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the decision to do what's right, regardless of the cost. He learned that love doesn't require recognition or reward, that caring for someone means showing up again and again, even when they can't thank you for it. Most importantly, he learned that some bonds are stronger than memory, deeper than consciousness, more enduring than the cruelest curse. Frank and Alice Longbottom may have lost their minds, but they never lost each other, never stopped reaching for one another in their confusion, never stopped responding to the simple gift of flowers that said what words could not. You are loved. You are remembered. You matter. Their story reminds us that heroism comes in many forms, that sometimes the greatest victory is simply surviving with love intact, and that the truest magic is the bonds that endure, even when everything else falls away. Thank you for remembering Frank and Alice Longbottom with me tonight. My fellow adventurers, until next time, may your dreams be filled with the knowledge that love endures beyond memory, that sacrifice is never truly forgotten, and that sometimes the most powerful magic is the simple act of showing up with flowers for those who can no longer remember why they matter to you. Sweet dreams. And remember, heroes are not always those who save the world in dramatic fashion, but sometimes those who choose love over hatred, endurance over surrender, and hope over despair, even when no one will ever know their names. Good night.